Oh, so suddenly you're poison the air I breathe. But if you don't hate me, then why would you break me? Feel it in my bones, I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking, so get yourself to safety. Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the warning, pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is pouring. I'm a jet like a hurricane. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Skyesports Masters and the second day of the European Qualifier. We're going to find out the last two teams that will make it to the quarterfinals. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual for today's proceedings. Just like yesterday, I'm looking forward to some hopefully very exciting matches. We definitely got our favourites coming out on top in yesterday's proceedings, but that doesn't mean we didn't come out with a few surprises, Dwayne.
I think we'll have exactly the same today. A couple of surprises, but favourites showing their depth. And you have to conclude that looking at day number one, now looking forward to day number two, depending on who of these teams really catches our eyes, they could, in all honesty, be the biggest threats in the quarterfinals.
Well, certainly so. I mean, we have our invitees, which certainly set themselves up as the favourites by default, right? And obviously, we've got our teams that we expect to make it towards those grand finals in terms of how the bracket plays out. But look, about these teams that come forward from the first round of things, they are hoping to really establish themselves. Of course, 12 teams involved in the qualifiers this week. We've already lost out on Sprout and Gun 5, of course. Those are the two teams that played out in yesterday's proceedings, and they weren't able to get their victories over the table. Again, I do feel like there's some positivity for those teams that did go out yesterday. But again, our favourites were Bait and 3D Max, and they move forward to those quarterfinals as of now.
And for 3D Max, there were certainly some shaky affairs in that series against Gun 5, so they're looking to be able to rectify that, come into the next round, be stronger, be more disciplined, and try and see if they can close series closer than maybe how they got stretched to 3 maps to yesterday.
Indeed, yes. Still sort of figuring things out with terms of their standing situation, but, you know, we'll get into that as they take on Fnatic in the next round. Again, our bracket does have them against the Fnatic side and Bet Boom and Bait in the CIS derby of the quarterfinals. So a lot to look forward to over the course of the next couple of days here. And of course, we are still playing out in the rest of round one. So we've got 2 more matches to play out to decide who will be the opponents of the Guild Eagles and Prezi Esports.
And realistically, when you look at this first round, there could be even more 2-0s. The Gun 5 and 3D Max game, that should have been a 2-0. For Sprout and Bait, we were kind of anticipating a 2-0. For the VP Prodigy and the NAVI Jr guys, this is 2 academy teams that have to try and prove that even though they're the underdog, that they can surprise. That they can kind of come here and show some good CS. It's going to be insanely difficult for NAVI Jr. I actually look at Forze thinking that the form that they're on recently, they're even going to give Prezi a decent run for their money.
Yeah, there's a lot of favoritism towards at least two teams in today's proceedings. We will, of course, play out both of these final round 1 games in VP Prodigy and a TSM, which will be our first match of the day. And Forze and NAVI Jr. will be taking over our second best of 3. Again, very key underdogs in the academy sides. And to their credit, right, that these are teams that have had their own moments within the academy scene, particularly NAVI Jr. obviously producing some sick talent. So they will be hoping to try and see if they can do the exact same thing in what is, you know, for at least 2 of the players, a bit of a CIS derby in our second best of 3.
I think realistically, though, this is what we've seen across the last, I would say, year to 2 years or so, is that we've had academy teams like your Mouse NXT, like your big academy J, that have been very successful, but new iterations and younger players change perspectives very quickly.
We will be taking a look at that match as the second one. Again, our first match will be VP Prodigy and TSM. VP Prodigy, the other of the academy teams in today's matchups. And look, right, these guys are going to be very much unknown to the wider scale of CS. Obviously, the mainstream audience that will be more focused on the higher-end Tier 2, Tier 1 competitions will not know any of these names. So give me like an introduction to these guys.
Well, for Extenazera and Shady, they actually played together on QZar, and that was the team that came through from the Far East qualifier to play at one of the RMRs and kind of made at least their name known there. For everybody else, it's very unknown. These guys are new to the scene, they're new to this level. The one caveat I will give them, though, for at least the core 4 of players, is they've been together for 9 months, which is crazy, right? When we're not familiar with these guys, when we don't see them on HLTV all that often, it's surprising to see how long the core's been together for.
I mean, it certainly speaks volumes to how the protocol should, in theory, work out for them. I mean, obviously, Dushka might have a couple of things in terms of his own lineup to compare to the rest of the players, of course. But you are right in terms of, yeah, they don't play in the much more known competitions, usually those lower-level open tournaments like Fast Cups and such within the CIS region. And it is contrasting to the likes of TSM. You mentioned how the roster of VP Prodigy are always sort of like staying together. This team is a team that seems to always be changing, especially in the last couple of months.
Yeah, for TSM, we said it straight out of the gate. This is not going to be the lineup that moves forward. There's always going to be, with these international teams, right, a lot of moving pieces because you don't know how it's going to gel together until you start getting into the officials. Now, what we do know on this lineup is that there are some very good players. You've got Valde with experience at Tier 1 in-game leading. You've got Joel. I don't even think you can say much about him. He's a monster. He has been probably one of the sickest riflers in Tier 2 across the last couple of years. You've got Zyphon, that's an experienced rifler too. Quirtz, who's done a lot in the local scene. And then Poison, who we remember, but maybe don't remember massively in the recent day.
Yeah, Poison and Quirtz are the newest additions, only brought in at the end of last month, but all 4 of the 5 players have been in only over the course of this year. So very, very new stuff and very early doors for this new TSM project who have a lot to prove in the wider scale of CS. They certainly are coming into this one as the favourites, although they haven't always been successful in their previous tournaments. So let's see how much VP Prodigy can test them in our best of 3. Map Veto, Swag.
Yeah, normally we'll see an Anubis ban coming in for TSM and an Inferno ban for VP Prodigy. Ancient will probably get picked in by the Russian squad, and yeah, they go into Ancient. Nuke is actually a punish pick here for TSM. They don't play a lot of Nuke themselves, but Nuke is one of the weaker maps on their opposition, so go in with a bit of a punish in this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, if you want to try and do that, you would certainly have the more, the better pound-for-pound firepower, I guess you could say, for TSM to be able to utilize that punish pretty effectively. Nuke is a very tactical-heavy map, though, and although I have faith in Valde as an in-game leader, it is still very early doors for this lineup as a core, right? So, in terms of protocols for TSM, could that be a concern on a map like Nuke?
No, I don't think so. They've already played Nuke twice recently, and with all of the players obviously outside of Poison. So yeah, I'm not massively concerned about that. The Ancient pick, I mean, for VP Prodigy, you have to go into something that's comfortable. They normally go Anubis, but with that being banned out, you kind of have to go your second. So it's normally Ancient or Anubis always gets picked by them. The issue is for TSM, I actually think their Ancient's pretty good. It's the map that gets played more in the pool than the majority of maps. So first 2 maps of the Veto for me look pretty promising for TSM.
Yeah, Yeah, not very encouraging for VP Prodigy, but even when you consider their perspective in the maps, yeah, it is a comfortable one to start off the series, but they are just playing at that much lower level. So just by comparison, TSM are going to have the edge over them. I will admit that I do have a very hard time in having a lot of faith in TSM just because of what I've seen from them recently, which is maybe a bit of bias on my perspective, because I hope that they can do something well with the players they have. As you mentioned, there are some very capable units, but this team is yet to truly establish themselves as a unit. Again, it's very early doors in terms of this current roster's life cycle, but again, TSM are still looking for that truly amazing run that proves everybody, that proves themselves and proves that they have something about them.
Yeah, and possibly this is the qualifier to do it. I mean, they're not playing in a massive amount of events. They played third in the European Pro League Season 13. They placed third in ESEA Advance and got their spot into ECL. Now, unfortunately, because of the ECL rulings of the Core 3, they're actually kind of rotating the players in and out quite frequently, so it's difficult to look at that result against Sangul and that result against Eyeballers that they played in ECL because Jax is still playing there, and a couple of games Murdo's playing as well. So they're only playing that event basically to try and keep the spot for next season when they can bring some of the newer guys into the roster. So what that does mean is that we actually haven't seen sort of this 5, or at least consistently this 5 being played for TSM.
Yeah, and that's why this qualifier is going to be so important for them, because as you mentioned, this is probably one of the only 2 events that they've got going on at the moment, and in ECL doesn't really count because of the fact that it's not these 5 players playing. So this is a chance to sort of show off what they can do, right? Maybe VP Prodigy would be a decent chance to get a layup and then move to that quarterfinal match where they can try up against some much more higher level tier 2 competition. But again, TSM, there's still a lot of question marks about how much this lineup can find success. Because as you said, Dwight, right, international projects, they can change drastically over a very short period of time. We saw that with the first edition of TSM. So depending on how results look up for this new TSM down the road.
Yeah, and I mean, there's probably a very good likelihood that that is the case. Now, you need to kind of come into this year and just see how it presents. I mean, even for Regin, he's one of the newer coaches, right? He wasn't involved in the first ever iteration of the roster. So he's only working with these newer guys, and you aren't working with the most experienced players, but you are working with reputable names. You are working with players that are familiar. I mean, for Poison, I think this could actually be a very good avenue where you're kind of playing at the lower divisions, you're playing against the weaker teams to kind of get back to that form that we know he can deliver. I mean, the years that he had on Wendigo and on Complexity, man, he was a fire player. He was a very strong player at the high end of Tier 2, a very strong AWPer in the Tier 1 atmosphere as well. But since then, it's been a good 3.5 years or so where we really haven't seen that Poison we know.
Yeah, outside of that Fnatic stint, which wasn't all that successful, really nothing has been seen out of him. So let's see how far he can go. We're already involved in the pistol round here for our first map of the day. Ancient between VP Prodigy and TSM. Already TSM have gained the bomb site, but they have lost that opening pick here. And very quickly the retake will come forward as well. Something. First man into the bomb site. We'll take a challenge onto the back lines where Zyphon is good for a pick back. But actually, Ex-Denisera and Shady try to hold those trades together in the 2 versus 2 they will find. Dushka now contesting over at Donut, does take Volde back. Quirtz is all that remains, contested by 2 sides, rushed down by the CT forces. They'll get in with that kill. They should have the defuse. The pistol will be taken by VP.
And that whole round came down to a fair amount of time stalling from Quirtz out there to the default position, and if there wasn't a kit in play, there's no way that round was going to get 1 on the retake. And TSM lose Joel very early on in the 4v5, and they get away with a lot of damage. So Force by potential is here for the international squad if they want it.
Very early timeouts from TSM there. Pistol lost, maybe considering the idea of the Force invest. Nice early start for the underdogs here. Ancient. Their own map pick, and TSM opting to decide to start on the T side here.
And for VP Prodigy, getting into that conversation more so in the roster, yes, the core 4 of players have been together for 9 months, but in that time, Jay, they have played 22 maps on HLTV. That is wild. We would normally say for a middle-of-the-pack Tier 2 team, you're probably getting close to 30 maps in a month. So to play 22 maps in the last 9 months, it shows how infrequently they're playing at this level.
A task and a half ahead of them. Not just for this match, but for this whole qualifier. Slow approach from TSM as they do bring in that force buy for the second round. Galil's on 3, and Dushko will be able to deal with Quirtz all effective. Dennis As his utility set down to block and cancel any execution, and well timed against the donut smoke that came in from the tees.
They're going to get a boost up towards Tree again, so fate that you've dropped off and get back into that advanced angle. And for TSM, they tried to go in for an AXX, smoke off donut, smoke off CT, but they end up cancelling. And the issue here is that you're pretty much out of the majority of util, and there's no map control being taken. So you have to be wary that mid's been compromised, that lane's been taken too. This is not an easy recovery for TSM at all.
Slowly take their time into the rotation, and VP are not going to press them any further here. Got one man with utility. Kushmi ready to put that incendiary or smoke down, depending on who he sees. If he sees that rush tactic, certainly would be advisable for the firebomb. Also got something set out towards Cave. TSM running out of time for the execution.
Poison trying to drive some distraction down here from the bottom of ramp. The FAMAS not watching Cave for the moment.
Well, there might be some sort of ramp play. Now sees what's really going on. Smoke well timed. They have to push forward a bit here for TSM. Crossfire locked out. Shady can get himself a triple. Very nicely done. 3 players converging on that one entry position. And now Poison is all that's left here. Versus 4. Glock in hand. Known about with the footsteps faced upon by Shady. Very nicely held together by VP.
Yeah, that smoke timing was everything. Just when TSM starts swarming into that B site that they want to try and get out quickly from Cave, when you're being re-smoked, you can't cancel, you have to go through it, and then that's when the crossfire just gets established. Poison isn't able to drive much distraction away from ramp, so uncomfortable force buy there for TSM. Held nicely from VP Prodigy, and we obviously saw a very good performance from Gun 5 out on Ancient yesterday against 3D Max, just surprising the best of 3.
Early momentum certainly been a factor. VP are taking advantage of that whole hog here against TSM. No bomb plant this time, so no follow-up force invest, and even then with 4 players staying alive, it would have been questionable for the T side. Those engagements out from the player at ramp points and trying to take one player down, unable to do so. Kushmi, pretty easy pick on the SMG.
Yeah, Valde looked to try and see if he could walk a timing in there from A-Main, but when the incendiary goes down, he has to opt against it. And this is just one of those rounds for TSM where you spread out, you individually try and see if you can work a pick, work a man advantage, maybe see if you can recover a rifle or 2. But for VP Prodigy, they're not engaging in many fights. They're playing very defensive.
And still, despite that, taking one player and dishing out the damage on Xiphon, so non-encouraging stuff. Then again, this round probably shouldn't be won out by TSM. Should be expecting that solid 3-0 to come in, especially as Valde drops and there's very few opportunities. These pistols unable to get much damage in. So yeah, solid start from VP. Should turn to that 3-round streak, and then TSM will look towards the gun by just that last execution onto that B-bomb site, which Kushmi is ready for. Quirt's down, as is Joel. Last player is Xiphon, 10 HP, not a chance in hell. Very solid round.
And we talk about in the British football scene, Jay, quite frequently with the Premier League and the Championship, that if you fall down and you don't get straight up straight away, you get stuck. And I think it's very similar in CS with the Tier 1 and Tier 2. That if you kind of come down to those lower divisions, if you're not getting back up there straight away, mate, you get trapped. And you get trapped for years and years and years. And that could be a very similar conversation for someone like Valde. He's been a part of this lineup for, what, 6 months now? And we really haven't seen any success from them in the Tier 2 scene. He has to look at these new pieces and this new rebuild come this year and look to try and get results up on the board. Start fighting to the higher end of Tier 2.
Of course, as a player that was very active during 2017 to 2019 on North and taking multiple championships, being the second best Danish team next to Astralis. Captain of that squad, and since then it hasn't been all that fantastic. Whether TSM is the project that gets him back to that top level is, of course, still very much under question, and so far has not shown much. Especially as Quirtz can open up the kill counts. Could be very fast on a responsive here in round number 4. AK's bursted upon by the SMG, reading the traces so well. Is he ready for a third man? He might well be. Nade set, damage up against the likes of Valde. The 2-for-1 trade for VP.
Now, this is, for the CT perspective, a very good stance. Even out from the default position, trying to get back into short and drop that bomb out from Poison. A very good shot for the Galil.
Triple up for Kushmi. Shady there to take down Valde next, and well, VP are running through TSM on these rifles. Opening kill went the T way. Everything else has gone the way of VP. One trade back from Joel. Will take a second player with him. But bombs out towards ramp, needs to go back for it, needs to fight onto 2 more in the rest of this clutch.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty winnable round because they're giving him a lot of respect. Extenicera backing off towards CT, expecting a fight to translate out there from long. Both coming in from separate positions.
Dushka ready for Joel to make his way out in the open. Trying to aggress up to that smoke, ultimately going down all the same. Patience played perfectly by VP. Despite the 3 players worth of damage, the money's still flowing, so it shouldn't be much of a concern. They can rebuy. They've got a couple of AKs to work with. TSM unsuccessful in their opening rifle, but can afford another. Tactical coming in, their second one of the game so far.
It's been a fairly flat start for TSM. I mean, even that round, are we really edging on the idea that Joel's got to win a 1v4 just for them to get their first round? I know that Joel's obviously probably the largest X-Factor player that we have in the Tier 2 scene right now. His stats are just incredible. He can just farm competition. He's easily the best player here on TSM. But getting more support, I mean, they had a good entry out there from Cheetah, but the trades back were even stronger for the opposition. So for TSM, they will not be happy with the competitive edge that hasn't been here in map number 1.
Well, again, they have a rifle round to try and contest against VP, so chance to make amends and recover off of that loss. Still limited on the buy state, though. That's thanks to the 4 rounds in a row that they have lost. To Galil on Poison specifically. He's yet to frag so far in this game. Something only found 1, but on the defensive alongside Kushmi. Shady's AWP lines up the first kill onto Quirtz, so defensive in the back line is held pretty strongly. Nades will not open up any vision onto the T side. Plant can be secured by TSM, but again, same piss take situation as the pistol round. Losing that opening frag and have to fend off against the man advantage.
Get that molly in there to Cave and just make it slightly awkward for the CTs. Joel's in a position that when these smokes have to clear, he needs to fight instantly.
Molly's deep to allow him a bit of breathing room. Kushmi still bursting onto the player on the center of the bomb site. CT's better be ready for this smoke to clear. The mollies will do so, and Joel, a lot of pressure against him, sprays through the M4s, and Joel can't adjust towards Dennis. Something swings out, sees the player ahead of the smoke, and the kills come in simultaneously for Shady, and Something's double. All 5 alive for VP on the retake. What a round.
And for TSM, they just get caught because they don't have map control. That entire round, you get the bomb down, you haven't been able to take cave. You've been able to smoke it off, and you've been able to chuck that molly in there, but it's a double cave, and Joel's working short. And for Ancient, especially on the B site, you need to take map control. If you're stagnant, if you don't have room, it's very difficult to be able to work rounds. And not having cave, not having long, made that so uncomfortable. You've got players working on the edge of that ramp smoke, trying to boost up just to see if they can force in some firefights.
TSM still can't seem to get the wheels turning. 3 AKs now for the CT side. The M4 takes full frontal face of Something, even dishing out damage on the Zyphon, who does force out a second kill onto Kushmi, actually. So trades back to a man advantage at last here for the T side. Shady, his AWP is posted and ready, but Zyphon still finds him. Dennis and Dushka both backed out towards that A bomb site. Should surely have nothing left in this round. TSM have the B bomb site. At last, they get there first.
And this is what we should be expecting across the majority of series for TSM, is just the individual players to be able to create chances, to get into winning moments. And for Zyphon, you're down 0-5, you get a couple of entries out there on the B site, and you continue it forward. You end up making it a triple, you close that round down. Very nice sequence from the young man.
Rightfully, TSM will earn their first off the back of that. VP keep the AKs in play, however, prioritizing those bonus weapons. Still plenty of cash, of course, available to them, so they can, of course, rebuy and continue to contest TSM. So, not out of the woods just yet. This is only the starting for them. They'll try and convert as many more off the back of this T side.
And for VP Prodigy, they won't be too faded by that one. They know that they've felt pretty comfortable across the board, that they've just lost 1 round to 1 player. Money's still in a very strong state. A couple of AKs are being held as well. Responding quickly, put pressure back on TSM, and actually take a tactical themselves.
I like it. First round of resistance. understanding that you could still stop TSM in their tracks. Only 2,900 will flow into their banks, and with the money they have to reinvest, even though it is minimal, still might throw some spanners into the works for some of the players that do have low amounts of cash. Orp will be in for Shady once again, been playing that relatively well over on that B bomb site. And the B defensive in general has been very solid from VP.
And for TSM, this is all about, for the next, I would say, couple of months, just getting more reps in with the full 5. You have a look at the maps that have been played for these guys. You've got Poison that's played, what, 4 maps? Zyphon, 14. Quirtz, 19. Joel, 25. It's only Valde that's had serious amounts of events and tenure on this team.
Only remaining member right now of the original TSM roster that came in last year. Leader of the pack, both in server and on roster. It's Poison that leads the charge up mid. Is AWP looking for the opening. Smokes are set. Big old gap for Dennis to try and work with. He's expecting aggression from TSM. Bushka might run into the big green. He sees them and he gets caught off.
That's a very good pick there from Poison, because now they can start exploiting that A-split. Extenazera, as soon as his smoke clears more, he might want to try and get on the front side of it, but it's still being held from Poison.
Smoke should clear soon enough. They are wary of players also over a lane, so they're not 100% convinced of where the execution is coming into just yet. That bomb rotates. Extenazera has a perfect chance to cut it off. 50 seconds. TSM have to make a decision.
Oh, they're going to go A. For sure they are. They might be able to at least sell some B defensive in just the over-rotation to try and pull players back in. But with this bomb committed to Donut, it will be an A lane.
Extenazera still listening out for footsteps and information. Hasn't caught anything just yet. Volde puts that smoke down. It's telegraphed now as Quirtz does get caught. That's down to a 4 versus 4. Yes, the player at red is low. The bomb site has been taken for TSM.
Yeah, this might have to be a safe call unless a pick is in granting quickly. Shady's repositioned fast out from Temple, but it's taking a while for everyone else to get into position.
We have all arrived back at spawn, but you have seen that AWP passing his weapon off to the low HP individual, get that AK in his hands. But no one is directly on the bomb site for TSM. Flashes are sent. The CTs get caught by themselves. Half the time a tick back, smoke on the defuse, tapping it once for something, back onto it with the distraction of sound, holds it all together. He's just barely covered off by the sprays. Eventually Joel and Zyphon get those kills then alongside Volde, and they keep it held together. Extenazera only with 1 exit. And no one stays alive for VP, second on the board of TSM.
Yeah, I'm very surprised they've tried to stick that. I mean, that's just never going to happen. Never in a million years. Maybe if it's a 2v2, right? Or it's down to lower numbers. If there's 4 alive and Donut smoked off, you're not going to be able to get that stick forward. Bullets are going to come and come and come with that spam. And for VP Prodigy, this is actually starting to knock quite harshly at their economy that was saved up in a good position.
Another buyback from VP, much harsher though. Stem the bleeding of the cash flow and the aggression that they'll take as well, particularly onto Dwushka. Might see his teammate get baited indeed. A kill can get found. Dwushka will spray back and try and take a trade, but in the end walks into the second trap. Quirtz springs over at lane. 2 down, no trades.
And for VP Prodigy, this is where you start getting desperate. AWP is getting some attention just with the util basis. 2 on B. The only way that this round is recoverable is if something comes up huge.
Something. Crossfire held alongside his teammate. Does find Zyphon through that smoke in the end, but they're unaware of the backstab that Volde's setting in. This B site should collapse off the back of it unless Cushman makes an absolutely hero-like play. He's blocking bodies. He snuck past them all. Oh, this is wonderful, but no! Only does damage, no casualty. It could have been so powerful, but TSM maintain.
Now, Shady tries to hold on to that big green, but you're already starting to see with the AWP towards Shelf. A contact towards Joel's going to come in soon.
And we'll get taken aback. Hearing those footsteps out towards mid, Shady is baited into a shot and ultimately does lose his life, so nothing saved by VP in that round. 3rd on the board of TSM. still cash enough to seemingly go for a force invest, and you can see that Cuspy is going to try and commit towards it with the SMG. It's an option available, and it seems like Prodigy want to try their hand at it.
And we saw a similar notion in the Skyesports Grand Slam with the underdogs versus the favorites of Aurora, where you can get off to an early start, you can contest the first 5, 6, 7 odd rounds of the game, but when you get deeper and you get more consistently in the rifle rounds, that's where the favorites show their depth. And for TSM, this has been a fairly comfortable 3 rounds in a row for them now.
Initial streak of VP now being tested by one of TSM. Fast into the SMG of Kushmi. Volde mows through him and something. And these early rounds are truly going the way of TSM now.
Shady is desperate for any kind of response. The issue is he doesn't even have teammates close by him.
Trying to get a headshot, trying to get a 1 league. Nothing presenting. Xdanazero, the closest player, rotating in from spawn if he has to join him. There is a push forward coming in from Dushka that will have some information to him. Play towards spawn and backed up against the main T-side 4, still held ahead of the B door.
They've been so patient, haven't they, in the majority of these rounds for TSM. Really happy to run the clock, really happy to exploit some of these lurks and then start regrouping for the exec together.
They're late on that Molotov, so the T's will start to extend. Shady does get his deagle on towards Valday, but Joel is there for the responsive and well wary of the M4 that's going to get flashed off, trying to get to harder cover, unable to maintain it. So it's all left to one man, all dealt with, all the same. 4 on the board of TSM.
And for VP Prodigy, we know that now it gets quite awkward. You had that last round, which was a lighter eco. You come into the next round, and it probably is another lighter eco again. Economy in just an awful state when, I would say only a few rounds ago, there was, I think, 2, maybe even 3 players with 10K plus.
Now upgrade pistols only. The stack in towards that B bomb site. VP have seen how heavy-handed TSM have been over on this B site and hope to stack it up, but unfortunately for them, this is the one round where TSM opt to go into the A play. Smokes and flashes for extra support and suppression. And there's just no one to receive on the CT bases. This should be a pretty easy 5th. Exit frags at best for the CT side.
I remember Regin was telling me that Quirtz was just a bit of a stand-in to try and help the team out and kind of put him on trial. He's obviously found himself a full-time contract here on TSM. We've only seen success from him in the local scene, playing on Entropic Prague and Sinners. Try and see if he can work that now on the international team. Actually, it was a bit of a stand-in for Endpoint for a couple of events too.
A couple of years ago, I don't think it was ever going to be anything permanent for that team, but you are right about his own divisional and regional success. Outside of that, in 10 years, I believe his first proper foray into the international scene. In terms of beating out VP Prodigy, worked his role pretty well to bring back the advantage that the Academy team had gained at the start of the matchup. TSM answer back with 5 in a row of their own to even up the scoreline. Round 11 will be for minimums.
And for VP Prodigy, just to try and contain opening amount of advantages and try and maybe make it chaotic. I think they've given too much respect over to TSM in these last couple of rifle rounds. Xdanazero getting very aggressive to try and take a fight up to top shelf.
Fast in with the mollies down. Smokes involved as the HEs try and catch the players off in mid of the T side. TSM actually do lose the opening frag to Xdanazero and Dushka. A lot of damage done to Dennis. An easy trade for the T's if he extends back out to try and get towards Cheetah, but in the end he does fall away, back up from red and into the defensive line over on the A and mid play.
This is still an aggressive bait and switch setup. So if a molly comes through from Cheetah, the first point of contact can be taken by Kushmi just to try and drive some attention forward.
Smokes held, swing out, spray is good, but only for the 1 kill. Zyphon responded to by Kushmi as eventually VP get their trades together, make it a 4-on-2.
A workout from Ramp. This AWP from Poison is looking for that one opener to try and trade out to Cave, and he gets exactly that.
Lock on the headshot, wonderful. Now Valde tries to make his own plays out on the A bomb site. His teammate in transition will grab the bomb on the way. It's all on the IGL to try bust open. Very patterned offensive being held by VP here.
Out from Donut, this is all realistically just a timing. They do not know that A is compromised, and while Xdenazera is rotating out from CT, it's too late.
Valde almost got seen. 2 versus 2 as he does return the fire onto Dwushka. Xdenazera swings in, sees Valde, knows that bomb's coming in real close. He stalled them off, however. Damage being done to both players. Eventually the kill comes in for Xdenazera, and Shady will drop P250, pulled out low HP for Dennis, but he still lands the headshot and still holds minimums for VP.
And for Xdenazera, he's actually played that 2v2 to perfection. He realizes that they're trying to get that bomb down and they're trying to take Donut, and he's actually not giving them the respect. He's getting on the front side, he's trying to pressure it. Poison eventually gets off of the bomb and realizes it's better to fight in that scenario. But Poison trying to get the bomb down, I mean, he's got an AWP at really close range. It's not the ideal weapon for the job. Maybe surprising that he deals with Valde in the end when you look at the HP numbers, because they weren't looking all that solid for him.
About 15 or so. Nothing left in the tank, but just enough to push him past. Go to the last round of the half. Look at the spray from Quads, just catching something with the last bullet of his spray. Advantage taken. Nothing that VP can respond with yet.
We haven't seen many of these B hits from TSM, just working defaults and working picks, exploiting mid. And a slight aggressive approach towards the top side of ramp, but Joel's been able to strike out on A.
Kill found with the aggressive player over at main. Meanwhile, Xdenazera was hoping the Valde would extend and he could find a whole lot more out of this position. Does get that kill in the end, forced to fight and looking for a lot more. Swing out from mid, very reckless when they're down by a man. He allows full access to that A bomb site. And there are so many players that are also low here on TSM. This could easily become a 2 versus 2 if they can find Joel and Zyphon. But as it stands, the bomb should get planted. And Kushmi, what's he going to try for here? Swings out, does find Zyphon, but Joel turns back on Shady, so it's all left on the M4.
Tried his best, but getting peeked in from the other side from Quertz. And quite frequently, when we look at these CIS teams in particular, Jay, that aren't known towards a higher end of Tier 2, we can say there's going to be a lot of wildness. There's going to be just some real crazy stuff going on. And for Xdenazera, with how much noise those mid players are making coming down from shelf, why he's getting on the other side of that donut smoke, I will not know. That was such a free kill that opened up the pathway to take A.
And 6-6 at the turn of the half as a result for them.
What a recovery. That's sick for TSM.
Yeah.
And it basically comes down to the pivotal point of using your tacticals when required. Now, we know that a lot of tournaments, it's especially with the MR12 and CS2, it's 3 tacticals in regulation, 1 in overtime. You've got to be utilizing them at the right approach. And you and I, we can both sit here and say, we think it's a little bit too late they've taken one, or maybe they've used too many too early and it kind of hurts them for the rest of the game. Even if TSM used all of their tacticals in the first half, I don't think you could slander that at all. When you go from 0-5 to then 6-6, that is a fantastic recovery of the first half performance.
And the transition over towards the CT side as well. So that recovery on the weaker half statistically for TSM. And the better half as well for VP Prodigy, at least what little we've seen on HLTV for them. Very encouraging stuff for the international squad. Because there was a world in which it could have gotten easily out of control. Right? We talk about how streak heavy this CS2 can be. At 5-0, you certainly expect it to go further for the VP camp. Instead, dead set and a chance now for TSM to win this pistol and to really springboard their own lead.
And for TSM, just to be able to get yourself to a LAN is probably where this team wants to be because of the players that you've got on it. Now, this is more so a Tier 2 team with players in comparison to the previous iteration that had guys like Inters and Jax. But when you build these international teams and you've maybe got an in-game leader that's a Tier 1 player, you've got a coach like Regin who's also been at that Tier 1 level in the past with Mouse and with Tricked when they had Roy in that and they were still kind of around the top 20 playing at majority of Tier 1 events. You want to get this team to LAN, and qualifications for Tier 2 teams aren't easy. This is very cutthroat, this entire European qualifier. And for TSM, they'll know what will be favourites in this opening game. You can't consider them to be favourites in any game after this point onwards.
I mean, even the next round against the Guild Eagles, right? Like, I know the Guild Eagles are a little bit weakened by comparison to the team that's always making the major. They didn't quite do it this time, and they've always been a little bit hit and miss online, but even that team has a lot more reps than this current TSM squad. And after that, you're potentially looking at Preezy, most likely in the semi-finals, the grand finals, a mix of Fnatic, BetBoom, or 3D Max in terms of likelihood. Like, there's a lot of opponents that TSM could easily lose to in the forthcoming rounds. As you say, not easy to qualify for LAN here, because this is a single Elian bracket, no second chances. On their first opportunity to get their chance, they have held themselves stacking over on the A-bomb site, second half pistol. See Zyphon to hold his nerve. The Julies will take fight. USP out in the open. Supports Joel with his opening casualty. Dwushka can trade back to a 4 versus 4, but how much more is there to gain? They're stood off. Virtus Pro not allowed access to the bomb site. They will cancel and fall back.
It's the correct call. There are so many CTs on A. You've got the Julies up close. You've got players stacking up on the crossfire. That's probably the best cancel that you can make in the entirety of this map of Ancient. Now, Quirtz knows that there could have been a timing of just a walk of a lurk. Someone to take that space up on B. And the VP Prodigy, it goes the same direction as them. Did TSM now take mid? Did they go down and start pressing towards ramp? There is a lot of unknowns for both teams.
Unfortunately for the Academy squad, they will have free access to the setup positions of the ENCE, with no util to execute with. A very difficult prospect for them to go in dry. At least its passive line's held by TSM, so one player crossing at the right moment, getting behind the right bit of cover, and that should be a bomb plant.
And for Zyphon, just take first contact out here from Cave and set up that crossfire at long. Rotation from Red from Valde is going to be very quick too.
Cross back, Zyphon is called by Externazera. Advantage now taken by VP. They see the bomb carrier. Oh, Valde a hair too late to deny that bomb plant. So cash bonus at minimum for Virtus Pro. But can they hold off in the 3-on-3?
Yeah, there's an aggressive long player by himself with the Glock.
Valde swings forward, does catch a man out in the open, but doesn't get a kill for it. Quirtz can finish off the job as Poison gets trading and gets that second headshot as well. Down to the wire stuff for TSM, but they just come up with a pistol win.
Yeah, Poison's looked incredibly clean with some of the kills that's been approaching for him. I know it's only been 6, but just the eye test of some of the jewels that's been exploited have looked very crispy. And for his sake, Jay, I mean, he wants to get back to the top. Had that little stint out in Fnatic. I think he lasted about a month before being benched. Even stood in the South African scene with Bravado recently. Not getting offers, not getting chances. Similar conversation between him and Cirque. They know that they've had it in the past, and they're looking to try and get back to it.
Part of an exclusive list of Bulgarian talents that have broken out to the international stage, unfortunately. His time in Tier 1 has long since ended.
Yeah, that first stint that he had with Complexity in the online era was just unreal. That was he was just cooking out there with Blame F and JKS. They were finding so much success in the European scene and at the higher end of Tier 1 too.
And even remember back to the Blast Premier groups, the first ever ones with the studio in London before everything went online, and even that Complexity team were able to make it to the finals off the back of that. He had his moments, and you mentioned it, he'd love to get back to that top position. Putting in the work on TSM, but has a lot more to do. VP with the bomb plant bonus have forced to buy into 2 rifles. AK on Externazera, Galil on Shady. SMG and Tech9's also in play for the A-hit.
It doesn't feel like a force buy when there hasn't been a contact for, what, a good minute 10? And there's been nothing. Some distraction of util out here on B, and that's been it. A lazy clear out there to lane as well.
Now the FAMAS lines up a couple of kills for Zyphon. Only gets away with one of them. Poison's there to get the lineup. Casualties in the end. 2 kills to him. PT50 pulled out against Kushmi, who just dropped the man, but Valde takes him right back. See if they can recover that AK and recover that M4 if possible. No, just the AK stays in. So a little bit of damage taken there by TSM, but VP did force to buy. They didn't get a bomb plant. They didn't get a round win, so no follow-up round here for 15.
And the scariest prospect is that you had a 5-0. Your 6th round was a 1v1 from Externazera, and could that be it? This is your map pick. You're going into a punish out on Nuke. You're going into an uncomfortable map in the pool for you. We need to see more from VP Prodigy. TSM, they'll be looking to just continue this round streak and get away with probably a single-digit opposition scoreline at the end of Ancient.
Could well do so. Zyphon especially inserting himself with the SMG. Does get X-Zero to start, but something does take him back. So 1-for-1 responsives and now an MP9 to play with for the T side. It's not much in comparison though. And long-range duels can be taken. Aim punch be a problem without the Kevlar brought in, of course. Difficult stances no matter what you do here for VP. TSM, unless they really bottle a couple of headshots, and the Deagles should be in with number 9.
Quirtz jiggling down to look to elbow. As soon as he sees contact, that's when he can tuck himself in. He's actually going to see quite a lot on this wide swing. And yep, get out of there!
Flash face provides support for Volde, whose AK now might become a target here for the T side. He's continuing to fight aggressive, but Joel comes in with support alongside Quirtz, and the Eagles can clap back. SMG does get himself a bit of a payday. He's that one more pick back on the last man. Volde finally gets his licks in. Joel with a triple though. Cash available now for TSM as they go in against the gun buy of VP.
And for Joel, he's one of those players, when you consider what we've seen so far in Ancient, I actually don't even think he's had a great game. I think he's been quite average. That's not normally what we expect from him, and that's the scariest prospect, because when he starts to show his true star potential, that's when you just get bombed out of series. The last 3 months, in terms of stats, I'll give you the ratings of all 5 players. Joel's been averaging a 1.32, Quirtz is at 1.02, Valde's at 1.01, Zyphon's at 0.98, and Poison's at 0.93. It is the Joel show in pretty much every single best of 3 they play.
Even though he is top fragging at the moment, TSM have had their impact spread apart. He's on the M4 now, one of 4 key staple rifles in play for this buy-up, one of which is an AK on Volde. VP took attack and then followed it up immediately after the fact with a second one in a row. Because they must recognize the importance of this round, Dweg.
Well, in my eyes, for VP, you lose this round, you lose the series. I know it's only map 1, and we've still got Nuke, but you have to be taking Ancient in this one. If you are the underdogs, you have to be striving. And I look at the scenario with the AKs being involved, with not even Poison on the AWP yet, of course. For TSM, if they come through in round number 16, that series wrapped up for me.
Yeah, you mentioned Nuke being a punish pick for TSM. We haven't seen enough of it from VP on the HLTV levels to justify any sort of returning opportunities, unless they've got like a million pocket strats and somehow the presence of mind to catch TSM getting complacent, which I doubt they will. Very important round to their whole best of 3, and by extension, their whole qualifier. 3 to the good right now on the CT basis. The AK revealing himself up top of red. Something's going to keep himself protected. Does not want to evade, or doesn't want to catch that headshot.
Well, last round, we had Joel quite aggressively into that cubby corner with the lazy check from VP. Now we've got something similar where they're taking lane, but they're actually being silent about it. They're not making noise out here.
Haven't seen anything of VP as of yet, but that might come up to their potential unless Quirtz starts to get a bit greedy. And I say a bit greedy when he's extended by about 2 feet, but that's enough to get the opening kill for VP.
Yeah, he's in a position where he has to just keep fighting there. Just kind of search for some information, catch players repositioning, catch players coming out with util. Not having a teammate to play on the crossfire means that VP can get the opening kill pretty easily.
Joel and Valde set up on defensive. Smokes coming in against Joel. Eventually the one towards short will allow Valde at least to get in towards cave, but suppressed in the center of the bomb site where the bomb is about to commit towards a smoke in. Over at ramp will try and keep them at bay for the time being. This fight all important, and Volde is going to win it out. Now the T's are lined up, damage being done so much to the forward individual, and Joel and Poison hold their nerve. Damage done, all players look to fall on VP. Extended Zera with a couple back though with his trades from earlier. It's now all left onto Zyphon. HP advantage of the 1 versus 1. Jump face, nade evaded, open plant. AK hears him coming, and the SMG can win out that fight. Disallow even the money bonus for VP. And hold number 10 for TSM.
It is like I'm watching actual VP. I mean, they get an opening kill, there's 30 seconds on the clock, And they're still slow playing it. They still have not committed to that B-site extent. That was such an easy round for TSM. Literally just pummel your util down towards ramp. It forces a kind of hesitation for a moment. They need to try and pop off at the back of it. And then Zyphon just knows in that 1v1, play util, you're going to win the rounds.
Exactly what he did. Now the Academy squad have a hero AK to try and recover their position. Set onto Dushka. Over on the lurk, the main T side Force with the upgraded pistols will try and act out over on the A side. Zyphon's AK is ready to receive him. Seeing the utility coming down, gonna call for backup at some point soon, I'd imagine. Molotov sent his direction, lines up two in the midst of the fire and the flames. Joel will fall out to one trade over on the other side of the map, but the site here is still being contested. Xdanazera, knowing about his Dushka, is going to drop. Tech9 taps, do some damage towards Zyphon. He'll protect himself with a smoke. Skushby will get poison at the back lines of the site. He is also low. Xdanazera with a lot of pressure on his own belt, and with those casualties, they will try and fall out. The bomb has been picked up by Dennis, and he's hurled to the rotate.
Valde instantly repositioning, and he'll attempt his way to get out to the B site. I can't see this being a likelihood, though. I'm very surprised if he's even able to get out of the B doors here.
You see the rotation's heavy now. Valde is in a lane. Xdanazera needs to win the perfect headshot. Not going to happen. Two more to go for TSM. 5 to the good on their own part. At least the gun buy can be afforded by VP. That was just a hero half by round. But this will be their last true chance to get anything out of Ancient.
And you actually do notice a lot of the Academy teams try and replicate playstyles of their main team. They try and kind of work the same map pools. Big Academy are obviously the most prime example of that. Just pretty much structurally being exactly the same. Working same advantages with the instabans and the map picks. For VP Prodigy, we're getting a lot of similarities in the playstyle to their main team. Very slow, very happy to run the clock. But even with that in mind, it hasn't looked successful. It's actually looked very uncomfortable for the Academy team.
It's always going to be a concern. Xdanazera, though. A concern for TSM as he strikes first and foremost. Galil now being tested by the M4. Didn't get checked all the way, now has been seen. Quirts might get faced upon by two. Only the one man is required for that kill. And Joel and Zyphon are the last two players that remain. So VP have caught TSM quite off guard here. Spray back, trade good for one of the CT side. Nothing more. B side's open.
Now that round comes down to just that multi-frag in mid. Simply, that is the boundary, I would say. Xdanazera comes out elbow, gets 2 kills. For TSM, you want to be on the front foot. You want to be trying to take info players away. You want to try and catch players off guard, recover the round. But that 5v3, that stance was everything. And when I've kind of reflected upon the impact rounds I've seen from VP Prodigy, it has been pretty much Xdanazera, and that's it. He was involved with the 1v1 clutch that got them the rifle round for their 6th, and now involved in their first rifle round here in the second half.
Top frag of his team's board and keeping them away from the map point of TSM. The grind back to overtime is going to be tough. There's a major deficit that they've got to deal with. At least the CT side will be up on upgrade pistols alone. The Eagle of Valde, first man forward in main, being watched upon by something. Doesn't quite spot the timing though. Slow approach as per usual on the T side, establishing themselves in mid and at lane. Joel's hoping that Zeus can get a kill from close. Has to wait for them to come to him though.
This is an angle where, from the T perspective, when you're coming out from Cheetah, unless you almost crouch and tuck to the right-hand side and look directly left, it is so difficult to spot. So a lot of ecos, you're going to see Zeus's in this position because it's such a great angle for a 1-for-1 to get that first kill, and then for the AK to be at your feet to pick it up and try and keep fighting.
Minute to work with.
Info play A. This is actually well timed from Valde.
Yeah. doesn't force for a second player on the A side defense to rotate and be the fourth man of the B play. Instead, the smokes come in, which should telegraph exactly what's going on. We'll see how much Volde can get out of this backstab as Quads does land onto something. His deagle straight through the smoke. Now there's a player on the center of the bomb site. The USP are poisoned to try and strike Joel. Does get shady elsewhere. There's an AK to work with. And now we're down to 2 on the defensive as Quads does get overwhelmed. Bomb plant can be secured safely, but Volde closes in the pincers evermore. Catching one, looking for the second, thrown off by aim punch. And now it's Joel and Zyphon again.
Oh, this is very workable. Joel's going to try and get on the other side of the smoke.
21 HP, backs a ton, and he does so much to extend his era, but the T side comes out with the kill and the advantage. Zyphon is all that remains. Bomb planted open, and T side set for the crossfire. AK at his feet, can try pick that up. Adjustment to the Eagle, only good for damage, not good for the kill, and VP hang in there.
Yikes. That is rough. That is really rough. TSM had what? 1 deagle? It might have been 2 deagles. I think Zyphon had a deag, Quirts had a deag, and Joel had a Zeus. And they almost win the round. That was so nearly complete collapse. Very good effort there from Quirts to just keep working off of that bait on the site directly to peek out from that long smoke. And then for Joel to try and work as much with that AK as possible. Yeah, that's a real scary round.
Three to the good. The gap is starting to close, and if VP find a resurgence here and now, and TSM found their resurgence in the first half the same, we show off how streaky this game has been. Rifles set in for the TSM squad as per standard. The AWP are poisoned. The M4s on everybody else. Volde with his set in towards mid as NAVI forced to back off with a utility that was thrown out. Prodigy continue working their way forward. Continue to hold their nerve. M4 of Joel presses on the molly set. Dwushka with the kill on Quirts, looking for a next man as well, and Shady's going to catch Zyphon through the smoke all the same.
This aggressive approach not working out at all. Even Joel getting caught off guard. And TSM go into the next rifle round, and they want to take aggressive duels. They want to work down from ramp and up there to top lane. But it just doesn't work out at all, so should be an instant save from this point onwards. And it might be actually quite harsh for both of these rifles to save in.
Especially as they are going for the hunt. Kushmi will at least be aware of one player. Gets the kill against him. And the last man, the AWP. Footstep per. Now they can get that bomb plant, and then they can hunt for the last man of the CT side. Take all cash away from Poison and Co. This will be a disastrous loss for TSM, and a ninth that will be guaranteed for VP.
Well, I don't see any way that this AWP saves in. The double play in from main, the wraparound in through Temple, and the time still left on the bomb. He's going down for sure.
Taking a fight. Oh, what a shot on something. Flick against Shady, not fast enough. Indeed, the AWP goes out of play. No money left in the tank for TSM. Lost bonus still not stacked up to max. A little bit more of how he fought these fights and how much he tried to do, but ultimately unsuccessful in doing so. And unsuccessful to follow in round 21. There is not going to be much of a buy here. Upgrade pistols, and that is it.
In fairness, their last eco was very successful. For TSM, they might have to look at the next rifle round being a little bit more defensive, not going for those aggressive approaches down from lane. VP Prodigy looked as if they were pretty much locked out of this best of 3 series, but they're still fighting on here in map number 1.
Push forward to Joel, cut down by something very quickly. The execution will follow suit. Mac 10 in, sees the boost, spray back on both players, doing damage, and eventually, alongside Dwushka, both those guys will fall. Something gets Volde elsewhere, and Zyphon 1 versus 5, mowed through by VP Prodigy. Be number 10 to the T-side board, TSM. You're right about that rifle round. It's going to have to be a change of pace, a complete turnaround, go back to what worked. Because nothing's working right now, and this will be their last chance to hold on to a lead.
I mean, that's probably a stretch, right? I think it's been only 4 rounds in a row, and only 2 of them have been rifle rounds. So, yes, it's been a successful streak, but we also haven't seen a huge amount in this second half. For VP Prodigy, this is still them in a position where pressure's still going to be on their backs to at least tie up the scoreline. Now, if they can close round 22, you'd expect them to try and take a lead to go up 12-11.
Mac 10 on Cushby with no helmets on the TSM side, so that could be a dangerous weapon if they're not careful. Poison's again going to aggress, but takes so much damage in the early round here. TSM, yes, they might not have faced that many rifle buy-ups or had much in terms of the money state, but scoreline hits 13, it hits 13. And this map will be done when TSM was so close to closing it in one-sided fashion. Press towards mid, doesn't see anything as of yet. VP, passive on their own defaults.
Oh, this should be an easy pick from Poison. Aggressive approach into elbow, just a single jiggle or a walk-in contact and he's going to get a freebie. This is a lot of map territory being gained. They have all of mid, so the only options that VP Prodigy have is lane or outside of A main. Time is ticking. It's still incredibly silent.
Upset. Utility scene. Smoke and Molly combo. Flash support, but Poison sees nothing. It does bait in the AWP shot, so you know where it is.
This is going to be an A fake. This is going to be an over-rotate of the B players and try and work out B. Joel and Quirtz, do they over-rotate with this fake from something?
They've got Zyphon there in mid, who might be the main man to try and hold it. The smoke's set. Two players out on the A defense, going to hold their nerve. TSM will hold their nerve. 20 seconds, VP. Oh, the timing couldn't be any better as Poison receives 2 kills, but Volde has been caught in trade, and they think it has to be the A play. They think wrong as Shady strikes and the bomb goes down.
Those over-rotations hurting harshly. Dwoshka out here too long. Might even receive another flash from his teammate to keep peeking.
Orpa Poison ready with his teammate. I set, shot rings out blinded, but doesn't connect onto Dushka. TSM set to the back. Stalex then is ever going to deal with Zyphon, and just like that, Poison and Quirtz are out of there. The timing was everything, and they timed it to perfection. VP Prodigy will equalize.
And for Poison, he's actually put in a very good defensive on that A side. He's got both of the kills of the players that are just trying to fake the bomb side, but the B players just start shifting. They smoke off ramp. It's a very uncomfortable round for VP Prodigy. There was not a lot of time left on that. TSM were just pulled into a false sense of security of that over-rotation. Incredible that the A players don't find that much success, and yet still they're able to push them over.
Dead set evens. TSM will scrape together as much of a buy as they can. Rifles in on both sides. VP played them like a fiddle in that last round as Volde tries to get ahead of the game, tries to get that opening kill advantage, and he's so wary of the T-side defaults. The aggression coming into the CT forces has allowed a bit of map control to come in, but VP have played away from their contact. No casualties against them early.
TSM have consistently taken map territory away in the majority of gun rounds in the second half, and VP Prodigy are quite happy to run the clock and play defensive. Start retaking lane, working out from mid. Poison will have to receive a flash from the B doors for him to get forced off of the angle.
A little over a minute. Molly set, the Orpa Poison tries to fall away. All sorts of util thrown back. Good counter flash from the likes of Volde that does keep the mid control from establishing for VP Prodigy, but they're still going to rotate back and establish their execution. This time, all 5 players set into A.
Zyphon's still got a smoke, so he can either smoke himself out to default when the molly comes in, or work a timing where he re-smokes off A main.
The Marsorp combination. Time so low. That smoke so well timed by Zyphon, because he's going to see that utility coming in from the T-side basis and recognize it has to be an A hit or it might be a fake. They're so wary about that. Here they come. Upset kill found from our spray on the second player. Poison does get overwhelmed as Zyphon reduces the man advantage by numbers. Xenazera finally gets his pick in. The plant will be secured, but it's a man advantage for TSM on the retake, and Quirtz is already making his way forward to catch catch Kushmi off unawares of Extendazera and his AWP versus 3. He's caught that first, and that second turns back for the third and knows exactly where the last player is. But Volde wins out the clutch and finally gets TSM to map point.
And for VP Prodigy, while they've been running the clock consistently low, Jay, that round it hurts them the harshest. As soon as that smoke comes into A main, you can see the panic, the hesitation. They have to try and work that HE, they have to flash forward, and the A players have done so well there for TSM. Poison's got 2 kills on the other side of that donut smoke, and then the FAMAS from Zyphon's already got 1. Anytime both of your A players are multiing up, you know that round is going to be yours. Yes, there's a good sequence there from Extendazera to try and recover a 1 versus 3, but you just know that that round is very unwinnable. A TSM work that entire round off of the basis of that re-smoke.
And the pocket tack called in by TSM.
To be fair to them, the economy's still ruined.
AWP 2 M4s for Martin SMG. Lost 4 players in that previous round, working off the loss bonus up until this point, and now converted the victory.
I would say at least you got the AWP. The AWP's had, what, 4 kills in the last 2 rounds? Poison's had back-to-back multis.
Might become the impact element once again for TSM, the man of the moment. And the thing that finally pushes them past the finish line on map 1. VP Prodigy have 1 tack of their own right that they can call in.
I'm wondering if they go in for something really quick, something really pacey, because that could actually throw TSM off completely. We know that it's been so slow. We have not seen that pace changer. We've not seen that accelerated round. They also have to be under the assumption that the buy is going to be weak, that there's going to be a lack of incendiaries, there's going to be limitations on the rifles, and that's why Quirtz has gone down to an MP9 just to get the full belt or util, to get that incendiary, the HE, the smoke, and the flash out.
Round advantage for TSM for now, but 1 more left in regulation for VP to take us to OT. But the AWP pin on Shady to slow walk his way up. Main initial take of mid has again been established by TSM. Dushka. They're going to fade the smoke. Their backs will be turned. They might think that they're completely safe. The AWP are watching, turning away, looking back. Oh, what a quick scope that was.
Now, Poison could transition that AWP fast out to the A side because noise is being made. Zyphon's got so much info and a TK comes out of main.
And the M4 of Volde does get 1-for-1 trades back. Extendazera trying to make amends for taking his own teammate, admittedly assisted by the CT forces. Poison now waiting for his teammates to come in and set for the retake. Molly sent for Mars swing, sees his man out in the open. The AWP caught for damage. And in the backline, second player is known about now. Poison can make his way up as Joel gets that pick back. Shady versus 3, caught off by the AWPer, and TSM nearly bottled it at the end, but still pushed it over to the first map win. At 13-11, they take Ancient.
Poison has just had back-to-back-to-back multi-frag rounds, Jay. That was fantastic from him. Anytime you're able to produce 6 kills in 3 rounds, you know you're going to be a difference maker. You know you're going to be the winning element. And that first kill out from lane, look at how different that round could have been if that timing of the smoke goes the other direction, if the AWP does get caught off guard and gets punished.
Yeah, wonderful scenes from him. He was the guy, as you mentioned, the difference maker for TSM. Top of the board, rightfully so. Just so much being put on by his own part. His impact rating must be off the charts at the moment because he was the guy. He was the man that got the X factor, right? Sometimes we say so much that the winning element is not who gets the most kills, but who has that X factor moment, and that certainly applied to the AWP towards the tail end of that map up. 13-11 though. VP put in a shift when they got that momentum streak going. They really didn't let it go.
Yeah, they did, but it's underwhelming. Anytime you get a map like that for an underdog, you feel as if you've blown your opportunity in the series. You're coming here, you're playing up against not the highest levels of Tier 2 teams in this exact matchup, but just in the bracket overall, you've got to take your chances. And knowing that that map was winnable and it hasn't been won, that's going to hurt even more. And you could see it that Shady, he was almost looking distraught at the end of that round because they knew it should have at least been overtime. It should have been our map victory, and it doesn't happen. happen. It doesn't come through for the Academy squad.
Yeah, streak heavy stuff for VP. Yes, we didn't see that many rifle rounds out of TSM when they were losing and on the advantages and the number of rounds that they were getting in a row on the VP Prodigy side. But you are right, like those are your chances, those are your ways to make your way in it and get the scoreline above anything else to your favor. And they were just so close to doing it, but not quite enough. Their home territory pick falls down. Dwayne, as you said as well, the second and third maps don't bode all that well for the Academy team.
No, they don't. And for Poison, it does put into question just how much impact he's going to have come that map too. Because I would say first half, fairly average. Beginning of the second half, didn't see much. And then just explosion at the end. Also for Joel, didn't have the best of games. This always screams volumes to me. If the players that I'm watching out for aren't performing, and yet they're still getting the victory, that is actually a larger positive for me. I then look and reflect on the next games of the series and say, once we should get our star players more involved, that's where the team, in theory, should be even stronger.
Yeah, I mean, even though he is the top end, he was one of the top guys in terms of the score, the scoreboard, right? In terms of top fragging, I think that the impact wasn't as staunch for Joel as it was for some of the other players in server. Again, like a Poison, right? So he did his job when he needed to do so, and again, it is very encouraging because if we see that X factor a bit more from his AK, from his M4, then that means that TSM have a much higher ceiling to hit in this best of 3.
100%. And that's the ceiling they need to hit if they want to upset teams in this entire bracket. If they want to get closer to the conversation of being one of the teams that could make it to the LAN, we need to see that X factor. We saw across the board for TSM a very good recovery in that first half, and it was a defining factor. I mean, when you're down 0-5, you're using a couple of tacticals, you know that if you're not getting 5 to 6 rounds, it could just be over from that point onwards. So to get it to 6 to 6, it was the impact that was necessary to close out this map.
We just think about the fact that it probably could have been closer to a 7-5 or even more so from the VP Prodigy side at the tail end of that half. And given the fact that they went down to 13 to 11, that actually could have been the thing that tipped him over towards their favor, right? If they just had a little bit more on their CT basis, then maybe they could have been the winners of this map.
And for VP Prodigy, again, their playstyle on T side, it is so tantalizing slow. It is just running the clock to an extreme minimum, and those last couple of rounds, TSM started to get more of a feel on how they wanted to work against that timing. They were constantly exploiting mid, exploiting lane, getting re-smokes down, holding on to util, and I want to see more pace changes from them. I know obviously it's still 11 rounds being gained, but from what I saw on that T side, you're only looking at realistically 2 rifle rounds being won. It's just too slow for me. I need to see more adaptation from them on this second map.
Yeah, they were able to catch TSM off guard a couple of times, but it wasn't enough times that, to really get the whole map under their wraps. I mean, you see round 22 right here. That was that rotation that was timed so awkwardly there from TSM, and VP can use those a couple of times, but now TSM have cottoned onto that. They know, they understand what's going on. They understand how VP are going to play against them, and they'll be able to adjust for that, especially on a map which is now their own pick, which is a bit more of a punish against VP. I don't think that slow style is going to be as effective come map 2.
Well, at least the positive has to be X-Dedicera. He played incredibly well. He was involved in clutch scenarios, late rounds. He was involved with, I remember one round when he came out elbow on the T side and just got a 5v3, got a multi-frag instantly. He was, I would say, the only reason that game was probably as close as it was. He was defining rounds, he was winning rounds, and without his star level of impact, it would not have been as close as it is.
Maybe a bit more future success in VP Prodigy would be harnessing him as a key star element, or to bolster around him, or just to, I hate to use the term get more out of him, because the fact of the matter is that he was probably the best player on VP Prodigy in that last map up, but like to find some way to harness that star power and potential and use it to turn these maps to the 13-11 in their own favor, to get a bit more control and to establish more prominence over the teams that they have to face against the likes of TSM. But that sort of focus on in map number 2. Nuke is coming up next. It is the pick of the international squad. So as we head towards our short break, we'll find out whether VP Prodigy can do all that and more when we return.
Últimamente nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con él. Pues nos fuimos, y yo el ave, campo otra vez, tiro lino. Ya lo sabes, antes de ayer lo dijimos. Y si nos vamos, de nadie nos despedimos. Villa el ave, había un coche que lo limos. No lo saben, pero hace 5 dimos. Nena, por tu forma de hablar, intuyo que nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con él.
so suddenly. You're poison the air I breathe. But if you don't hate me, then why would you break me? Feel it in my bones. I'm about to lose control. Only so much.
A streaky battle from the boys of Pro Prodigy, but they weren't able to tip it past the finish line against TSM on their own map pick. Ancient falls to the favour of the international squad, and now we look towards TSM and their pick of a Nuke coming up in a moment's time. Now, before the break, Dwayne, you did give some positives over to the VP Prodigy, particularly Extenazero, who I have to say, after a performance like that, has got to be a player to watch out for VP going forward.
He was closing a lot of rounds. He was putting up multi-frags, and it hurts. When you drop nearly 30 in reg and you're not closing the game, it's just, come on, guys. Why aren't I getting a bit of a helping hand? For Extenazera, he is obviously going to be the go-to guy to watch in map number 2 now.
Yeah, 100%. Like, if he pops off like that, and even just the basis of getting the man advantages, VP Prodigy can work off of that basis and try and utilize some sort of advantages over the TSM squad, because we saw how many times they were caught off guard over the course of that Ancient. My key concern is always the fact that it's a very different map. Ancient is very much flat, and Nuke is a punish pick, of course, for the TSM squad, and we know how they can deal with VP, right? Again, they've got a good read on what the playstyle they're bringing to the table is, and I feel like that the slow passive style, especially on a map like Nuke, where it is so map control heavy, especially on taking outside and establishing that lower bomb site, like that's going to be something that's a key problem, I think, for VP. I don't know if they're going to be able to deal with that.
It's going to be very tough. Now, we have to be a bit delusional to think that this is going to be a stomp. I mean, anytime you go 13-11 on map number 1, we know it's going to be competitive. We know that there's going to be some fight. It's just that it probably should be a 2-0. For VP Prodigy, they haven't played this map on HLTV at all this year, and we're getting closer to moving into April. So that already speaks volumes to just, it doesn't come out. And for TSM, they've come in with a punish. They've come in with a showing on Ancient where they probably weren't satisfied with their performance. They'll be happy with the end result. They'll be happy with getting away with a win. But with the way the first few rounds of the game went, with how close some of them were in the second half as well, they'll look to get more comfortable. They'll look to go into Nuke and show us a better showing than what was out there on Ancient.
Yeah, just to get that more confidence on their board, right? I mean, look, they showed that during the more like substantive rounds in the rifles, they can prove themselves to counteract the streaks that were coming up there from the VP Prodigy side. So something to really focus on will be when those guns come out and whether they can continue to connect the streaks that they had from the likes of Ancient. So again, a lot of things that VP need to do. At least they are on a CT side start. So a good opening half could prove to be a positive platform to work from, but I don't doubt it's going to be difficult for them. Pistols going live on our second map of the day.
TSM looking to strike this opening series of this afternoon with a 2-0 beginning fast. Outside with pretty much everyone for TSM.
Dry walk contact as well. No smokes involved as of yet. I've got one onto Voldo that he can use, and onto Joel the same. Poison is the man to open things up with the P250 outside the back of Red. Second headshot onto Kushmi. Very nicely done, seeing the player at AC as well. Player at Hell starting to peek forwards. The VP offering up a lot of bodies to potentially casualties on the TSM side. Something has caught Zyphon in responsive and now knows how close the T's really are towards them. TSM established a lot of map control here, and VP are pushed back.
This is very uncomfortable for VP. They're trying to fight outside. At least they've been able to deal with Poison. Valde's got a very good timing and an easy kill towards a lock, as you would expect. Sadie somehow staying alive for a portion of time and back to a 2v2.
Yeah, the Julie's on outside actually pushed over towards lobby, I believe, from Dushka, and he got 2 kills for it, so it cuts off options, including with the bomb now being dropped over towards Secret. So TSM are the ones that have to fight back.
This has been a wild round. The Julie's working out well. Quirt spotting at least one out there to the back of T-Red. There's still plenty of time on the clock to fight these CTs and regain that bomb.
That time will start to whittle down very soon, though. Have to get proactive, and you see how far forward Volde is going to try and press. Low HP in this exchange. Something didn't see the shoulder. I think Volde's aware that he's over here in this cubby, sees the head, does not get the casualty for it, focusing on the Secret player as well. Now they've got all the information that they need. A kill comes in from Dwushka against Volde, though it's all on Quirtz now. Sees the one shoulder, looks back in, something can strike, and VP recover the pistol.
Well, one player recovered the pistol. Those Julies was the only reason why that round was successful. Poison gets the 2 opening kills with the P250 at long range from the back of T-Red. They're exploiting deep outside. They're trying to get up on top of Hell. And the Julies on the lower take into Secret deny any accountability of that round for the internationals.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll give you that one. TSM No bomb plant, no force buy, down to the basic pistols, and we saw how quickly VP were able to establish dominance off the back of their pistol success. Again, they went 5 in a row at the start of Ancient. Will it be the same for the CT side of Nuke? Something has caught Joel, but took a lot of damage to the rest of the pistols, which will dive down into that B bomb site. The decon door might become a concern with Duishka's SMG, ready to try and deny any bomb plants here. Poison does get caught for it. Swing back on the carrier, deals with him, sees one player also out of the double doors angle, which Kushmi can try and deal with. Zyphon falls, Volde 1 versus 5. Might dive in to get one exit. No, he's been seen by the SMG and doesn't connect any bullets. 2-0 start.
This is now the round in which they could invest the AWP from Duishka, get it in the hands of Shady. They're going to keep it as a heavy bonus round, which opens up the horizon of either an aggressive outside with maybe an MP9 getting into Africa. They can also do a bit of a lobby crunch setup and get on the front foot, try and minimize the range of those SMGs. For TSM, though, this is where they need to try and strike in early and not allow a similar kind of scoreline.
There's guns set across the entire board of TSM. VP still rocking the bonus weapons. Something is M4 ready and waiting to receive over at the ramp entrance. Blocks him off at Trophy, cancelling the quick play and the incendiary effective.
Duishka hasn't seen anything on that vent drop either. Something needs to get some assistance from that rotation from Externizera that can come into hell.
Minute and 10 to play with. Continues to be a slow approach from TSM. And Quirts will lead them out towards this ramp control. They have got 2 players on the crossfire. Smokes coming in at the right timing, though, will siphon off these T-side players. Will they want to commit off the back of this? Will Quirts want to fall back and regroup? Decisions to be made. It seems like it will be the forward face.
Something just needs to get away with a 1-for-1 trade, get that first, try and get damage on the second before that rotation comes through. Poison with the opener, and Duishka's been able to peer into lobby, but Joel's already fought that rotation out from hell.
Shady now downstairs in the observation window, gets 2 kills for it. An advantage regained by VP. The flank from Volde does get caught off as well by Kushmi. Poison with a full-blown catch to make happen. Does line up 2 unawares of the third player. Duishka, oh, he made noise. Now Poison knows needs the headshot. Perfect! And that's exactly what he gets for the 4K in the 1-on-3. Wonderful stuff.
I'm actually speechless. I don't know how that round has been won from Poison. They open up double door and swing together, and somehow he transfers to get 2. And then Duishka just makes noise out there at ramp. Oh my, that should have been a sitter of a retake for VP Prodigy. That is a mad round from Poison.
Unreal. Just bonus weapons for VP, though. They can buy back and try and answer back to TSM. Swing setup as Externizera gets involved early against Quirts, so starting advantage again favours the CT forces, but Zyphon trying to act out on that bomb site. Does only go 1-for-1, a 2-for-1 trade overall. Externizera wary of the dive down from the vent to the bomb carrier. He's all alone here, though. Volde needs support of his teammates. He does cross to get the plant in. The VP was set up early.
And this is actually quite promising for TSM. The double walk-in from Secret and the bomb down with the util that's left. While it's a man advantage, this is going to be a tough retake for VP Prodigy.
Orpa Shady leaning in. Smokes will clear past Decon. He'll realise that nobody's out here. At least should be able to read onto that. Something coming in, making a fair amount of noise. Decon does get close, and they would have spotted that, but how can they call against it? Duishka does find Poison. Now Joel and Volde. Galil's left in play. Joel gets one of them. Volde goes down. The defuse has been denied, and Joel, his Glock is pulled out as Externizera trying to get back on the defuse here. The AWP looking for his pick. Will grab him, but the round goes up in smoke for VP as TSM take 2.
And the rounds that I'm looking at from VP Prodigy, Jay, they aren't giving me a lot of faith on Nuke. It looks very hesitant. It looks very chaotic. Right there in a 2v1, you just need to be getting onto the bomb. Now, obviously, Joel is playing a very good distraction, and he's got eyes on from that double doors. But in that 2v1, there is pure pandemonium down there at the lower bomb site. It's just everything is going on. And for TSM, this is now 2 rounds in a row. You've reset the economy. Now you can try and work a bit of a lead. I mean, look at this. You've got 3 players force buying and 2 players that aren't buying.
SMG trying to get involved very early for Kushmi as the fast rush comes out from TSM and the rifles just mow through them all. Quirtz with 2, Zyphon and Joel. Joel with the SMG upgrading to an M4, rightfully so. Ripped apart was VP in that exchange, and a solid follow-up from TSM will set them back to a harsher eco status on the CT side.
And the more rounds I witness here on Nuke, the only avenue is that what I'm thinking of is, what about map number 1? What if it could have been closed? How much of a different circumstance we would have been looking at, that there would have been more potential here for VP Prodigy in this best of 3 series. And that is always going to be the conflicting argument, is that when you're the underdog and you haven't taken your chances, are all your chances just gone?
Well, no chances for Shady to start off this round. Caught outside very early by Poison. Upgrade pistols at the best here for VP. If these Deagles can land some headshots, but it's just minimum for round number 6. It should be a pretty easy affair for TSM to establish themselves and look towards those guns more so. The focus for the Academy squad. Scout on X-Denizero, I believe, picked up off of Shady's casualty. PT50 still trying to fight back, and just tracers go all over the place. Nothing in this round.
Not at all. TSM have got a lot of space to work with, and for VP Prodigy, 1 exit from lobby might be nice. Just to try and chip away at the economy. The last thing that you want is to have a bit of a round streak coming in where it's 4 alive, 5 alive, mass players, where TSM are getting players closer to 10k, where it pretty much means you need to win 3, maybe even 4 rifle rounds in a row to be able to kind of reset them. And when you're already going into round 7, you know that there aren't that many more rounds to work with in this first half.
There's 4 on the trot for TSM, and the last 2 of which have been all 5 alive scenarios. Cash basis looking good for TSM as a result. Still rocking the M4 on Joel and the Galil for Volday just as bonus weapons, because why not? Got money for days, and they can still work with these weapons all the same. They've proven it so far in this matchup. Orp is in Bashady over on the VP camp with the M4s out. As a further point of credit to the M4 and the Galil, only 1 player has a helmet on VP. Quirtz working outside control.
This M4 in from the door, just keeping the eyes on the resmokes that can come down. And for TSM, they were quite happy to have some pace changes out on the T side of Ancient, to have some slower maneuvers, but also some quicker plays. A very different play style than the VP that was just constantly running clock. Out in secret, a 1-for-1 trade is going to be necessary.
Smokes to cross, all emphasis now on X-Denizero, who's been a fantastic player. He does find Joel, but does get overwhelmed with the trades. Kushmi very fast to dive down the vents and try and hold some sort of presence here. Set ahead of the decon stairs. The flashbangs will keep him at bay, but no action from TSM off the back of it.
Yeah, they're faking lower, now they're faking upper. This is very pulling of the rotations, very manipulative in this round. They're trying to get an over-rotation to lower, and for the moment, the CTs don't really know what's actually happening.
Flashes up, M4 swings, spray through on Volday, trying to catch Quirtz for that headshot. Dives back to a 3 versus 3. HP is not great for TSM, though, so might get a bit more awkward when it comes to engagement. Shady's Orb's going to need 1 shot, 1 kill anyway. Doesn't seem that small dip in the smoke, and despite landing Quirtz, he got something off the back of the quick peek at a headshot. Zyphon's going to get Dushka elsewhere, and Shady's Orb is all that's left for the retake.
He kind of needs to go for this, but he kind of needs to save. That's that's a position that no one wants to be in a 1v2 with the Orb.
Yeah, you're right about that. The impossible decision to make for Shady. But he does opt for the safer call. Keep the Orb in for the next round. TSM. Game number 5, and money's too well built for the 3 casualties to matter in the short term. First quarter going their way. Second quarter starting off in their own advantage, and they are looking to try and get to minimum 6 on T side very early here. These 5 rounds been won in a straight streak for TSM.
And we were having a chat yesterday, Jay, a discussion about the kind of percentage of upset on a map. Do you want to ask me what my percentage would be in this current climate of taking Nuke if you are VP Prodigy?
I mean, I imagine it's going to be low, but sure, let's entertain the conversation. Go on.
I would say about 10% right now. They've been simply outclassed on the gun rounds. That round for TSM, I mean, man, they're hitting lower. They've got a player that literally walked outdoor, got into vent undetected out to the single door, and then they're faking lower, they're driving rotations, and then they go back up vent. Yeah, I'd say about 10% right now. It is a low marker.
A tactical was taken by VP to try and change those percentages. Again, they have the AWP in play to the follow-up round, but the concern is the money on Prodigy. 3 pistols, 1 SMG to back it all up. Shady's going to try and dive out of the way and really headshots look for the first kill. Flash is sent, and Poison just wins the fight with a rifle.
Well, the more I'm seeing from Poison, the more encouraged I'm being about him on this team. Once more, we've seen him in, I believe, 1 best of 3 and 2 best of 1s. And that's it. He has not played many games for TSM.
Oh, Twushka, hang on a second. What is this? They have got their backs turned. So many to line up. I thought they'd turn their backs in the end. They'll get rid of the AWP, and he will catch off Poison. Advantage taken. What more can he gain from this insertion point? Not much, as Zyphon, Quirtz, and Droll will just turn things back. But, geez, that got a little bit dicey. The firepower just not there for VP in the setups. 3 remain alive for TSM as they hit 6.
I can guarantee if he has an MP9 there, probably gets 2. If he has a rifle, an AK or an M4, probably gets 3. It's the difference of the weapon you've got in that scenario. With that kind of range of the 5.7, it's tough to multi. It's not easy, because as soon as you strike, they're going to be very quick to put emphasis on you. They're going to be very quick to try and swing back from T-Red. And for VP Prodigy, they are running out of lifelines. This may be a pivotal one late in the first half.
Zyphon, first man forward for contact. Did see the shoulder of the player over at ramp, and you can see a lot of pressure against the likes of something. The Incendiary is going to block them away, but he peeks ahead into Zyphon's headshot, immediately start things off, and made it to accelerate pace right into that B-bomb site.
Now, the opening kills are quite frequent at the moment. Players are over-rotatingly massive to the lower bomb site.
Molly's down. Vivalde does get caught off, but Quirt's so fast to respond. Another CT now down from the vents. Kushmi with a lot of work to do. Plant should be secure because they have that B-bomb site. Could be a chance to deny with the double doors. He's a little bit late to try and pop it open with a nade, and the man escapes with the smoke anyway. So 3 versus 3, making it 2 as Zyphon does get caught in the end.
Quirtz is in a strong position, and Poison is actually seeing nothing from ramp, so that's the tell that everyone's going to be coming down from the doors.
Quirtz has heard the footsteps. Going in for the challenge. Isolates 1. I think he saw that second player on transition away, but isolates that pick back anyways. Poison does get caught by Shady's Orb. 1-on-1. It's all on Quirtz regardless, unawares of how close he is at the edge of the smoke. The Molotov coming out towards the site. Should still find the defuse anyway. 3rd on the board of Prodigy as they finally end this 6-round streak.
At that round, there were a couple of elements that didn't go right for TSM. First off, Joel on the lurk outside got caught. You have, what was it, Valde that just got off of the bomb and tried to transition into dark. He's just been spammed. He's just on the edge of the smoke out there from the double doors. Kill comes back in for the 3v3, and then Poison, who's trying to cut a rotate from hell or from lobby into ramp, doesn't get anything either. They all swing in together from doors. Decent effort there from Quirtz to the tail end, but just not to be.
Despite that victory for VP, they're still having to work with 2 SMGs on the rebuy. One of the M4s just got taken out with a straight AWP shot. This gets picked up by Kushmi, known towards the open vent corner. Meanwhile, diagonal smoke seem to get set up towards outside. One of them set in, actually just might be the play in towards Mini, the likes of Joel. Kushmi might not be expecting this at all. Molly sent nades and flash to try suppress them as the T's look towards this upper split. Wary of the contact, damage being done towards the player in the open. Bushka is also holding his nerve at the open entrance. Kill on the first. AWP at close quarters gets overwhelmed. Kushmi comes up with 2 of his own, and Zyphon will finally trade back, but he's got 3 more fights to win, and rightfully getting down to that B-bomb site.
Waiting for the reposition to come from one of those outside players down from Secret. Rotation from ramp is quick for the AWP, Shady.
Teammates to try and follow suit back of Vent's plant should be tapped once. Zyphon can hear the footsteps to the left-hand side. AWP expecting him to overextend, but he's tapping to draw out even more fights from Decon. Flash sent, doesn't catch him blinded, and he only gets away with 1 pick anyway. Something very fast to respond, and VP 2 on the trot.
It's another round, unfortunately, for TSM, where if they had double rifles in there at hut, if they had 2 AKs is what I mean, that round is just a 1-for-1 trade against the SMG. This is such an awkward position because the AWP is looking at heaven, waiting for that reposition, waiting for that run out to come into the bomb site directly. And transitioning that AWP at that range almost into what is a face-to-face fight, you're just never going to win it. So MP9 was in a good pause.
For VP, they are whittling down TSM bit by bit. By the end of the half, they should have a slightly more broken bye, assuming they win round 11. Prodigy finally finding a couple of answers and clapping back against TSM. But how much more will they gain? Can they get us to evens in a recovery of the half?
Zyphon working out, and Poison. This has been, I actually believe, 4 rounds in a row of opening man advantages for TSM.
In no small part to Poison's efforts. Mentioned him at the tail end of Ancient as being the impact fragger that gave TSM the map victory in the end, and opening up round 11, a very important one for them to take. Shady's Orb seeing nothing, meanwhile over towards ramp. These side players trying to contact against Dushka, expecting him to be fast out of the gate, but Zyphon just prodding for info and forcing him to make mistakes. His teammates continue to walk outside.
Well, this round is pretty much already over, just with the space being exploited, with the late lurk at lower, with the distraction that can come in from Hut. This is a clean round for TSM.
No one's watching heaven. Kushman will finally get back, then start to account for it alongside his teammates on default. Spray through from Volde. Kushman can get one pick back, but Volde deals with him all the same. 2 left standing on the CT side. 1 coming in from Trophy, 1 coming up from the B bomb site, assuming he can even make it up through the vents, which doesn't seem all that plausible now. 4 versus 2 post plant. This is TSM taking the half.
And just from a pure fundamentals point of view, VP Prodigy have just been outclassed on Nuke. It hasn't even been close. The only rounds that have been won is pretty much just individual impact. And you do expect that. Again, we dive into the conversation of the Veto. This is a punish pick. So you're not expecting the protocols and the coordination to be there as strong as like a map of Ancient. So when you come rounds up, it has to be that X factor. It has to be that individual multi-frag, that highlight moment. And for VP Prodigy, it is fairly likely that even come this next rifle round, they probably don't win it. They've lost Dennis. You've got the AWP saved. Money's just ripped, so it's going to be another poor buy. It's going to be SMGs.
Well, they were on to take the poor buy against TSM as well. I mean, again, the money was getting crippled piece by piece, and this is the perfect chance to really end off the half on a slightly higher note. Instead, TSM for an 8-4 on T side of Nuke, and no matter what you say about VP's momentum and how well they've contested in the CT half, even if it was anything to say at all, like, that's still a scoreline that's very difficult to return from. We transition over to the attacking side. Volde has already got his attack onto Shady. First AWP, not even required to see where Quirtz is. Exten is there unknown about. They're just firing away at him. Must know that he's around here somewhere. Quirtz will take him down. And this round has already fallen apart for VP.
It actually has been quite silly how many opening man advantages TSM have won out here on Nuke. It's been, I want to say, close to 10 rounds. VP Prodigy have just given away too many easy fights, too many opening deaths. And this outside crunch had pretty much just been destroyed completely.
Something to close. Not looking happy. Very frustrated, in fact, on his own part there. You can see him as Cam in the bottom left-hand corner. 8-4 half for TSM, unfortunately. As you mentioned, VP just kind of caught a little bit out of their depth, right? The fundamentals are just much more fantastic for TSM. And the end result is, of course, a 4-round advantage going into their CT side.
And for TSM, they'll be looking at and just see how much of a fight Guild Eagles are realistically going to pull, Jay, because we know that for the Guild Eagles, their online track record in recent history, it's very awkward. I would say the Guild Eagles are going to be the favorites moving into that series, whether it's VP Prodigy or TSM. Obviously, we're expecting it to be TSM with this sort of stance. I wouldn't say it's the heavier favoritism game, though. If you kind of compare the other best of threes that we've got in the bracket, TSM versus Guild Eagles isn't a lot in it.
I mean, we've discussed in the last few months about the weaknesses that Guild Eagles have had and the concerns that we might have about them in terms of the online circuit. So, a game that I'm more intrigued about, not necessarily because it's going to be the absolute banger of the quarterfinals, but it could be a lot closer than many people might think, and there could be a handful of surprises thrown in by both sides.
It's a very winnable series for TSM.
Now it's a case of converting the win right here and now on map number 2. Second half, Pistols are up. With VP requiring one just to maintain their presence here, let alone set up a comeback or anything of that nature. So already Shady getting tagged so low is not an encouraging start for him. 8 HP.
Down to the lower bomb site. Zyphon's already been pulled out from ramp to defend lower. But he's not getting into the bomb site. He's actually just almost peering for information to see what from the double doors and the single doors get opened up, and if it is just a fake in from Secret.
Might have to play a retake here, TSM. Now starting to prod out from lobby. Timing could be everything on Xdenazera, who is looking back and forth towards the hut entrance and over towards Squeaky. Him and Dwushka can open up these couple of kills. USP swapped up to again damage being done, but Poison does take Dwushka back. Joel well aware of what's going on as the crunch comes back, but the plant will be secured. Advantage for VP here.
Zyphon was down there at ramp, but went back into lobby, so out of position. They're all going to come together. Nothing being heard from Secret, and with the time ticking, they'll expect everyone from ramp now.
Joel swings, but Poison gets cut down. Joel with one pick. Kushmi gets all 3 of the remaining individuals, and VP will indeed win the all-important pistol.
And they will, and it gives them some lifelines out here in the second half. We're probably anticipating a lighter buy, no force to come in for TSM, getting those rifles early. But reflecting on the first half, right? Win pistol, win anti-eco, and then that was basically it. And I kind of expect a similar chain logic here in the second half.
On the rifle round is the one I'm looking at the most, to give VP any chance to answer back to TSM.
Definitely, yeah, 100%.
We did see on Ancient that, yes, they were lacking in the rifle rounds on TSM in the second half, but they got just enough to push it past the finish line in spite of VP getting those streaks together. It's a case of getting those streaks and capitalizing upon them now that they've set up a bit of groundwork here. Advantage taken on Valde first and foremost. On paper, this should be an easy 6. These USPs will try and press outside. We'll try and catch this backstab and catch VP off guard if they can act quick enough, but it doesn't seem like it's going to happen as they will just hold their nerve on the defensive, and VP take it very slow.
Getting into top site. Xdenazera can at least set up a flash to go into the upper bomb site. Walk out on a contact to ramp, so making no noise about it. But yeah, to take lobby quite easily. This MAC-10 has not seen the lobby players that have already come in.
Now TSM will realize the awkward position that they're in. Xdenazera can dive out from the top of the roof and take Joel back with a MAC-10 kill. Wary of that second man. There's no one really that can do anything down on the B bomb site. Only Quirt's here with his USP. His teammates will look to try and join him. He does do a little bit of dink damage on Shady, but nothing that really threatens him outside of the damage being done already to the HP bars. Maybe some exit attempts could be viable for the city side.
But you mentioned that you want to see the next rifle round. I want to see what Xdenazera is going to be like in this second half, because he's been pretty underwhelming. Again, they didn't have pretty much any success out there in the first half, so it's difficult to see the impact from him. But now you're up on T side, you need to be a person that steps up. You need to be a pivotal figure to try and keep this game going, to try and see if you can at least send it to a third map, and he's going to be the only reason it goes to a third. If we at least get into that conversation, it's only going to be because of Xdenazera.
Again, a reminder for those of you that missed map number 1, 28 and 11 was his KD line. Monstrous stuff from that individual. He's still on the MAC-10 for this follow-up round. Still actually could be respectable, especially if he tries to face Poison and close the gap against him. He's got no Kevlar at all. Glass cannon AWP. No helmet on Quirtz. Damage done to Xdenazera very early, though, by the blind utility. He dives himself down towards Secret as he played outside alone. His teammates centered up in lobby.
But Externistera can't do much now. He can't go down to the lower bomb site because of the HP differential, and he can't hang around in outside in case he gets wrapped in. Now, there are players setting up util for the top side, but it seems to be a ramp take, so probably up a fake and take ramp.
And flashing their way in as Xiphon holds for the angle. Dushka dives underneath his crosshair, and something now looks in for the player over at Hell. That Molotov forces him back, though. Advantage and the man taken away by Virtus Pro. Now Joel's on the defensive downstairs on the B bomb site. Molly sent his direction, does catch Dushka. 4-on-4 has been gained. He's holding for more, swings up into the firing squad, though, and something can punish that.
Valde's been able to finally deal with Externistera to try and get this retake on. Players coming out to ramp quickly, and Quirt's setting up more so in lobby.
Poison slow walking, wondering if there's players close over at the ramp entrance. And they're backing off to save it in this 3-on-3. I guess not having faith in the HP bars that they have on Poison and Volde specifically.
Well, Xiphon just got overwhelmed towards ramp, which doesn't make that round easy. Just knowing that when you are a ramp player on Nuke, you most of the time need to be going 1-for-1. Just getting damage, either dropping to the lower bomb site or getting that one kill and falling and opening up ramp. It put emphasis onto Poison to try and reposition into Hell quickly. He couldn't get a shot off either. So just that one player as Xiphon not combining with Impact means that it's going to be a safe call.
And can, of course, rebuy around these saved weapons. The TSM will bring another rifle round to the fold. 3 rounds is all it takes to close the gap to a single round margin. Deficit is not staunch for BP. They could turn back to evens with a solid round win here. Molly sent, Joel flash blinded, so whited out, and smoke's now in the way of the red cross. Orbs firing back as well. Poison trying to look for an opening pick, but they're allowed to get down in secret.
And they're leaving Dwoshka just out in lobby to maintain that area of the map while the majority of players work in from secret. Now to the lower bomb site, Quirts and Xiphon can kind of be on quick rotations, in from the vents and out from ramp. Joel is spotting the outside cross to garage. Hasn't seen anything.
Minute to work with. Dwoshka. One of the main lurkers out as the T's will again make their way through the corridors. No one really defending this B bomb site here from TSM. Open up the window and should start to set the execution. Dwoshka might cut rotations or backstab against the main retaking force of the CT side. Been allowed pretty easy access. The plant should be secured. Everything else is the concern now for the retake.
Dwoshka's going to be a winning element if he strikes with impact of at least 1 kill. 1 kill's going to make a difference, and it actually could just be a full-on save. Yeah, well, nothing's presented, right? Like, how can you go in for the retake here if nothing's coming through? You haven't been able to catch the outside lurk. You haven't been able to catch the lobby lurk either, so you're just saving the 5v5.
Very rare thing to see, but the TSM does mean they can get another rifle round on the board. Amount of control they've been allowing downstairs, though. Like, that's the second time that VP have been basically just been given full reign of the double doors and decon without being contested, without anyone on the site to defend. Yeah, you have players over at ramp, but they're watching for a ramp takeover at lobby. Maybe some of them have to adjust on their CT setups. On the scoreboard, it is 8 apiece as VP's streak can now test the confidence starts and the lead that TSM had basically since the word go.
I mean, this is the exact same conversation that I'm going to pose to you, Jay, of what happened on H. It's been a lack of gun rounds. We've seen 2 gun rounds, and because of 5 being saved, it's almost a freebie in the next. You're not tantalizing your own economy. For TSM, yes, it might be 8-8. I still don't look at this as being a threatening start right here for VP Prodigy. I haven't seen enough from them yet.
We're starting to build a cash basis so they can start to work against TSM with some more advantages elsewhere. Poison's Orb, though, lands on Shady. That's an opening frag this time on outside. Volde has let a player dive down the vent, but I think that footstep was heard.
And we know the exploitation towards outside was very successful in the last round. This time around, it isn't. Get the AWP posed. You've already got a lower player of Joel that's watching out from the observation and double doors. VP Prodigy starting to get players back into lobby, which could be an upper take or at least a vent drop.
Player down at OMS waiting for Dushka to also act out from the vents. VP. They're going to try and make their move in over at lobby. Molotov's going to try and indicate the upper take, but it's all a fake right here.
And the walk contact out from Ramp is going to get spotted from Zyphon. Just needs to get away with a 1-for-1 trade.
Well, it's ready for some sort of split play in, though. Zyphon does get overwhelmed. The AK, the better weapon of this, and now a lot of pressure on to Joel here. Hearing them coming in from the window, will try to see if he can act back, and something does get caught. Extended meanwhile making his move in. Joel does find 2 picks, and that bomb has been dropped. His lurk might look for a kill back on the AWP. Indeed he does, but now Dushka feels the pressure of the CTs all around him. Can isolate a pick back, see the corner that Joel's holding from, get the headshot, and Quirt's caught by Extended. TSM lower bomb site defensive collapses again.
That's a difficult round to, I suppose, unpack, because we're not really looking at all the POVs and the kills coming in so quickly. But for TSM's part, that round shouldn't really be being lost. I mean, Joel at lower just comes away with so much impact. He's a player out there to the double doors, holding the sight line to the observation window, and he gets away with a multi. VP maybe just hesitating, overcomplicating the round for what TSM want to achieve just because of that upper lurk, the timing of the walkout from Hut, and the work in from main and the vent drop. And that's a real crazy round. That is really surprising that got won by the T's.
TSM start taking tacticals. So confident in the first half. The CT side should also be just as much so, but the 8-4 advantage that they had gained has not been improved upon since the turn, and VP still going for the rebuy, still following up. It's got $10,000 and something who should buy something. Racing against the max loss bonus of TSM, which will not sustain buys forever. They have to start getting some rounds on the board. Buy on the trot for VP has allowed them to gain the lead. To break the backs of TSM now.
Well, VP Prodigy know that ramp is a weakness. Zyphon has consistently fell at ramp without putting at least a 1-for-1 trade up. So I actually think that's going to be an area of the map that they keep exploiting. It might not be in the early round or the mid round, but different variations of it, Zyphon needs to be able to perform.
Behind the smoke. Playing a semi-aggressive angle. Will fall back as it starts to fade. Flash support, or smoke support rather, from his teammate. Sure that position gets blocked off, and VP will not opt to hard stack in, play the lobby control. Bomb still outside, has some options here.
And Nuke definitely works in better for VP with their slow passive playstyle. Just what they were bringing out on Ancient, the avenues of the outside and just the over-rotation of players with the late round scenario. Something is lining up a default molly, can get a flash in as well, so this is probably an upper fake to work outside with 3.
Man downstairs revealing himself. Nades deep to try to do some damage to Dushka. Send the utility back out. Counter smokes and nades will be involved, and they've seen the players crossing out for Mini, but Folde doesn't get the pick for it. Dushka ready towards the closed vent corner as Quirtz gets involved rather. Kushby and something still take him and poison down, and Joel, suppressed by a smoke, can keep himself protected, but he is one of 2 players left in play for TSM. VP have forced them back into another save, and now these rifle rounds start looking confident for them.
Indeed they do. It's been a very good second half performance from VP. They've been able to work timings really nicely. Individually, they're putting up impact, and their crossfires are strong. We're seeing quite frequently for TSM that they're just being overwhelmed. That upper bomb site, you've got Valde towards main, who's in a position where he's already spotted the contact, but yet can't work that kill in. Quirtz gets 1, and then even Poison on the rotation towards Heaven finds nothing either. Joel can't really rotate up in the vent just because of the distraction that's already been exposed on upper. They're struggling against the playstyle. Even Joel towards lower, nearly drops that M4. So come this next rifle round, I mean, it probably should be another rebuy. But for VP Prodigy, I'm impressed with what I'm seeing for them on T side. I actually reckon this second half performance is just a much better showing than even what they performed out on Ancient.
Well, TSM have not been allowed a look in here. Allowed to get on the front foot in the second half of Ancient, but here in the second half of Nuke, yet to score. Eyes back, the Famar still in. Vivalde, the weakened weapon quirk, trying to get outside with his teammates, trying to play aggression against the T-side standoff, aware that there might be players also upper on Silo, as Shady's Orb can pick the first, look in for the second man, not quite grab it. It's Poison back in with a trade of his own. Damage done as Poison will burn. Advantage maintained by VP.
And the HP numbers for something's going to be extremely low, and that could be a difference maker into the late portion of the round. But for VP Prodigy, they were up against an aggressive stance outside, and they've come out on top. Now for TSM, this is probably where you need to make another info play. Got a player down at lower in the secret corridors. Outside's being watched in a moment from Xiphon. VP Prodigy have got heaps of time to work with.
Now work with that time as they have done over the course of this series. A slow walk. TSM tried to contest it, tried to get aggressive and get some opening advantages, but it didn't work for them. Now Valde be feeling some heavy pressure on the center of the bomb site, especially with the flank coming in from VP. Get up to heaven. Disallow rotations and the likes of Xiphon. Valde's in trouble here.
Indeed. Something is in a very strong position. It's all about timing on when this reposition comes out to heaven.
Oh, and it back. M4 gets caught off guard. Something ready for it now. They've got to get Quirtz up from the lower bomb site. Valde contested upon Exton as Zera gets his kill in. Quirtz tries to get the player over at Squeaky, grabbing that AK, but can't contest much more in the round. Half HP versus 3. Gets back towards outside. The bomb site been conceded. The plant has been secured. TSM now be down by 3 rounds.
And it actually shows the lack of depth that TSM have. Yes, they've got very experienced players, but this is also a very new core. This is a very new addition as a 4th, 5th player, a part of the organization. And for VP Prodigy, okay, they definitely don't play against the highest end of caliber teams. They don't play on HLTV all that frequently. It's still the same core 4 of players that have been together for 9 months.
The protocol's on point. TSM struggling to deal with them in the CT half. Not a fan of the defensive hold towards the lower bomb sites, and obviously the man disadvantage in that last round couldn't really do much against that.
Well, realistically, I would actually only say there's been 1 round in the second half that they should have been winning, which was what you were obviously getting to with that lower bomb site play with Joel. Other than that round, there hasn't been that many close ones. VP Prodigy have looked very comfortable on T side.
TSM caught another attack because they need to end this streak, need to get something on their own board. Again, they have been winless in this second half. The map pick of the international squad. The punish pick against VP Prodigy. About to fall out of favor, and they know it. 2 tacks back to back. I wonder what words Regin is imparting to his team, what kind of speech he's giving to try and G them back into this matchup. It must be something truly special. Otherwise, it won't be good enough.
Well, for me, the only way they win this game and close in 2 is if individuals can start striking with multis. I actually don't think from a stylistic point of view or just a protocol point of view that they can win this game. It has to be down to players making magic happen. And it's been a very long time since we've seen that. TSM could have looked at this best of 3 and probably gone into a Mirage. I know that they quite like their Inferno, which is obviously the permaban of the opposition. So Mirage was an option. They decide to go in for the punish, and unfortunately, it's backfiring.
Two more to go for VP. TSM need to make up 3. And they'll face buy-ups pretty much the whole way back. Oh, they're wary of potentially event die from the T side, and Certainly is an option for them because they have those smokes in position, but they opt not to go for it. Play slow as usual towards the outside. They'll start the walk.
Joel is already keeping eyes on the lower take, which hasn't come in, and they've got the outside player too of Poison with the AWP. Dwoshka playing out from T-Roof, trying to see if they can bait in any of the CTs for a lobby play to get out to the roof. Outside walk comes in. This is Joel's chance to strike from Secret.
Molotov'd off position, forced to fall back. It will clear up though, and he'll try and re-aggress. What's he going to find for it though? Blind sprays from Vorde pulling distraction. Joel indeed will strike against one, but only one.
See quite a lot though. Spot that bomb, CMAS players to the outside, but they actually don't drop towards lower. They're coming back into main for an A-take.
Right call to make, because Ramp has one player to rotate back. That's Poison. The central site defensive has Volde as well. Swing out for a challenge. Volde now has to brace for impact. Sees one. Swing out. The flashbang. Poorly timed. This Quirtz gets on Shady and Volde can mow through something. Finally something available for TSM as Dwoshka is the only player left in the clutch. 10 seconds to his clock. Poison will close down. And at last they get their first round on the CT side.
Hey, you mentioned the right call. I would say extremely the wrong call. That whole scenario for TSM, those A players aren't moving. Yes, you've got one individual of Xiphon down at that lower bomb site, but those two A players, they're not in transitional positions. They're not maybe going back into lobby to make the info play, or they're maybe not coming closer towards main to come down secret, or closer to door to drop down vent. They're tucked on A. So that crossfire with the time remaining on the clock was an easy round for TSM.
He gets one on the board. That's the important thing for now. Xiphon about to be heavy pressured though. VP changing up the pace, and they're going to overwhelm him with just the sheer numbers game. AWP now spotted. He takes his shot back, but Molotov sent his direction, ensures he cannot re-aggress. 2 rotators, 3 rotators in fact, of the CT side trying to get up here. Joel at the window, caught by Externazera. Down to 3 now on TSM. Bomb plant should be secured soon enough. Smokes in the way. Volde opens it up, looks towards the rafters, but Kushmi's going to catch him as Dwoshka gets poison. And Quirtz is all that remains from a hold of the A bomb site to overwhelm that B. Once again, TSM lose control of any opportunities they would have had to bring back this here on Nuke. Quirtz caught off by Shady. It is map point for Virtus Pro Prodigy.
It's a superb change of pace. We didn't see any of that on Ancient on their T side. We didn't see that one pocket strat of that more aggressive maneuver, but we did here on Nuke just after TSM have won their first round. And for Xiphon, man, he's having a rough map. He is just constantly being hammered in this second half. He has gotten away with so many ramp deaths without even unanswered kills. And VP Prodigy have made him look like a fool in this map of Nuke.
3 map points to play with. Broken buyback at TSM. Outside control of Joel, hoping he can spray through these cross smokes over at Secret. Xiphon is going to lead the charge with his teammates into the lobby crunch scene. Nothing as Joel does get overwhelmed by Externazera at point blank. Advantage taken, and Dwoshka can deal with Xiphon overextending. Again, 2 picks, again untraded. A follow-up there towards outside. This one's done, Dweg. We're going to map 3.
Indeed it is. Poison's trying his best down here to Secret, but it's only granted with 1 kill, and Valde's already been seen. They can swing together, they can hold down the cross. He gets away with 1, so now just prioritize the bomb getting to lower.
Not even going to happen to the Lurk player. Dwoshka deals with the last, and indeed, it is a 13-9 result for VP Prodigy. I am very surprised they got away with as much as they did. The punish pick of TSM certainly backfiring, but for the Academy squad, that is an all-important victory, and one where in the second half especially, they look fantastic.
They had a very good showing in the second half, and it's surprising from the idea of the 8-4 that it's the way that it kind of goes down in that second half. For TSM, they just looked lost in certain scenarios. They had a couple of opportunities, didn't really take it. And for VP Prodigy, I'm kind of getting that vibe of how they want to distribute the T side. Very slow, very down to the wire. Map number 3 is Overpass, right? Which is, once again, another clinical map in the map pool where it's very slow. It's very workable on the T side. And just looking at that basis of the way they're playing and Overpass up next, VP Prodigy have a real chance of being able to win this series and actually upsetting the likes of TSM.
Yeah, I have to agree, especially if the fundamentals from TSM look as poor as they did on that CT side, I have to say. Like, just, we'll see it over the course of this package, right, Dweg? Like you mentioned, even in the round where they were successful in TSM, right, not in rotation positions to get down to that B bomb site, and even in the pistol and I think the third or fourth round of that second half, we saw how much space was given to VP Prodigy when they came to those B site, to that B site access, to the corridors that they contested upon. They weren't contested at all for TSM.
It's just, I don't know, man. Like, it's difficult to say rounds like that, because if they go for the diag smokes outside and they fake outside and they go back to upper, we'd be talking about it in a different degree. That's just sometimes how Counter-Strike is. From the perspective of both teams, they obviously had some really weak CT sides, which is quite unusual. We don't normally see that on Nuke. And maybe it's both teams out their depth to an extent. Maybe it's the out of the depth TSM with this new roster. It's also VP Prodigy out of their depth because they don't really play Nuke. So it's just one of those games where there were a lot of surprises, and it at least throws it to a third map decider.
For TSM, obviously, it was the punish pick that they were hoping to really pound in the VP Prodigy camp upon. So the fact that they lose out on that much means that their 2-0 campaign does end. And again, from an 8-4 half on T side, you would expect most teams to be able to capitalize upon that any day of the week, not TSM on this occasion. And as you mentioned, right, the playstyle that VP Prodigy are bringing to the table, it works so well for the likes of Overpass. I think TSM actually have a serious chance of conceding this one, right? We've talked about so much them being the most likely team to enter against the Guild Eagles, right? Even at one point during this second map, we were saying, right, well, you know, they're going to have a difficult time from here on out, right? But this one should be a wrapped up affair. But now VP Prodigy, I have a serious feeling that they're going to really contest on the final map. And I feel like there's I have a lot of faith actually now in this VP Prodigy camp. Like, they could win it.
Yeah, no, they very much could do. And I was very critical of Zyphon on that map of Nuke, especially in the second half. I just looked at the stats myself, Jay. He actually got 0 kills on the CT side. 0 kills and an entire secondary half. For VP Prodigy, that just screams the volumes of the success they had on T side. They kept exploiting him towards ramp. They kept dropping him every single time. And for someone to his nature, an experienced player like Zyphon, that is wild to see 10 rounds in a second half without even a single kill.
Yeah, that's concerning, and it's one of many concerning factors in my eyes for TSM. I don't think they're going to be going back towards Nuke anytime soon in terms of this new lineup, unless they've gotten into the prac servers and really worked on it, because that was theirs for the taking, right? That was their key opportunity to close this series down in 2 and go towards the quarterfinals. As it stands, though, we head towards our third map of the series. Can VP Prodigy turn it around and take this series? Can they take us to the quarterfinals? We'll find out after the break.
Taken, so get yourself safety. 'Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the warning, pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is pouring. I'm a jet like a hurricane. Don't stay, away, 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 away.
need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind.
I just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. Dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. Dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. Dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night.
I just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind.
I just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. Dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night.
Oh, despite their solid situation in TSM gaining such an advantage in the first map and the first half of the second map, they still weren't able to make it a 2-0. We head to our final map of the series. Overpass will be where VP Prodigy will have their key chance to make it into the quarterfinals. Dwayne, we came into today thinking that TSM should have been clear favourites. That will be tested now, given what we saw on map 2.
For TSM, they won't be happy. They'll be looking at this final map decider and say, boys, we need to come here and shake it up. We need to come here and show us that we're the much better team. Because, again, they've got the players that should easily be able to outmatch the guys of VP Prodigy. But from a stylistic point of view, they're having some troubles. And that does threaten this final map in the series for sure.
Indeed it does. I'm looking at their CT side, understanding how weak it was over on Nuke, and I think that is a map in general. It might need a lot of work from TSM. VP Prodigy should not have had any business winning it, but still they did, and now their T-side advantages that they've been able to drive home over the course of this series may well come to a head over on Overpass, Dwayne. I mean, look, it's kind of middle of the road for both teams as we would have expected for a third map decider. We've seen our TSM have not been doing all that well in terms of the HLTV officials, so in my eyes, given what we've seen, this is prime real estate for VP.
Yeah, look, it's a very winnable game. There's no denying that. From their sake, I still get the belief that the lack of depth of this playing level of competition is going to hurt them. I know, obviously, stylistically, they've been able to show some pretty impressive stuff, and their T-sides in particular are very annoying to play against. If you are TSM, you've just got to try and make sure you're not getting flustered, that you're not getting frustrated with how slow the game really is going down, and that's why the actual main team of VP find a lot of success. They just frustrate teams.
Indeed, right? And that whole frustrating element that we've seen from TSM over the course of this series in general, right? That has been something that VP have been able to exploit. We saw how the streak got out of control over on Ancient, drove it to a 13-11 result. 1 or 2 rounds difference would have been enough for VP to tip it over the finish line, and we saw how they got they hit the ground running on the second half of Nuke, and they weren't able to allow TSM any sort of breathing room whatsoever. So streak heavy again may be one of those things that TSM just don't manage to mount up to. Yes, in terms of rifle rounds, yeah, there will be some ecos that will have to be posted up because of how the economy scales, but if a good first half comes in from VP Prodigy, I feel like that could be very telling as to where things go from there.
I don't think it's going to be mainly that. I think it's going to be consistency. Who's going to be more consistent in gun rounds across both the first half and the second? For the AWPers, I actually think we're going to get a lot more. Poison had a very good showing out on first map. Nuke didn't have the best. AWPers love Overpass. And for TSM, I know that, again, it's a map that they haven't played a lot. It's a whole situation where they haven't seen a lot from this new team. You've got to just make sure that you pull the victory out today, that you don't get upset by VP Prodigy.
Yeah, and how well they'll drilled on this map is something that will have to be a main focal point for TSM, having those protocols to adapt and deal with the VP style on the fly, right? Obviously, we've seen how well they were able to work that slow style over on Ancient. That could be a possibility for the likes of Overpass if fakes are brought out. How are they going to deal with those? A lot of question marks, again, for me in terms of how this one plays out. TSM will be on the CT side start of things. So let's kick it off, our final map of this best of 3 to see who will meet Guild in the quarterfinals. Overpass is going live.
And I am sure that Devil Walk and Co. are going to be looking at this best of 3 and just outlining the weaknesses for maybe TSM, maybe some of the positives in vice versa directions, some of the exploitations that they can look at, what they're able to achieve in their best of 3. VP Prodigy have got 3 players in the bomb working out from Con, and then a slight split towards Fountain and Party.
Initial prods from TSM did look out for Monster and Short, seeing nothing as of yet, so they rotate players right back to join Joel on the A defensive. He's playing mid and bathrooms. And VP are set and ready to go for that execution. They've got the bomb in the bathrooms as well. Seems to be the full commitment for now.
This is a very good read for TSM, because even if the T's go back down into Con and show B pressure, you've got Poison that is in an uncomfortable position there at short water.
Decon door hasn't been naded open either, so Poison, you get that first blood killed as the flashbang sent only blinds him for so long. Dwishka does take him back, though, to a 4 versus 4. We hold fire back of that.
A VP Prodigy not exploding off of the back of it, and once more running down the clock, getting closer to 30 seconds. Shady's been able to walk all the way up to long undetected right now.
Didn't commit that utility for the execution either, so they've got that smoke that Dwishka can put out soon enough. He's left it over to Kushmi instead. Time Now down to 20 seconds on the marker. The dumpster smoke does come in. Shady sent over towards long. Bushking and taken back instead. Player at corner does indeed get his kill as Joel and Volde double up. Kushmi gets back to a 2 versus 2, and Volde is very low HP in the back of the bomb site. Needs to get the bomb carrier or Kushmi's going to overwhelm him. And Quartz has left to clutch this very quickly on the bomb site. Bomb is openly planted for him. Gets that first headshot. Sees that second player. Needs the second headshot. All the same. Swing out goes down. And TSM retake the pistol.
And this is what TSM are going to have to deal with all half, at least for the first half, is just these slow rounds where there's just not a lot going on. For Valde, he nearly wins that round just off of the time stalling out there from the truck, but in the end, Quirtz has to come through with a clutch situation. VP Prodigy are going to look to force buy, and it makes a lot of sense. 4 players to drop, bomb plant bonus, buy it up. Try and put that pressure up against the favorites.
A good advantage to start off. But can they follow it up? Face the resistance of VP, who have turned the early starts well and truly to their favour several times over the course of this series. So the answer back to the economical deficit and the serious streak that can come through from the T side will be in effect. You've got one man pressing on. That's Joel with his M4 diving out of the way. A connector looking on as Shady does catch poison. Damage being done to several players, but the advantage stays with VP.
They're coming up very quickly. One of the more pacier rounds that we've seen from VP. Getting up onto the bomb site. First contact's going to be Valde or Zyphon.
Swing forward from Zyphon does go down to something. Bomb should commit. You've got the player and connector wary of any sort of backup rotations. M for Volde, good for the 1-for-1 trade, but it's a 3-for-1 trade overall for VP. So these last 2 players have to save. As that change of pace again, quick explosion on the A bomb site. TSM weren't ready for it.
For Joel, he came very close to being able to put down a lot of damage from top con, but you're in a position where you need to kind of strike up, get that first kill, strike back down, and kind of keep working off of the basis of it. And instead, he was only doing damage. His teammate of Poison got overwhelmed very quickly. So that scout just can't really protect himself against the pace. And for VP Prodigy, this is everything. This is a fantastic secondary round from him.
Like I said, force it back, get the round, single stage of loss bonus for TSM. So these players that invested will not have a lot of cash to buy around the rifles. They'll have to go for the Force because there will be double eco in effect.
And drop MP9s maybe, or pistols if they want to get some extra util out.
We'll find out the specifics in a moment, but the bottom line is the fact that there's not going to be the extra rifles around Joel and Quirtz. Be a very awkward stance for TSM to work with, and VP will know that.
For VP Prodigy, this could be the fiery start that you're after. Try and get yourself closer towards the ballpark figure of 5 or 6 T rounds out on Overpass and look to close in the second. TSM. I am keeping my eyes on Joel in this round because he's obviously going to be a guy that's in a lot of active positions, connector, bathrooms, party, that sort of area. And when you've got a rifle, you've got to get damage up. And if he gets an opening pick, that could be an AK being saved into one of the hands of his teammate.
Something, the first man forward. Joel, top of the shells, takes that fight and again does damage but doesn't get the kill. At least Poison can grab that M4 and try reface, but he does absolutely nothing. 5-on-3 game by VP early. A site's open and TSM are not rotating.
Joel and Poison have actually done nothing wrong in that setup. Joel's actually even got Pika's advantage out there from the shelf, but the straight matter is they miss the connection. Somebody comes or something comes through with one, and then instantly for Poison, I mean, he has to keep fighting, doesn't he? You got no other scenario there. When you're playing double con, you've just got to keep looking to put that emphasis up and gets overwhelmed too. So for TSM, stay out as a gamble towards B and pretty much just protect these weapons to go into the next round.
Yeah, no other choice in the matter. Just hold tight and hope for the best and hope the VP don't go for the hunt. They are going to, again, play slow as you would expect, just to be wary of that A hit, but with no one being out there, they will get an easy bomb plant and no more contention from TSM. The loss bonus will start to stack up for TSM also, so these weapons will be bonuses to what would otherwise be a harsher eco state for the CT side. Seeing whether they can get damage in the next round, try and work the money line of VP down a little bit. But again, this should be a very positive start for the opposing half.
This MP9 in con actually could get dropped. VP Prodigy have just got the wide angle out on a timing. And Valde should be going down here.
Yep. Something to drop in, Quats. Able to grab that M4, of course, in the hands of VP as they get all the key weapons that they can gain. Of course, there was only one M4 held in for TSM in this one. Upgrade one Galil to the silencer. Keep the FAMAS and the SMG for the CT forces. VP won't go for the overly aggressive hunt as they would much prefer to establish the economy much earlier in this matchup. With all 5 alive, that aids that particular objective. And now there's no buy for 3 players on TSM.
For VP Prodigy, they've actually only beaten one decent team on HLTV since bringing in this new lineup, and that is Alliance, a team that is Bowden Master and Robin and co. in and around the top 50 on HLTV at the time. Outside of that, the only victories they've had on HLTV in best 3 contexts have been against Verdun and the Academy team of Aurora, Illumina, Forze youngsters as well, so another Academy team. So it's only legitimately been one decent victory in 9 months. And this would certainly make it a second if they're able to pull it off.
We're on the right track. Taking your opponent's map pick, what should have been a punish against you, and positive starts again on the 3rd map of the series. Should convert to a 3-1 with the setup that TSM are bringing to the fold. Especially one of the only automatics going down to Externizera. Zyphon falls. Quirtz also held out in mid, backed up by his teammates who did stack over towards the A half of the map. The commitment outside of Monster should start to recognize that there is no defensive here. There should be a plant and around as is standard. One exit from Quirtz, transfers down as well. Okay, a little something in this round maybe for TSM.
Yeah, hold on to a couple of upgrades out there at Con and actually probably burst yourself into looking for an exit frag. Now, if one more kill presents itself out from short, if anyone was to get aggressive, they probably do go into the retake, and that's where they're leaving Poison just to spot, just to see, does someone want to try and give us an avenue to go in for the retake?
There was an AK dropped on one of the players there on shore, so if they can extend out, grab that, then that'd be great for TSM. There is no further action from the VP side. They're suspecting it might be a retake attempt with the Molotovs and counter utility trying to block them off from the short entrance. Exit frags of Poison might take some rifles away as well. Round itself will go the way of VP as you expected. Let's see how much do they deal with. Poison will be heard. Doesn't expect the player down over in the graffiti corridors. Eventually does fall. The AK will stay in for Kusmi. TSM, not a bad eco, honestly.
I would say that that's a very successful eco round. Not a lot of investment, get away with a lot of economical damage, and now, not the reset round, but getting closer to the reset round in the next couple. Try and tantalize that money, try and put it in a very awkward state. Not enough funds to be able to invest into the big green for Poison at the moment. TSM, though, do not want to be looking down at the 1-5 deficit in this first half.
Something ready against the boosting player. Engagement finds Zyphon. Blind sprays of Valde will be a little bit late to the party, unable to get the damage up against his man. A bit of a misnade there for Externizera. Follow up HE. Land a little bit wide of the marker as well, so not that much damage being done to Valde individually. Regardless, it's a man advantage that VP will be happy with.
Zyphon once more struggling. 0-7 in that second half of Nuke, and now 0-4 in the first half on the once more CT line. I'm actually wondering to myself whether that's a winning condition for VP Prodigy, is making Zyphon silent, just capitalizing on his mistakes.
Win condition for him to get G'd up and provide some impact. Maybe some of those impact players we talked about. Joel, obviously, you've mentioned time and again. Poison was a ridiculous player over on the first map. Only 1 kills on either of those players, and Joel will certainly not get any more out of this round. Bushka catching him looking the wrong way over at long. TSM opting to go for the rotations, but eventually opting for a save instead as the utility comes down. They hold the fire on the B bomb site. Something's looking for exits. Does get caught by Quirtz. You've also got Kushmi who will try and hold them. As Dwushka clears up the A-bomb site, indeed, Kushmi can frag back onto Quirtz. Smoke deep as well on the bomb site. Try to look for more exits. The bomb should commit regardless of how this next fight goes down. And this should be VP's round.
Just to be able to demonstrate some of, I suppose, the the pathway, the progression that VP Prodigy have had. They were actually in main only 2 seasons ago, and they won ESEA main. They had a very good regular season of 9 wins and 3 losses. They went into the playoffs and went all the way into the upper bracket to that grand final where they beat Unity and get into advance. Had a once more pretty good regular season, 10 wins and 4 losses. Give themselves a good seeding, but unfortunately found an early exit in the playoffs. Beat Forze youngsters, lost to Veggie and co with the poles out on Permitter, and then lost to the mix of 1 win trying to hold the spot in the first round of the lower bracket. So while we've seen some good progression up to the higher end, we've always seen it cut short. And now knowing, I mean, the way that they're playing against TSM, I want to say that if VP Prodigy closed this game out in a decent fashion, then Guild Eagles would also be quite threatened in that best of 3.
They established confidence early in that series, and I could certainly see it working. Got to go through against TSM first and foremost, though. It's still early doors in this final map-up, and only the first quarter about to tick by in round 6. Still 3 that are good on VP, and hunting for all those weapons leaves nothing saved in for TSM. They will still buy back. AK still for Volde, M4's on 3 others. Quatz has got the SMG.
I mean, you say it's early doors, Jay. I actually think we're getting very close to this series being over. This is a very solid T-side from VP Prodigy. If they get 7 rounds in the first half, I think it's just done already. So looking at you being 4-1 up and the confidence that they're playing, the opening kills that they're constantly getting, TSM are in a really uncomfortable position.
And that certainly is true. We've seen how Rifles have shifted momentum, and for TSM, a must-win round right here, followed up by another, could still equalize. There's 2 directions that we could go from in round 6. VP. Their Slow's play style has worked wonders for them over the course of this match, and they'll try their hand at taking the A site again, this time slow towards long. Volde is trying to receive them. How much can you get here in the corner?
It seems as if it's going to be dry. No flash around the corner, so Valde should at least get 1. No, overwhelmed.
Crosshair a little bit too high. Dwishka ducked underneath it and got that kill in, and now they get into that A bomb site very quickly, cancelled by the incendiary of the CT Forces as Poison looks for a mid-fight, which he will win against something. 2 flashes sent as Dwishka looks to the backside. Poison still there. Low HP for him. Zyphon back over to the truck as Joel comes in from mid with extra support. Finally, Krishby gets 1 back, but Joel and Quirtz clean up him and Externazera. And there's that rifle win for TSM.
What TSM did a very good job at on Ancient, on their CT line, to winning gun rounds, was holding on to util. And I actually think that that's going to be another defining factor that they try and do out here on Overpass, is the longer that you hold on to your smokes and the longer that you hold on to the incendiaries, the more likely you win the pose, or sort of either the retake rounds or just applying pressure when the execution comes through. Yes, there's an opening kill. Yes, Valde gets overwhelmed towards long, but that incendiary down there at long at what? 20-odd seconds left on the clock, it scrambles VP Prodigy. It means that the bathrooms players are kind of peeking out from Banana, and they're almost acting before because they need to establish a crossfire. They need to slow down some of those rotations. So for TSM, holding on to util in late round situations is going to be pivotal in this first half.
They're holding on to AKs on the CT side. Extra punch to their rifle bases. VP Prodigy, of course, will be able to buy back and have a little bit of cash basis on a couple of players. A little bit lopsided overall. TSM can smell blood in the water. Can they strike while the iron is hot? To make up against VP Prodigy, and they will also recognize the danger that they might be in. They stay true to form. Default set in as slow as ever.
Yeah, Poison can just continue jump spotting and wait for the contact to come from Joel at long. VP Prodigy once more have been able to expose Joel's positions quite frequently in this first half. This time around, though, it's not Valde, it's Joel at long.
Different attempt at trying to take long control with the boost up instead. The swing out from Poison. Wouldn't have been seen. Joel heard footsteps though, sees the shadow as well. His teammate sings the strike spray up against two, only gets one. The second player tagged up. Continue working with the bomb being spotted. Now something looks to try act out from mid. He's got Xanazera right behind him, and rotations called in the backup of the CT line, trying to bolster up the A defensive. Poison only good for the 1-for-1. 3 versus 3, but 2 players are extremely low for VP.
Querts is getting an incendiary out there towards Truck, means that the dice plant has to come through. Valde on the other side of Bank.
Plant just about denied as Volde swings on Xanazera, and TSM hold the line once again.
And that was communicated to a very high degree there from Joel. So you always have shadow advantage if you're working long from the CT perspective. Now he sees the shadow, he knows that long's being taken, and what he communicates there to Poison is take first contact. And we saw it for VP Prodigy. The first 2 guys, initially, they're looking towards Joel as they start to swing. But as soon as Poison takes contact, it drives that attention deep long, and it sets up that crossfire, which, yes, okay, Joel only gets 1 kill. It's a lot of damage, and it's a lot of good information in that round.
VP hope to answer back to deny TSM from equalizing. AK's on 3, Deagle and Tech 9. Not the best buy that we've seen from them over the course of this map or this series, but in the right kind of hands can make the difference. Something very deep in terms of the T-side line, unsupported by most of VP. But just jumping for info, hoping to spot his player. Minute on the clock, and just this aggressive position. Can something make a play?
But we haven't seen any B lanes, have we? It has just been A take after A take after A take for VP Prodigy. Shady just about deals with Joel, but a lot of HP differentials come through for Kushmi.
He's the pistol player in this one, so the AK staying high is probably much more positive for VP. Look at Dushka as well, leaning in as he may hear those rotations down towards Heaven. Is this going to be a counter from VP? No, they're going to have to commit towards that B bomb site, and Quos is caught with U2 in hand. The pistols have worked so well. Zyphon with only 1 responsive, and just like that, Volde is all that remains. Back of Graffiti, swung upon, known about, isolates that first pick, aware of the second man on the bomb site. I don't know if he spotted the player over at Monster, but he's got Kushmi anyway. Backs a turn back for the burst through. Knows that there's 1 AK to deal with. The shadow has been seen, but he's running out of ammo, and Xanazera will close out the VP. The force buy works for 5.
It's a massive kick in the teeth, isn't it? Because it's one of those rounds where it's very limited on the upgrades, and it actually comes through very successful. VP trying to set themselves up for the next round, and in a matter of, what, 2-3 seconds, it's just a pure collapse. You've got a walk up on a timing to A, you've got the entry fraggers providing kills out on B, and for TSM, that puts the money line in a very awkward state in which Zyphon might look to go either for a hero or a lightened buy, but over the course of this round, they're going to be looking to prioritize that rifle round in the next.
Now VP can seek 6, 7, or 8. Two to the good on their lead once again. TSM are bringing an M4 in for Zyphon. Seems to be a hero rifle. And nothing else out. Not much else outside of that, to be more specific. They have got the Eagles as well. Taking as much cash as possible, though, to try and answer back in the rifle bases. Zyphon is placed perfectly, though. Finds something to start.
Instantly look to maneuver that rifle as well. Try and get it out to a different position. Maybe get it rotated out to the B site. Joel also retreating. Now, they do have Valde spotting at long bathrooms.
Engages the Deagle to do a lot of damage onto Dushka, but doesn't get the killing blow. So back to evens we go.
Oh, good timing there for Xanazera. Just when that rifle tries to get aggressive into long. And now we know that that M4 is never getting recovered, never going to get picked up for more damage.
It was a good start for Zyphon. Try and put these pistols in to take the AKs out of T-side hands. Be lovely if they can grab 1 or 2 for TSM, but locked out of the bomb sites by further smokes. Querts has grabbed the AK of something that did go down. See what Poison can get, if he can get anything at all out of this A-site defensive VP. Put Dushka as far away from the bomb site as possible, understanding he probably does go down if they do push forward. Most likely player to go up an AK to the CT side, but No further action from Poison has been heard. It should be adjusted towards Kushmi. We'll keep him on the bomb site, so even if he does get this kill, he won't get away with the AK. Forcing out another player to try peek towards him. Nah, not going to work out for him. 3 alive for VP Prodigy. Minimum 6 hit on the T side.
And VP Prodigy could actually be a bit of a sleeper team in this bracket to surprise and upset best of threes. There's always a lot of the time in these closed qualifiers, that one team that catches opposition off guard. And for TSM, just knowing the best of 3 series of stealing your opposition map in Ancient, you're looking and expecting to close in 2. Instead, we've been pressed to a 3rd, and VP Prodigy are at the advantage, and by quite a margin.
There's something very aggressive again on short. Sees one, takes the kill, looks for the second, does get out of the way. Happy with the man advantage and just a single one at that. VP have worked off the back of that before. And they might even receive more just on the basis of the re-aggression from Quirtz. He's pushing on, suspecting he might be there. It can't be actually something does get caught off guard, so back to evens.
An aggressive maneuver that was necessary there for TSM. And just that explosion of pace for something to really create an opening opportunity. The issue is, where are they elsewhere? A regroup out to B, and once more, we've seen a couple of B maneuvers from walks of Monster or walks from short to create a timing, but no B leans.
Line up for Volde does get Kushmi back to a man advantage for TSM, grabbing that AK as well. Gonna press on here. I mean, the teams might be ready for it. Re-smoke on, keeps them held away, so no real action can be sustained here by the T side. TSM just stalling out the time.
Well, that was proper gimmicky, wasn't it? Monster being re-smoked, and you just try and walk on the front side of it. Obviously, if there's no one there, then you could exploit a good timing of catching the B players off guard. But for Valde, that is just such an easy kill and should be an easy defensive now.
As soon as he spots one, he will be in position, but smoke will fade. Molly set towards short. Going to be a monster execution from VP. 20 seconds on the clock. Spot the one head. Turn away from the flashbang. No Quirtz. Does get forced away. Volde still close. Externazera gets him. Bomb needs to commit to a 3 versus 3 situation. Plant will be protected. No, they swing together. Externazera takes his teammate down. Went too aggressive on Dwishka's part of things, and that will cost them the round.
That's one there for VP, where anytime you're running the clock low, you need to be prioritizing that bomb of going down straight away. And if there's maybe a bit of chaos, if there's the bomb not getting planted straight away, or there's a TK, or there's a trade, that can just be enough to change whether the bomb actually gets planted or not. For TSM, that round was won by Valde, so the in-game leader stepping up.
Yeah, that inexperience from VP perhaps coming to show out in that last round. Having their priorities down for the bomb plant itself. Now look at Joel, he's going to try and punish them for it. Straight 3k up, dropping the AK, bursting onto the 4th man. USP pulled for the ace. Doesn't quite land it on the Dwishka, but he's got plenty of other players that he is going to have to deal with in terms of this 1 versus 5. Bombs on his back. Let's grab the AK. Doesn't go past Poison. Could see another 6 apiece to close out the half here, Dweg.
I love that from Joel too. So obviously for your star players, you want to get them confident. You want to get them in positions where they can farm anti-ecos. But he knows I've got 4 kills and I'm on red points of health. He doesn't just look to keep fighting. He doesn't look to be the guy to go and get the ace. Play out to connector. Make sure that your teammate at Poison's dealing with that last player, because yeah, you don't want to be throwing away easy weapons and giving lifelines back in. So I like that from Joel, to just move away and not play for the ace.
Well, VP will have 1 final gun by for this half. Externazera will try lead the charge outside of connector. His teammates, of course, making their way in from mid. Very aggressive stance over on long as well for TSM, for Poison and Joel specifically. They're not going to see anything, though.
Well, this is quite similar to that round on Nuke, isn't it? Where you position yourself in a way where if you're not taking contacts, there is one avenue that can be exploited. In with that secret play, in with the banana walk. VP Prodigy are going to get the A side for free.
Externazera hearing that player coming up as well. Try and deal with Valde. Suspects there might be players close. Swing out. AK has been spotted and the jig is up. Bomb needs to go down now.
Yeah, this lurk of the bathrooms, though, from Kushmi, this could actually be a defining factor.
2 players to swing, spray up. Both players combine to get the kill. The jump face knows the player out towards long, and something and Dushka can combine. Volde takes one back to a 3 versus 3, and Dushka is on 1 point of HP. So it's his teammates that have to step up. Extended Zero does get caught off first and foremost. Molotovs will keep the CT players at bay. The AK close to something, so close to contact. Sees 2, takes 1, gets out of the way of that smoke. Point blank against Volde. Now leaves it to a 1v1. Look at the HP bars of VP. Zyphon's got 2 easy kills, but no time to get them. Running out on the bomb site, respoke close towards mid, spray back from something, connects his kill in the end, and that will be half advantage at 7-5 for VP.
Wild first half, but I'm not too surprised with how VP Prodigy have played over the course of this best of 3. 7-5, I would say both teams will be fairly happy. For VP Prodigy to get a lead going into the second, for TSM to kind of show that their CT side didn't lack like it did on the last map. So yeah, I would say both teams are satisfied with this one.
Now we switch over to that CT half of Virtus Pro Prodigy. Talking about the strengths of the CT defensives over in the last map, and the few officials on HLTV we've seen from VP has certainly been more favourable to CT side. I don't know how much that will apply in this context, but it's an encouraging stat line. TSM. You're wondering if their best days are behind them on Overpass. 2 to make up at the turn of the half. The Pistols, once again, have so much importance behind them.
Well, this is where context is very important, Jay. You might say that their CT side, historically, statistics speaking, is good, but what about their official that they only played their last game a handful of days ago in ESCA Advanced up against Permitter? Started out on the CT side of Overpass, got 4 rounds, and that was it. So 4 rounds is not going to be enough to close down this best of 3.
We're going to try and make plays to grab the opening one anyway. Extended Zero hearing the footsteps of Quirts, maybe wary of one lurk or a whole T-side commitment as he looks towards mid. He's going to see very little, so the heavy B stack should now be in effect to try and hold the defensive line as Quirts gets caught. The execution comes out. Zyphon with 2 kills over at the monster entrance. 1 man left of Shady, overwhelmed in an instant, and just like that, the pistol is taken by TSM.
I just imagine Quirt saying, nice job, guys. Yeah, done well there on B. I'm just maintaining bathrooms by myself. I'm just trying to pull a bit of distraction, make it uncomfortable for the A players to start moving back over to B. Those entries coming in swiftly out in Monster from Zyphon.
Decimating all. Blink of an eye, the round goes out, and TSM should be able to equalize this scoreline off the back of it. VP, of course, no bomb plant bonuses can be secured on CT side, so we'll see whether or not they want to try their hand at another force spell like they did at the starting advantage in the first half. All 5 players do go down, though, so no Kevlar's held over from the previous. As indeed, TSM take the second pistol.
And for VP Prodigy, this might get to the conversation again of what do we see from Extenazera. Once more had a very good showing on Ancient. Nuke, I think it was a fairly average showing for him. It was more so the team in that second half, what was able to be kind of the star, rather than one individual. But out here on Overpass, knowing that now it's going to get a bit testing, knowing that it should be a tied-up scoreline, or at least a competitive scoreline differential, Joel out here looking for the boost and not spotting anything for now.
Maybe expecting aggression from the likes of Extenazera. All sorts of teammates behind him on B site. Again, heavy-handed as a stack. Expecting very pocket, not pocket strats, but like, you know, unorthodox things to come out with the triple boost specifically being watched for here on the T side. Those nades in towards the wood corner, not going to catch anyone from CT as Quirk starts walking. 2 players are caught back by his troubles. Kushmi in with one of his own. Volde gets the 2 back on the bomb site itself, though. And again, they overwhelmed on the defense.
Well, TSM made this round almost feel as if it was an anti-eco, that it was just USPs. They overwhelmed B easily. And Quirks gets a couple before falling, and for Shady, just to try and hold on to this scout, TSM will go up 7-7 and look to try and press even further. Look to obviously take the lead come the next anti-eco and come the opening rifle round of the second half.
Even starts at the scoreboard. TSM hunting for this last player. The scout is Shady, which would provide the only bit of firepower in the next round of the setup. It should be harsher eco basis for the four that fell. Gets nothing out of the post round, the post plant. Holding on to this weapon. Best thing you can hope for, as TSM will be able to equalize VP. Not off to the right start on this one, and should lose the lead.
Well, I'll guarantee this, Jay. TSM are going to look more comfortable against Guild Eagles than they are right here against VP Prodigy. And the only reason is stylistic changes. There are certain teams out there that just really struggle against either very pacey and very hyper-aggressive or very slow. So for TSM, this is probably one of the toughest best of threes that they're going to be playing in a while. Just the way that VP Prodigy are acting on the map.
Starts how to springboard again. VP not much in the eco basis, so see what Shady can do with this scout, if he can do anything at all. Again, just damage is basically the best you're hoping for. Springboard into control for the international squad.
And I'm sure NAVI Jr. are maybe watching this game and saying, yeah, let's show what the academy teams are made of. Let's show that even us underdogs can give a good fighting chance in this bracket.
Talking about the prospect of VP winning out this series at one point. I don't know if NAVI Jr. are going to beat out Forze in our second match of the day. Of course, coming up after Overpass is done.
Yeah, that's certainly a stretch. That would be a massive upset if NAVI Jr. can pull that one off.
We'll dive into that in more detail after this series has concluded. TSM will be 5 away from making that happen as the 8th will land to their board. Zyphon be there for the exit frags. Might want to see if he can escape from the CGs that are all around this corner, because they may well find this AK and be a nice little positive weapon to go further forward with. Shady does indeed find the automatic. Stunning the pressure will be against his position from the rest of the TSM side, who want to take it back out of his hands.
I don't think they'll be able to do it, not with that resmoke down. TSM to take the lead, and for VP Prodigy, I've been quite sort of impressed with what I've seen from them across this best of 3. But now they've got to prove one further. Now they've got to prove on the CT side, where they haven't looked as comfortable. It's certainly been their T sides where they've shown more depth. They need to get themselves in a scenario where they need to act quickly. They need to target the economy of their opposition. They need to win rounds pretty cleanly if they want to threaten this final map of the series. Because for TSM, they'll look at this next gun round and say, we have got a very good potential of a long and extended round streak that could just be enough to close.
Set themselves up with 3 in a row as at the start of the half. Face the gun to try and end it at just 3. Joel, awkward spray. Volde tries to recover, but Shady's AWP is good to gain the man advantage for Virtus Pro here. He's aware of another player out towards long. The flash is sent his direction, will not affect him too much. A smoke in the way to grab that bomber poison and just escape.
It just worked that timing. Quirt's out here from short, has to try and act to get success. And it doesn't quite happen. Both of the CTs try and peek on the contact. Zyphon and Posen split from one another. This round has all fallen apart from what happened out at long.
Good trade game by Prodigy. Resite defenders will be ready for Zyphon. Has just been spotted. Good kill on Kushmi though. Prodding a responsive back from the other CT players as they start running their way up to prioritize that bomb plant. Poison has it on his back, wary of the players that are over on Heaven. Does isolate Shady though, and Zyphon gets something. Externazera now with the 1-on-2 clutch, a star in that first map for his team. Not seen. Quick peek back. The plant will be secure, but the man is going to get caught. Where's the last though? 1 versus 1 against Zyphon, who opened up this round for his squad. He cannot close it though. Externazera, what a clutch.
He's got to be quick about this to go and get that AWP and get back into the bomb site. But that entire round for TSM, I mean, it should never have been won in the first place. That is what, a 2v4 trying to work in to be, and there's actually a very good recovery. So for TSM's point of view, to get away with 4 kills and a bomb plant, I would say is a pretty good recovery in the stance. at the same time, that what if, that could have actually been the round that pretty much secures the series for TSM.
Instead, it goes back to evens as VP try and contest. You said you want to see a little bit more of proof from them. It's proof of at least the stability to hold a clutch. It's kind of a stability in the match itself, though. They did lose 4 players. The rebuy will be seen in full from TSM. Something should be able to buy. I'm not sure whether Dushka's money line is accurate as it is DC, so we'll find out in a second what he can afford.
Well, for Xdenizera, it has to be noted that he was probably the only player on VP Prodigy that could have won that round. If it was anyone else in that scenario is what I mean. If it was a 1v2 and maybe it's somebody else coming through from the same position he is, I don't believe in it. I only believe in the clutches from Dennis. He has been a master. He's been class today. And for TSM, they'll still look at that one and say, look, we've one pistol, one anti-eco, we get into the first rifle round, we don't win it, and we still keep the economy float at a low level. So we've still got them on the ropes. It might be 8-8, but just with the economy and just knowing the idea that you've got more experienced players, I would say at this current state, TSM are at the advantage. They're the favorites right now.
That could all shift with a good round win, of course. Money will be a little bit battered for both sides. We should see the investment from VP leave with no savings. They've got a slight extra in the loss bonus, but that won't equate to another buy in the next. And similar story for TSM with $1,900 that will flow into them. Players on $300, $850. It won't stack up to a follow-up without a bomb plant bonus. This one could be a swing round that decides quite a lot. Certainly the first team to hit double digits to go further than that as well. Momentum, again, key factor for VP over the course of this series. So this round actually has quite a lot riding on it in my eyes.
And we did kind of say moving into this game that TSM are going to be the favorites, but it's not going to be as staunch as some of the other games, as maybe the Bait Sprout one, as probably the Forze and NAVI Jr one. So when you do kind of get these games where there is a bit of surprise up for grabs, there is upset potential, even if it is on the more limited side, you've got to take those opportunities. For VP Prodigy, I felt after map 1 that they probably should have taken Ancient and didn't. And the way that it's gone, where you don't win Ancient, but you win Nuke, and now you're 8-8, I would say for VP Prodigy, if you're not closing the likes of Overpass, it's another missed opportunity. It's another moment of history in the best of 3 that could be taken. Now they've just got to go out and get the result.
Guess you could apply similar thinking to TSM, right? I mean, yeah, they are still the favorites in this series, but they're the team that are looking for their establishing tournament, the one that says that, yeah, actually we're a capable squad, because...
Yeah, but it's not here. I mean, you can't expect it to be here, can you? They've been together for, what, a month? Like, if you're going down that logic of TSM are looking for that deep run, that's in 3 months' time. That's in 6 months. That's not now.
Walking into this one as the favorites over VP Prodigy to concede it. No more encouraging sides for them.
Well, they've gone through, what, 3 different coaches? They had Xtaz, they had Lambert, now they've got Regin. And they've gone through the recycle of Inters, Moto, Cypher, Jax. It shows you, right? TSM are not ready to be in that position to drive ahead. They are ready in this position to win this game, though, at a bare minimum.
Well, again, resting on round 17 to see whether VP can snatch the lead away from them, and that would put TSM back on shaky territory, so... see whether they will win out this match. Gun set in, again broken for VP because of how expensive that clutch was. SMG on Kushmeat, but the AWP is in on Shady.
This position out at long from Jushka could actually be the opening man advantage that grants quite a lot. Joel making noise, being flashed into the bathrooms. Does Joel win another?
Yes, he does, but Shady's fast to respond. Jushka down, one of those rifles dropped on VP Prodigy. A 4-on-4 established, no man advantage for TSM here. They might not commit to the A site off the back of that. That bomb's in rotation.
Shady just continuing to jump spot out here to the bathrooms of Dice and out to long. One good pick for the AWP could be everything at this position from Valde.
Trying to spot for information, but not take a fight. The T's will form up towards the B execution. Smokes in the way for Kushmi will block them out of time. 40 seconds for the hit.
Yeah, this MP9 could actually be in a decent position up against the Monster Walk. And Extendicera is out here on the B site as well. 3 on the defense. A good read from VP.
Leave the AWP to catch off the likes of Volde if necessary, but 25 seconds for the hit. Shots ringing out. SMG spray through, sees what's going on. Something only good for one. Shady catches the lurker. Now it's down to the 2 versus 2. Extendicera good to hold the line for now. Poison left to the clutch. Smokes off heaven. The AWP will fire ahead of it. The Molotov gives away his position, and Extendicera is known as Shady gets caught. He's forced back towards Graffiti, knowing his opponent's going to take a fight against him. Down to the default. He's got to get the plant in. No! Poison went for the hunt, and Extendicera has played that to perfection. Can he get the kill after time? Can he hurt the economy? Stay? Not quite. A hair too late. But VP have the lead.
Brev, Extendicera has just clutched 2 rounds in a row. Oh, that's so frustrating if you're TSM, because you know that he's out there to pip. You know that he's close to the bomb site directly. And just the timing of how much is on the clock with the util that's down, you're not anticipating him to retreat. You're anticipating him to keep fighting. The Poison does not want to prioritize the plant. He wants to have guns up. Extendicera may have just won this best-of-3 series for the Academy squad.
Quirtz missed out the boost, but Joel caught him anyway. TSM trying to play a faster kind of game here. They know that they've got the economy of the CT side on the ropes, and Kushmi's SMG, supported by the M4, sneaks ahead of the smoke. They might think the Toxic's completely clear, but he holds his nerve. Bomb plant, blinded, can't be denied, and indeed Kushmi strikes, something gets dealt with, but the SMG still holds as Shady gets involved with his M4 out of connector. Dropping another is Dwushka as Poison drops, and Quirtz is caught out. The faster pace held together by VP as they connect 10. And TSM start to let it slip.
And they do indeed, and it's surprising to see the round go down in that affair. An opening kill from Joel out there to the boost should have been enough to over-explode that B-bomb site, to work in from Monster, to work out from short. That reposition to Toxic Barrels was everything. The timing of working around the util and getting into an advanced angle, and then it's just chaos, isn't it? There's just fights everywhere for VP Prodigy.
They should get to 11. Because TSM have Deagles and Scouts. Damaging as they've been against the CT economy state. The setup favours them. The buy-up is with their position. The Deagle of Quirtz trying to insert to get a cheeky kill, but it doesn't turn into an execution. He was just a lurker. TSM lose 1 and gain absolutely nothing.
A Dwashka waiting to see if anyone's going to peer aggressively behind that divider smoke. Joel does get 1. They need more if they're going to threaten this round, though.
Oh, Valdes, the Eagle does provide more. Now suddenly it's all on to Dwushka. Held out a divider, does isolate one player, turn back to an even man stance, but so many players facing him. Valde can recover his own AK, turn it up. And now leave us at evens once again. Something beyond the smoke. The plant can be secured. Can it be denied? Something's playing the cheeky kind of game. Counter backed up, of course. Something's missed his marker. Kushmi just catches him 4x3 affection, but look at Valde. He sees his first, aware of the second, turns away, gets caught up on the ceiling, and the defuse could be held. He knows it's down at default. Valde can let the smoke clear, hold his nerve for the time being, but he doesn't act fast enough. Something will still secure the defuse. And VP get away with murder!
They keep clutching! They just keep clutching! What is going on? 4 rounds in a row, won by VP Prodigy. 3 out of 4 have come down to clutches. Oh, man. TSM, this is tilting. It is tilting to know you've lost so many clutches.
And it's an extension off the back of that second map as well. They had that 8-4 T side, couldn't close it on CT. Extending to this map, and here we are with VP, the late game surgeons. Clutch after clutch, yes, it leaves the economy in tatters, but if these rounds keep coming, TSM got Zyphon trying to insert Shady, the first to fall. Meanwhile, an engagement from Extendicera will take it back to a 4-on-4. They might have lost the bomb site. Well, they've got options here.
A double long, and only one of them has actually given away noise. Zyphon's trying to clear out the majority of the bomb site. He has to take a fight to long.
Flash sense sees the boost up, player can get extended zero. It's a chance for Dwushka to strike, but he holds his patience and he might find more for it. His teammates set up, aware that this cubby corner is the concern. He reveals himself though, needs to win this peek out fight, and indeed he does against Siphon. Takes a bit of damage in return as Volde is on over at Truck. The bomb trying to commit from long, very awkward spray. Comes together in the end as TSM hold the advantage, but the CT start pressing. Backstabs not being accounted for Kushmi. He thinks it might still be a B play. This insertion from Quirtz might change everything again.
Oh, this is just wild. This is all about timings. AK's looking the other direction, and Valde actually falls on the sides.
Meanwhile, the closing pins as he's seen them both. He capitalizes on one, looks back to a 2v1. Plant for Joel should be secured. Aware that Kushmi's coming in from bank. Molotov will get beaten out ahead of, and the AK will win it. TSM stave off the match point.
And they're literally double eco. This has to be a force buy here from VP Prodigy. TSM, you mentioned it. Yes, you can keep winning clutches, but as soon as you lose, that's where you just get destroyed. That's when the economy gets into a very awful state. And for TSM, this is prime position to go 11-11. It has to be seen. I really don't believe in this round for VP Prodigy.
They forced up to pistols, so TSM certainly have the better setup. And with this round in mind, with the follow-up eco, you're right, it should be 11 apiece. And they edge out another 13-11. Can VP find a steal? Haven't seen many of these 4-sport round victories from them over the course of this series. This one could turn everything towards their way. They play it patiently and carefully in TSM. Haven't seen any fights.
Well, it's turning into a gamble stack. And this is what TSM need to avoid, is the gamble stack. And you got some searchers. You had some players outside of Monster. You've now got a lot of the bathrooms attempting to be taken, long being taken. You do not want to be running into a complete stack in a round like this.
Shady's the eagle at range. Sees one. Knowing about the signpost, his teammates on the back of the site. 4 players, total of 5th man about to join him. Shady at close range. The eagle does get fought back upon Quirtz, wary of 2 players, but can't nod up a second kill. He will be able to do so. Something comes back with one of his own. Siphon and Volde hold their nerve. And nothing left for Extended Zero at the end of that round. TSM overwhelmed the force by VP. Harsher Eco set towards the guns in round 23.
And looking at the economy state, they won't even be able to get an AWP out in the next round. 3,100 for Dwushka with the 2,400. I mean, they could do it with the 5,400 with the AWP and body armor, but it's the lack of nades, really. And honestly, I actually haven't seen a lot from Shady across this best of 3 series. So probably leaning 5 M4s out in the next gun round is what I would suggest.
We'll find out what they go for when we get to that round. For now, it is just the harsher eco. They're stacking towards this B-short position. Kushmi going to get caught off on the jump face, and on standard stuff for an AK to win that kind of fight, isolating the first player. They do manage to catch off Quirtz, though, so gun to hold. Maybe that AK might change things in the buy-up.
Yeah, it will do. And that AK being saved is good for both teams. It's good for VP Prodigy that you're able to hold on to a T-weapon. It's good for TSM because that search tells them it's a B-stack. So you know that getting movement and getting progression up to A is going to be very easy. You just get the bomb down, get the round, and close it off. 11-11. Real threatening way. And overtime, it could be looming in this one.
So one chance to get it on map 1. I will see it here on map 3. Volde dealing with these pistol players is appropriate. Ensuring that second AK does not fall into their hands. He'll take some damage, but he will clean them up. And Dwushka, the only rifle held up by VP. Decent enough for the eco basis. Might provide options for that AWP if they decide they want to go for it. 11 apiece, and the Prodigy side take a tactical because this may well be do or die for them.
Well, it may be a long time until we see VP Prodigy back on HLTV. So 2 more rounds gets you another best of 3. 2 more rounds gets you a higher HLTV ranking to get more invites. A lot of teams would have looked at VP Prodigy and the competition that's here in the closed qualifier and think, how's that happened? how have they managed to get there with some of the high-end Tier 2 squads that are involved? But with the way that they've performed in this best of 3, Jay, they have very much well-deserved their spot here in the closed qual.
Will they get the spot in the quarterfinals? They do get that AWP on Shady. He has the big green. And falls on the others as VP go forward, Unto go forward. The T-side buy of Team Solo Mid, who they themselves will be hunting for the next round. They themselves want the spot against Guild Eagles. They were poised to do so off the back of that first map victory, weren't able to close it, so time to close it here, round 23. It's theirs for the taking.
And not a lot of progression with map presence for TSM. They've taken short water and they're only just starting to get onto the front side of the bathrooms. Counter boost to look out to Con, may spot vision. It's all about how much noise is given away and whether this long setup in the bathrooms can take a contact.
AK set. Shadow seen. Poison drops. Dushka open things up. Looks in for the second player. He's just spotted the timing, but gets away from contact. Understanding to play the man advantage here for VP.
Oh, HE placement's very good, and Dwoshka needs to keep fighting. Stay that aggressive towards long. He's got a crossfire in there, but Quirtz deals with Externizera.
You heard the footsteps, so he's aware of some map presence. Quirtz still acting out towards the B-bomb site. He's got something next, but finally Kushmi puts him in his place to a 3v3. Catching Volde next. Incendiaries block any further action on shorts as they try to hard commit with those opening kills. 20 seconds. They have to commit towards B in the end, and the CTs have their position. Kushmi specifically with a triple. It's all on Zyphon now. 15 deep. Needs to plant and get this whole 1v3 together. Slightly open with a smoke coming in. They're closing in real quick. One isolated. Secondary kill doesn't come forward. And VP Prodigy are on match points.
And that may be the best lurk that we've seen from Quirtz all series so far. They are contesting long. They're putting and showing information to A, and he walks out B and gets a multi-frag kill. Normally, we would look at that scenario and say that's a round-defining play. That is the X-Factor moment that denies that round. But that anchor, that hold of the triple from Kushmi, and VP Prodigy have now shaped themselves up with one chance to close here.
But TSM are right back on the buy. AK's AWP set, fast plays in towards short. Zyphon quickly making his moves up. Counter utility was right in position. The nades down towards Monster won't do much because Zyphon is acting from short. SMG seeing the gun barrel, gets his kill for it. Sees that second, but Volde catches him ahead of the smoke. The AWP now supporting the T-side attack. A third player is on the way, but look at something. Here at Toxic, he's got a kill. He's not aware of the other T-side players. Gaps in the smoke can't get generated as the man advantage continues to go the way of VP. Shady's here with the AWP against Poison. Joel and Quirtz, the last two players that remain. Quirtz especially centered up on the bomb site, trying to get a pick back, trying to find a responsive. He doesn't know. He's grouped up with his teammate. Fights on from Joel. Quirtz versus 4. He can't get it done. Virtus Pro Prodigy have pulled it out against TSM. A 2-1 series that sends them to the quarterfinals.
Very well played from VP Prodigy, a team that in the last 9 months on HLTVJ have just played 22 maps at this level. They've come out and they've taken a victory, and it was a close affair. I mean, to go all 24 rounds on map 1 and on map 3 really dictates how much they were really in this series.
Yeah, monstrous stuff from them towards the end of those maps as well. The late surgencies that came together, especially on Overpass, right? Those clutches, time after time, got in the heads of TSM, pushed them a little bit further, couldn't quite get responded towards. No resets for the international squad, and the end result is, of course, VP putting them out of the qualifier, taking their spot in the next round. Coming into today, Dwayne, we didn't see that coming.
No, for VP Prodigy, they've been able to cause off an upset. And for TSM, it's once more the conversation that we're only just starting to see these newer guys come into the lineup. We'd seen before today, one best of 3 be played from Poison, and that's it. A couple of best of 1s. It's not enough time to be able to really generate what this core is going to look like, what this full 5 is going to look like. In saying that, though, it is underwhelming. It is disappointing that these 5 players, to the caliber of experience that they have, that they can lose to a team like VP Prodigy.
Yeah, there's a reason we rated them as favourites, and it's not because of the team formation, right? These guys have quite a bit behind them in terms of their histories, so the idea that you're losing out as much as they did, especially on that Nuke, I have to say I was still disappointed with their CT side of Nuke, which should always be a bit of a layup in any circumstance, but the punish pick didn't work out for them. In the end, they got pushed to this third map, and they really felt like they were on to take it at several points throughout the key elements towards the end of the map up, but VP hung in there. They got their early starts once again. They were able to deal with TSM at moments to keep it competitive, and when it came push to shove, they were the ones that came out the better for it. So yeah, I would say disappointing from TSM.
For VP Prodigy, this is obviously a very good day for them. It's a very successful day. They've played well to be able to get the victory today. It's going to be a tough bracket for them, though, because when you look at the majority of results towards the higher end of Tier 2 teams, they're not beating many high-end Tier 2 teams. And yes, we can sit here and say that Guild Eagles Online have been insanely out of form for a good year or so. That's still a team with some very good protocols, with some very high-fire players. So for VP Prodigy, you cause an upset in your opening game. It's going to be tough to replicate, but at least it's the confidence to go into that game and say, hey, if we've done it once, let's do it again.
Yeah, look, I don't think anyone expected them to be in the quarterfinals, so in that respect, they always have 2 thumbs up for me, right? They get another chance to make impact happen on HLTV. They go up against a very experienced squad, and even if they get nothing else, they can at least try and test themselves against that sort of higher level of the Tier 2 competition, right? And for a lot of the lower level academy teams or Tier 3 teams or the Tier 2.5 teams, they want that just to gain more experience, if nothing else.
And once more, to be able to beat a side like TSM, you had to work hard, and we spoke about some of the clutches. Winning 3 clutches out of 4 rounds, how replicable is that? How consistent is that going to be across the closed qualifier? Because we could very easily say if just one of those rounds, the ex-Dennis era, does not come in back-to-back clutches, mate, it's probably TSM taking this map. It's probably TSM winning the entire best of 3.
No, I have to agree, right? Like, it was really down to just a couple of moments where things went well for Virtus Pro at the very, very key end of the map up, where you're right? Any of those clutches being lost, maybe something going awry for even this situation right here you see on screen from Valde, right? If it was a second earlier, that would have been enough. A second made the difference between TSM potentially winning this map.
And oftentimes that's what you need. If you are the underdog, if you are one of these teams that don't consistently play at the high level, you need a lot of things to go right for you in order to take the victory. And for VP Prodigy, it was just enough today. So they'll be very happy with this result. This will mean a lot to them, that even though it is a new look TSM roster, you're still going up against experienced Tier 2 players, and you've been able to beat them in a best of 3.
Indeed you have. Now the tasks get no more easier for them. We said even for TSM that going forward, if they won this series, that they were going to take on the Guild Eagles, and that was winnable, but not necessarily easy for their own part of things. I don't think the same applies to Guild Eagles either against VP Prodigy, but they are still walking into this one as a key underdog in the quarterfinals on the Academy side. But a win's a win. Today was a win. They've earned it, and I think they deserve to move on.
And I'm sure that with the coaching staff that the Guild Eagles have, of a main coach and a couple of backup sort of supportive coaches as well, they're going to be ready for VP Prodigy, because you can't look at a team that was able to 2-1 TSM that's kind of unknown and kind of go into your game saying, oh, we're going to beat them easily. We're going to go into that best of 3 and it's going to be a walk in the park. They showed a lot of grit. They showed a lot of annoying play styles, especially on the T side, very frustrating to be up against. So for VP Prodigy, it's the result that is surprising, and now they get to look on and see if they can do it again.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's surprising in certain capacities. I feel like Guild Eagles would certainly have much more capacity to try and deal with it. As you mentioned, they have the preparation behind them. I guess VP are also backed by a big organization, so they could pull those resources if they really, really need to, or if they're willing to provide it on the org itself. But look, I think the main issues for VP is more down to the lack of experience on these guys more than anything else, right? And that sort of situation that can get punished by a more experienced squad like a Guild Eagles, for instance. So again, going into the next matchup, it's not going to be easy for VP. They're still, I don't don't see them making it to the semi-finals, unfortunately. I don't see them winning that match just yet. Maybe they could do, right? Maybe they could show something a little bit more when it comes to the on-the-day performance, if they can continue to bring out some of those star performances from the guys that really had impact today and replicate that in a couple of days' time, then maybe there could be a chance. But from the outset going into that quarterfinal matchup, I just don't see it at the moment.
Well, I see it being a really exciting series, and the reason for that, look at the conflicting playstyles. We know Guild Eagles are very sharp individually. They're going to be very dry in a lot of maneuvers, and then you're kind of going up against a side that likes to dictate a lot of pace, likes to slow it down. So you've got a bit more of an aggressive team up against a really passive team. That could actually create quite an intriguing dynamic to see what they're like up against one another.
Yeah, well, we saw how the passiveness worked so well there for the VP side against TSM today. So the idea that they've got those strengths in, and as you mentioned, Guild Eagles will be trying to figure out how their playstyle can act against that, and if they've got the proficiency to perform in that capacity. So yeah, playstyle contribution should be one that be very interesting to explore when we get to that on the day. For VP Prodigy, it worked so well against TSM, but being pressured as much as they were, right, that wasn't an easy series to win for them.
And that could be the exact same conversation for the majority of these games, especially the next one, is that upsets don't come easily, especially when you're working against high-end Tier 2 competition, which is the majority of the teams here in this closed qualifier.
Well, we did say, of course, over the course of the first day that we saw our favourite teams coming out on top in the first two best-of-threes, but we saw some surprises in terms of how those matches played out. In this case, this is a case where the surprise is more in the upset more than the individual map-ups in the series and how they lined up. VP Prodigy, again, taking down TSM. We can see those scoreboards and see who did so well. Dushka especially was the man that stood out for me alongside something during this second map. X-Zero still, however, I think he might have rated top of the board in the best-of-3 overall.
Well, without X-Denizera, this game's not winnable. Simple as that. He had two back-to-back very important clutches. Kashmir had obviously a really sick hold out there on B when Quirtz was able to work up and get 2 picks by himself. So a lot of individual moments from the guys out over on VP Prodigy that made the difference, that just got it over the line.
Indeed, yes, and that's all you really need to do in this context. The 13-11 is over the finish line, a 2-1 series that does get them into the quarterfinals. TSM back to the drawing board, boys. Still got to figure out those small intricacies and figure out what's going so wrong at the moment. It is still early in the team's life cycle, so you have some time to work with. Yesterday, you're looking more towards this 3 to 6 month period where things can try and work up, but I mean, look, again, this is a team that's constantly in flux. We've seen that since their first edition. We're going to see it, I think, over this new formation. It's a case of, again, just figuring out where things need to change.
Well, first off, I mean, it depends on how many more tournament invites they're going to get, because they really are playing in the majority of open qualifiers, which is never easy to find progression. And then even ECL, because they're working with the old core, you're not working with your new and familiar players. So it could actually be quite tough for the next month or so, just depending on how many invites TSM are getting to get them more officials under their belt, to get them more comfortable with the lineup that they're producing.
We might have to rest on the practice and the scrims and the more behind-the-scenes aspects of trying to get this team formed up. Whether I can't get that's the less of the tangible things that we can't analyse and more onto them in terms of their own shoulders. But for TSM, look, I think that they hope for a little bit more out of this matchup. I think they would have at least hoped to get towards that quarterfinal. They don't do it in the end. It's another tournament where they do crash out. And again, just going forward, just trying to see where they're going to appear next up is going to be a task and a half for their own right of things. But that's in the past. That's the series, the first one over and done with. Now we look towards our second, which is kind of a bit of a CIS derby to a certain capacity, not fully, and with only 2 players of the CIS squad being over on NAVI Jr. They take on Forze in our second match of the day, our final one of round 1, after this very short break.
Últimamente nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso a terminar examinando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con él. Pues nos fuimos, y yo el ave, campo otra vez, tiro lino. Ya lo sabes, antes de ayer lo dijimos. Y si nos vamos, de nadie nos despedimos. Pilla el ave, había un coche que lo limo. No lo saben, pero hace 5 dimos. Nena, por tu forma de hablar, intuyo que nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con él.
would you break me? Feel it in my bones, I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking, so get yourself to safety. Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the one and pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is pouring. I'm at you like a hurricane. Don't stay, run away, 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 away.
need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright.
And welcome back to the Skyesports Masters European Qualifier, into our second match of the day and our final match of round one of the bracket. We have just seen TSM fall victim to the prodigies of Virtus Pro as they move forward as our third team through to the quarter-finals. And now we'll decide who is going to be the last team forward towards that position. Let's show you exactly how the bracket looks as of, well, the schedule of today, of course, will look as of right now. Forze and NAVI Jr are the last team in round one.
Indeed they are, and look, it's very clear-cut. For Forze's perspective, they're a team that we're very familiar with. They're a team that in the recent handful of months and handful of even closed qualifiers have shown a lot, and you're going up against a new rebuild NAVI Jr roster. It is a David versus Goliath battle in my eyes.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, I know that Forze aren't exactly the most high-end Tier 2 team as of right now because of the nature of the qualifiers that they're playing in, mostly not like established cups and seasons. But look, they are a team that have always been able to show positive things, even when they are on those lower positions. Like, look, they are a team that have to be a force to be reckoned with here in the context of this best of three. Definitely a case where in the last match, TSM were coming in as the favourites, but still had a chance where VP Prodigy could show us a little bit of light. I have a high doubt that'll be the case because Forze certainly are the much heavier favourites in this context.
And they're just one of those teams that we're more familiar with. I mean, for Xiaofi, the in-game leader of the team, learnt a lot playing under Jerry, being in that position previously where you work with a veteran in the scene and someone that you're very familiar with, and then slowly Zorti kind of makes his way out and Kenty makes his way out, and we get some newer players. Result that came over from VP Prodigy, I would say he's probably the best player on this Forze roster. Goku, Shima, and Orpa that kind of came out of nowhere playing on Hotu, which was a team that pretty much only played Liquipedia events, didn't actually feature on HLTV all that often, and then Celta is their most recent signing since Crad went over to Amcal.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those situations where we have got just a number of players that are very much proven in the Tier 2 environment, and it's just a case of whether or not they can take the elements that they have and line them up to a point where they will be able to establish themselves as a top-end Tier 2 team, right? Again, they certainly have the firepower, they have the talent in their own right, and I have faith that they'll be able to do quite good work over a long enough time scale, and certainly in the shorter form against NAVI Jr. These guys, again, very similar to VP Prodigy, very much unknown to the wider scale of the CS audience.
For a couple of the guys, I know, Demon, one of them, came from the previous iteration of NAVI Jr, actually played on NAVI Youth a couple of times, played on NAVI Jr as well. Magic is the Orpa of the team, a young 18-year-old, and then Kerbeni is an in-game leader that played out in the Kosovo scene, played on Blink and KS, where him and Makazi were at least a duo for a portion of time. So there's guys with very, very limited pro experience. You've got 3 guys out of this team that are only on double digits maps being played on HLTV. So there is a clear contrast between these players on NAVI Jr and the players that are out on Forze.
Yeah, to the wider audience, this will be a moment of discovery for NAVI Jr because this will be their first exposure to this kind of a level, or not their first exposure, but like one of their more recent sort of opportunities to get exposed to the wider world of CS. But in terms of a team as a whole, right, these guys have actually been playing together since about October last year, and actually they've got a number of tournaments in the lower divisions of Counter-Strike, which they've been kind of having a little bit hit and miss success, but they have been going top 3s, top 8s, sometimes in certain capacities. It's just, again, that level of performance is not quite up to where you want to see against the likes of a Forze. So, Matt Veto's on screen. Dwayne, talk me through it.
Well, Ancient's always the go-to, so there's no surprise that that's come in. Nuke is a strong map as well from Forze. And the difficult nature here for NAVI Jr is they always go towards Ancient in the HLTV officials, in the Liquipedia events. The difference is you're not consistently playing the high-end competitions. Now they've had some deep runs, and they've been grinding. They've actually been working really hard. They have been playing a crazy amount of officials over the last couple of months. It's just that it's not to the degree of Forze. And that's where my conversation just ends, is that it might be a map you're comfortable on. It's not going to be a map you're comfortable on at this level.
Yeah, look, again, the tournaments they're playing in will be probably, at most, people would have heard about rather than watched, like United 21, for instance, the rest season, not the rest Masters or the European Masters, but like the rest local season, various qualifiers, which haven't always been as deep by comparison to the likes of Forze, who have actually had a couple opportunities to qualify, and we've also seen them in a lot of the Tier 2 online cups and frequently in those higher levels of the Tier 2 scene. So again, right, Forze are just at a different level by comparison. So you can take a look at the map favoritism in the picks that NAVI Jr would have and still sort of rate them at a disadvantage regardless.
Well, for NAVI Jr, we actually saw them participate in a Skyesports event before, and that was the European qualifier that was held last year. Now, they ended up placing last. It was a round robin into a play-in, and they played TSM. They couldn't win a map. They played Bait. They couldn't win a map. They played Aurora, and they took one. And that's just it. So teams that we're familiar with in this competition as well, NAVI Jr weren't able to do it. Now they've got to try and see if they can do the one better. Can they not only take a map, but try and take a best of 3 series?
Well, it's a little bit encouraged that they were able to take a map against one of those teams that, again, sort of within that region for 3 of the core players of the NAVI Jr side. But again, it's a case of too few and far between on those performances and just not enough depth behind them. So for me, I'm backing Forza 2-0 in this best of 3.
I'm going to join you on that one as well. NAVI Jr bringing mass players out to A main with a smoke down to Donut and from CT. Shalfie to take first contact.
Drawing out first blood against the team that picked this map. Straight shot to the head and reducing them by 4. They wait for that smoke to bloom up before they go for anything more here. Look at the insertion from Resto. He can't see the player of Demon, though. Held outside of the Donut entrance. Eventually gets it back to evens.
There's a late lurk from Forze out here to the bottom of Elbow, so that could actually be a defining player to cut the rotation in Donut.
Celta moves in against Magic. Sees a second player today. Is going to catch that one. Forze indeed will tag Gokushima down to 5 points of health, but still he swings on Demon. Still he gets that casualty, and now the last is being known about. The defuse is being held together. A little bit off to the left-hand side of the Donut entrance. Forze still going to get overwhelmed by Gokushima, who still lands his 2K despite being majorly down on the HP bars. It's pistol win for Forza.
And unfortunately for NAVI Jr, there is a lot of substitutions that are coming in recently. We saw on the 23rd of February that the organization parted ways with FNL. And what that's meant is that you've got guys like Frosik that are coming in as the 5th spot. They also had a player from Kazakhstan of El Karen kind of help out in a couple of HLTV games as well. So for NAVI Jr, we're yet to see the official signing of their 5th player. They've got a lot of players in their youth academy system too that they can kind of promote and use when necessary. And from Forza though, I think it was how quickly Shalfie recognized what was going on that made a difference into that round.
Able to adjust as effective. Mentioned, of course, him taking over the captaincy reins of Forza. I'm still not used to seeing Forza without Jerry as the captain. Like, it's still so like just weird to me. I know it's been a few months now, and it's been a fair while, but just such a staple element of the Forza side. So for Shalfie, obviously, pretty significant shoes to fill on this team.
I mean, it shows that Forza have been a high-end Tier 2 team for the last, what, 3 years or so? We're not always going to say they're the highest of Tier 2 teams, but in and around that conversation of being able to win events, qualify to LAN events, and they've done it with various different iterations of the roster. A lot of people are going to be familiar when ENCE Power was still there, when FaceCrack and Crad was out there with Jerry and that. And then we've seen, obviously, the Zorti and Kenzie iterations, and now we're getting even more newer pieces. I mean, for Celta, this is a guy that had a very successful last year. I would say from maybe January to about April of last year, had a really successful 3 to 4 months with Aurora. They kind of petered out. They were consistent, but looking for that next step, and he ended up getting cut. He comes over here to Forza, and they nearly qualified to ESL Challenger Melbourne, where he went up against his old team. So in the very few events that Celta's been able to play, they've actually had some really good deep runs.
An evolution upon this squad. When you say that they're in a top-end Tier 2 team in the last couple of years, which strictly speaking is true, but I remember back to the days of the pre-pandemic where the Forza roster from back then were qualifying for like the Berlin Major and such. Been a staple element of this scene for a very, very long time.
Yeah, them and Dream Eaters were kind of the two that obviously showed a lot at the Major back then. And from an organization point of view, knowing that you've gone through so many different iterations and yet you've still always kept a fairly consistent team, that's not easy to do in the Tier 2 landscape.
Changes can make all the difference in the world, even the small ones. Think about the number of teams that you could just list off the top of your head that have, you know, had a established position and then suddenly just lost it.
Yeah, basically everyone. Like, seriously, there are not many teams. There's probably less than a handful that you could name that for the last 3 to 4 years have been able to keep stable positions at the high end of Tier 2. There really isn't many.
Well, Forze are one of them.
And Tanir as well, a player from Belarus, is got an interesting dynamic where him very early on in his career actually played for Zorka, which was Nemega's academy team, and then he went from there to play on Forze School, which was the very first iteration of the academy team that Forze had before they even had the Forze youngsters, and now he's found his way from the school into the main team.
Haven't they had like 3 different academy teams in their history or something? Like,
yeah, they've had some different names. I suppose similar to NAVI Jr. with the NAVI Youth as well.
Yeah. There's several talents are sort of like cycling in and out of the academy teams to a certain capacity. I mean, you mentioned obviously for NAVI Jr, right? A Demon has been in and out of various academy squads within the NAVI organization, both NAVI Jr and NAVI Youth. I think he first started on NAVI Youth, if memory serves me correctly. So, building up the homegrown talents, so to speak. Who's going to be the beneficiaries of those homegrown? So maybe a couple of players to watch out for in terms of their progression.
Well, for NAVI Jr, you look at their HLTV record. They've played 5 best-of-3s in the last 3 months. For Forza in the last 3 months, they've beaten teams like Aurora, like Koi, like Nine Pandas, like BetBoom, and Aurora another time. And you think, geez, man, these guys are beating high-end Tier 2 teams, and yet we've got 5 games on record in the last 3 months. It's adding to the conversation that they just do not hang at this level frequently.
Yeah, just always going to be tough for a team like NAVI Jr in this position.
Now, one actually very intriguing signing that I did see for NAVI Jr is when they brought in the coach of Kari, who actually played pretty much in the Spanish scene for all of his career. Played on Wizards and Overgaming, G-Bots, if you remember them, Kick and Existence. Had a little stint on Pinta when they kind of had the Spanish but also slightly European roster. Coaching out on Iberian Family, which was obviously picked up by Movistar Riders. The GTZ Bulls as well. So a guy that has pretty much made his career in Spain, taking a coaching opportunity for an international roster with youngsters.
His 4th team as a coach. Career dating back to the years of 2008. So a long playing career that he himself has had. A lot of experience that should be imparted to the likes of NAVI Jr as time rolls on. How much impact can he have in the server when NAVI Jr call upon him for the tactical pauses? I guess we'll find out as the match rolls on. Still only a round deep as Forza did take the pistol. NAVI did get the plant though, so round 2, it's the Force buy.
Well, he should be able to at least get them in the right mindset for this game because it's a tough one. This is never going to be an easy affair up against Forza. Fast, B-pop, up from Ram.
Wasting no time, Akazi, Mac 10. Back of ahead of the likes of Result. Shalfie does get his 2 kills in, though, with that M4. Overwhelmed with the pistol players to a 3 versus 3. Tanir is close, though. Going to try and deny that bomb. Plant makes his way slowly around the smoke and just about wins that fight, but takes a heavy amount of damage now. 2 versus 2, which might not be all that provisional here for the CT Forces, especially as Tanir has finally dropped. It's all on Celta here. USP pulled out as he tries to deny that bomb plant and does get caught off by Navi's quick swing. A follow-up returned by the T side.
That's a very wacky round. It's very quick. It's out of the gate. Shalfie actually pretty much maintained the position with that double kill to Long, but just some overextension, some really close-range fights, players scaling in and around utility from Tanir to only get away with 1. And Forza will be in an uncomfortable state now on the ball. For NAVI Jr, a very good force buy from them.
Indeed it is. Force back from Forza looking far weakened than the last round of NAVI. Pistols only as they try and re-establish their lead. One player popping out of mid. Shelfie caught off by Krebeni. Good start of the map 10. Of course, that's the only real lurker on any other part of the map that's not the B site being removed. So as the backstab closes in, they will converge upon Forze and should really leave no survivors unless they can fight their way out of a corner. Tanir flashed in, kill, found second, lesser so. Demon and Magic maintain control.
A decent effort there. You could see the way that the Pistols are trying to get on the front foot, sort of take map control away, try and see if they can set them up, getting util forward, and they get in for that first kill, but Magic just denies any accountability of a bit of a steal. And NAVI Jr. get that 2-1 lead, and I suppose for the two players in Kosovo as well, they come from a region where outside of the Guild Eagles and obviously the Blink Boys, that's the only success that has come from that region in a very long time. So I'm sure a bit of an inspiration that they've been for these guys to now make that international journey.
Only local stuff outside of this one team. I know that Krebeni, for instance, was squad. Forza now down thanks to him and his team's efforts. 2-1 on the board of Navi, and Forza's force back could not enable any sort of a buyback. Despite having the Mat 10 in the previous round, the only automatic that should be in place. See what damage Gokushima can try and get with it.
And for Forza, this is a map of Ancient where it gets an okay amount of play rate. It's not their insta-ban, they don't really pick it. Oftentimes you see it as a third map decider. They've had a couple of decent results, especially the 13-4 strong scoreline against Koi recently. But for NAVI Jr., threatening this map into any kind of strange account will have to be for the first few gun rounds of the game.
Already lost the automatic weapon of Forza. Navi upgrade pistols now, just leaving onto the 5.7 of Shelfie. Hoping from red that he can find someone aggressing into mid, but that's not been the case. So plant secured. 3-1 on the board of NAVI Jr. Forza should look towards those rifle rounds and seeing what kind of damage they can do from there. Try and establish themselves with that position. Krebeni does deal with the last player. So now we can get into the real meat and potatoes of Ancient.
And for Result and Gokushima, in my eyes, they're always the two guys to watch out for. Result is an incredible rifler who always delivers a lot of impact. Gokushima, when he gets the AWP in his hands, is going to be deadly. One of those players who is still trying to find that form at the higher end of Tier 2 to be consistently sort of on the money against some of the better squads. NAVI Jr. are going to be up against quite a lot on this rifle rounds.
Might provide a couple of players worth of damage that could be easy enough to come their way. Oh dear, it seems like we have lost a little bit of server. Okay, I'm not certain what's going on. Right, okay, so we are having a couple of technical issues. Okay, we're back. All good. Don't worry, Dweg. Everything's fine. NAVI Jr. have got the opening pick.
Well, there from the red room. NAVI Jr. have got a lot of pieces at the advantage to be able to take B.
There goes Result down to Krebeni's part. Nade set in as Tanir watches with that FAMAS checking position against the next of Makazi to fall back. One return, second kill for Tanir. Can he make it a triple? Certainly can. With a player pulling utility out, it's now down to 2 on the NAVI Jr. side when they gain all the advantages. That Molotov doesn't extend towards Tanir. He's going to combine alongside Shelfie, who gets the trades back against him. And Forza hold their nerve.
There is no denying, Jade, that is the best individual sequence I have seen all day. All day. That is lovely. Tanir knows he's exposed and he's alone on B. This is where you have to work the timing on exposing the wider angle, giving yourself an off angle for the first, transitioning against the ramp player that's trying to sandwich on that B split. 4 kills out on B with a single FAMAS. That is pure quality.
Perfect timings and everything from Tanir. AK's on Krebeni first and foremost in the try and get the start again for NAVI Jr. back on the rebuy, catching Shelfie off guard and exposed alone. Celta trying to make his way into the donut entrance and try and capitalize with a trade back. Is M4 watching the left, better be wary of peek towards the right. Times it well, but Krebeni still wins that fight and storms ahead onto the A play, which is now completely open.
And the in-game leader getting 2 kills has pretty much defined the round already. Demon watching the timing, does get caught off guard. Tanir and Goku Shuma can start to strike, and now I'm a little bit worried if this bomb's actually going to get planted down without a threat.
Resol better be wary of Krebeni's push forward. We'll hear the footsteps as well towards main, because Gokushima is out there towards Donut. Krebeni again, the main emphasis point. Hearing footsteps. Waiting for them to make their moves, swing out. First player caught for damage in minimal amounts. Not quite a kill for Krebeni though, so advantage has been regained by Forze. Magic's Orb puts it into a 2 versus 2, but he's the only player out here. His teammate walking up mid as Magic gets a second kill onto Tanir, and Result hides away, looks for his contact. His spray does damage, but doesn't get his kill. Meanwhile, Frozik closes in the pincers here. Molly's in the backside will drive him out of position, and Frozik should allow that bomb to go down.
Waiting for that reposition out from House, but it just never comes in. Resol should be able to catch the planter.
Orb turned away from M4. Kept at bay, seeing the headshot doing more damage. USP is pulled out. Frozik low, Magic also tagged with his AWP on position. Swung upon the USP. Doesn't stand a chance against the big green, and Magic will secure number 4 for NAVI.
And that round is just wild. The in-game leader pretty much wins it by himself, and then all of a sudden, there's 3 returning kills quite quickly. This is a very scrappy start to Ancient. The individual moments that are coming in, Forza probably should be winning that round. Good sequence from Magic with the AWP. And I don't know, when I see games like this, where it does get very scrappy in the first couple of rifle rounds, it throws a lot of question into the mix. It makes it a very difficult game to follow on who's really at the advantage.
Forza are keeping up the damage, but Na'Vi are winning the rounds. Unfortunately for the CT side, they don't have the economy state to keep on the buys. Won't be able to try and punish the 3 players that went down, or the wacky kind of buy state of NAVI Jr. Thought they would bring out the extra rifles because they had quite a lot of cash coming into this round, but Demon and Makazi happy with the MAC-10s once again. And they're up against the harsh eco, so maybe a good read of the economy state to farm cash. And the full stack in against Magic will be contested with his AWP. He gets out of dodge.
Krebeni probably going to get overwhelmed by these eco pistols. 1-for-1 trade. The bomb is still hanging around for Magic, so it needs to start getting that as a move on.
Demon will finally face in and get Gokushima back, but that bomb knows that it's a hard stack over at A that pushed aggressive, so he'll get back onto that B side, get the plant down. He should be able to secure this round off the back of that Forza. Just that 1 AK on Result to save into the next and give him a little bit more punch to the next buy.
Yeah, Forza will be very happy with that AK. Demon with the MAC-10. Maintaining Donut, maintaining A main. From a scoreline point of view, this is actually a very successful start to Ancient for NAVI Jr.
Yeah, 5th towards their board. Oh, Makazi, what a transfer that was. Against Kevlar's players, yes, but still 6 sequins and still taking that AK away from Forza, so having its impact in the tail end of the round for NAVI. M4's come out for the Forza CT side. Can they apply a 3rd round on their tally? Individually based with the pistol win and a follow-up a few rounds later. Next gun by Set as NAVI Jr. look to continue momentum.
They're just showing mid-util, but it's a very fast play out to A main, and Celta's going to have to be the first player to fight in from Donut.
Start to hear those footsteps. Teammates are called in. Utility pulled out again on several players, but still, Makazi and Magic have their trades back. Tanir can respond towards one more, so advantage has been knocked back a peg, but still favourable to NAVI Jr. And that trade is not enough to spring Forza into life. They do not have faith on a retake. They're going to save their guns. How quickly that round was over.
For NAVI Jr, they go in fast towards A, but they leave a late lurk in mid. And that just helps cutting the rotation of the shelf player trying to assist in from Donut. Unfortunate timing from Celta. He's kind of in a position where he's trying to fight onto the first, but gets distracted to try and transfer to the second. NAVI Jr have certainly had quite a difference of dictation of pace. They've had some aggressive maneuvers. They've been quite slow in certain mid-rounds. They are having quite a lot of fun on this T side. And they are consistently getting entries, which are making difference to cracking open bomb sites.
Minimum 6 hit as a result. Forze not been allowed to look in over on this map. CT half. Fall by the wayside if NAVI keep this up, because the situation you're on, you get to go worse and worse unless they find a responsive. SMGs of Shelfie will be the first aggressive port of call. The M4 saved in. Already one has fallen to the hands of Makazi. Another opening kill, like you mentioned, and a follow-up from Gokushima at least takes him back away from Cheetah. The AWP also detected as Resol can get Magic to return, but Frozig is still aggressive here over at lane. Will they extend towards him? Then extend towards the players all the way back at spawn as Resol gets caught. Celta's 5-7. 2 to line up. Gets the second headshot without even knowing. And Frozig is all that's left. Bomb not even in his control.
Now, that is a real wacky sequence to come through from Celta, but it's one of those defining moments with that deeper smoke out there in the T-spawn behind the B doors where you've got protection. And that spotter out there of Frozig, mate, he goes, there's no one there. Just come out of the smoke. Why would you expect Celta when the info is no one's pressed doors?
Combination of perfect timing, misinformation, misdirection thrown in by Forze's camp, and NAVI Jr will lose a third back to that CT force.
And this is the cave smoke from spawn from Magic, which normally dictates an aggressive shelf play.
There are Molotov to ensure the window position is taken by the T's pretty effectively. Demon will force one player back over at the donut entrance. Take a bit of damage though by trying to extend and look for more in mid. Shelfie's hidden though. Nades against him will tag him up as Tanir also takes damage. The Molotovs forcing him out into the open to take a fight on Krebeni, which he will lose. Damage done to several players on T side. A man advantage with NAVI.
And we're seeing these opening picks come in with the first 30-odd seconds of the round. Makazi once more in from lane. The trade through the smoke as Demon. And this has fallen apart once more from Forza.
Yeah, aggressive fights trying to gain the man advantages back and just not working out for them. NAVI have them covered.
Yeah, they're very confident in these aggressive duels. It seems individually they're quite happy to give the fight to Forza.
Because they're winning said fights. 3-on-4 for the post-plant. Forza again not opting to go for any sort of retake here. They just don't have the equipment to do so. Let alone the map control, let alone the advantage in positions. NAVI will lock in the half at 7-3. Forza still unable to find a consistent answer. Just rounds here and there in this first half.
The biggest concern in my eyes is the rest of the series from a Veto standpoint. We know that Nuke is the #1 go-to map in the pool. We know that Mirage is the #2 go-to map in the pool. So knowing that you've got Nuke and Mirage as the decider looks very positive for the Aurora, for the Forza side, I should say. For NAVI Jr, I mean, they're obviously in a very good position to threaten this best-of-3 series. And I will say that depending on how one-sided they can close Ancient, would probably give us more of a dictation of just if they can hold their way on map 2 and in map 3 of the series.
Double lock set up in for Forza. M4 looking to engage that first player as Tanir does get Frozig. Krebeni and Makazi very fast to respond. They burst into that B bomb site. Gokushima, his AWP now heavy suppression against his name. Forced to use some flashes and smokes. Molly sent and Makazi, not even flash supported, gives his life up to the AWP.
Magic is on 21 points of health and on the bomb site directly. He needs help from that rotation, and already Krebeni's been seen in mid.
Forced to fight now, trying to cut it back to a 2 versus 2, and he does win it out against Celta. Now it's both the AWP is up for a retake. Not the ideal weapons for this. Smoke. It's come a little bit deeper, but it can provide a gap that Magic can utilize. Gokushima's core. HT back from Shelfie. Now has to deal with Krebeni next up, switching back to that AK and getting ahead of the smoke to jump facing through it. Sees his man! And adjusts so well. Such a fast-paced round from Forza again. I think he's just got the defuse. He hasn't got a kit for it. Oh, it's going to be close to egg. But Shelfie's got it.
That round just dictates pure chaos once more. I mean, even this smoke, that was not intentional. That was certainly just a missed short smoke. And Magic is able to capitalize off of at least the gap of it. Yeah, Forze, look at that round. And as soon as, because they set up an aggressive A, don't they? They set up the AWP and a rifler to walk aggressive A main, and you're just being B-popped. NAVI Jr have been very aggressive in their pace out here on T side of Ancient.
Lead reduced to 3, but Forze can only go so far as 5 rounds on this CT side. Last one of the half about to come into full effect. Seltzer shoulder baiting as Result again gets Makazi out towards the lane lean. Kill back on Tanir, almost gets Frozik to fall. He's got another player right around that corner, and Frozik and Grebeni can actually respond back now to open up that B bomb site. Again, individual fights given up by Forze. Seltzer, the best he can do is get this one exit outside of main control. Demon caught back, low HP on the next 2 of NAVI Jr. But 3v2 for the Ts.
Grebeni is in a strong position to fight against any rotation that's coming up from Shelf. Shalfie has actually heard the footsteps away, so more info to go the way of Forze.
Seltzer my way for his teammate to backstab. No, he just leans in of his own accord. Patience may have been better for him, because now Shalfie's got to do this all alone. Again with an AWP. Does see that first player popping out, but doesn't connect the shot. Nays to try and catch them off, try and catch those low HP players. Half the time it ticked away, though. He's got to make a move, and he just knows that there's nothing left in it. Number 8 on the board of NAVI Jr to close out what has been a stellar T side.
I've been impressed with their first half. Again, decent dictation of pace. They've got some, obviously, key individual fraggers. Grebeni and Makazi, those two, the Kosovo players, they have been on it. They have been providing impact. They have been getting opening kills. They've been closing down rounds. So I'm going to keep my eye on those two guys going into the second half and for the rest of this best of 3.
And no reason not to. Wonderful scenes from the NAVI Jr squad. Now we move over to their CT side. Things typically look more positive for teams involved in this map-up. Forza, in the 4 times we've seen them play it, have gained a lot of T rounds lately, so let's see whether that's momentum that can swing towards their favour. Second half pistol. In full effect for them as they transition over. Grebeni does get flashed out of the mid-control very early. His teammate is here to join him. Result, however, makes his way very quickly around that corner. Jump face, no one checks the corner. Grebeni set in with 2 kills, but Gokushima and Result try and keep control. Makazi does get traded back by Seltzer to a 2 versus 2. He's got to grab that bomb and try rejoin his teammate as Shelfie takes Demon down out towards lane, and Frozik is all that remains. Can't cut off that bomb carrier, but can look towards his backup. Does connect the shot back in. 15 points of health to try and clutch onto this retake. Selton knows exactly where he's coming from, knows exactly what his options are. And Frozik is revealed towards spawn. Jump face, Glock pulled out, needs the headshot. Selton just needs to connect the body shot here, but neither team, neither player seems to get what they want until Frozik finds the flick of a lifetime and gets the retake. The pistol win for NAVI Jr.
Just when Forze brute force their way into an uncomfortable scenario on the recovery, they come into house, they're working in there to spawn, and they're actually losing a lot of the advantage. Finally, they claw it back, they cut some decent rotations off from lane, but in the end, it's a clutch that denies the round, and for Forze, bomb plant, 4 kills, you want to try and buy it up. You have to look at the scoreline perspective, though. Being down 4-9 is very uncomfortable.
They at least have a buy up here. A chance to respond like Na'Vi did at the start up of the last half. Tanir does find Makazi first and foremost, takes a fair amount of damage for it, but that springs the T-side players into life. Grebeni holds his nerve outside of the donut entrance ahead of the signpost. Result is going to drop, and they have a flank in for Seltzer that Grebeni still deals with. Caught switching to the other weapon though. Shalfie brings it back to a 3-on-3, and Frozik is also overwhelmed. But look at how fast NAVI Jr are here towards Demon outside of Temple alongside his teammate. Imagine the SMGs drop the bomb. Look to the last Shalfie in a 1-on-1, sees his contact and takes them both barely around for Forze.
Now, Jay, you might have to hold me back here because I'm going to rip in quite harshly. If you're NAVI Jr. and you've got an 8-4 half and you've won pistol, if you're going aggressive A main up against what should potentially be a force buy with 4 players dropped at a bomb plant, why is there an aggressive mission play on A solo? Anytime you go aggressive into A main, you've got to go as 2. You have to go as 2. That just threw the round away. I know obviously you can talk about the back and forth trades of what happens after that fact. That is a massive mistake and such an easy kill for Tadir to get the opener.
Led to chaos descending upon the bomb site and Forze coming out as the masters of chaos.
I mean, even Krebeni, he probably shouldn't have got away with as much as he did in Donut. With how that walk was coming in from behind him, he probably should have got overwhelmed earlier.
Forze now face the broken force back of NAVI Jr. Bit of a taste of their own medicine again from the first half. Very fast in from these CT players. They're out towards this lane position. Forze able to get Shelfie off of Makazi's casualty early on with Krebeni striking in mid. 2 players are extremely low on the CT side here. But the plant has been secured towards the B site.
And down from ramp, this kill's pretty much going to deny it all. This should just be a save, an instant save. The A players are too far away. They're not in position. And for Forza, I actually do think that they've been let back into this series, Jay, and maybe into this map, because I was pretty comfortable at the 8-4 that we weren't going to see much of a return, especially after a pistol round victory. But now winning sort of the anti-force buy, and then the next round after that, this is where Forza can show their experience. This is where they can show their favoritism when they're more comfortable, when there's not as much pressure on their back.
Within 3 of NAVI Jr., who only hold on to that Galil. Upgrades other than that. A Force invest that doesn't really yield anything more in the follow-up round. Forza should be able to connect a 3rd on paper. I've seen crazier things with these Force buys over the course of this map up, though, so let's see what NAVI Jr. can generate, but Forza, this is a bit of a unique position. Again, so many individual rounds being won in that first half, and they finally connect 2 together. Momentum now needs to continue along this line. The CT Forces again force the issue. Krebeni again with his 5-7 in mid, getting Shelfie. There is no man advantage for the CT side.
And for Result, he's probably one of the most underrated Tier 2 riflers there are in the scene. He is extremely good, and he is their best player by quite a margin whenever I watch Forza and I kind of follow their progression. So to see him only at 5 kills is very underwhelming. I've got a feeling that we'll see more from him on the T side, and if we don't see more from him, it's going to put more of that effect on the other players to be required, to at least be the helping hand to get them closer to the scoreline.
See whether exits can present themselves here for NAVI Jr., particularly these players outside of main. Demon has grabbed an AK off of Shelfie's casualty. See if the MAC-10 can press on and catch them. Makazi does lose his life, but Demon comes back with 2, so again, AK could see to sit towards his favour. Pretty expensive round overall here for Forza. NAVI Jr. working as much as they could with what little they had. They will be up for the buy-up now for round number 17. Tests will begin again for Forza.
Now, because Demon stayed alive with armor and a rifle, he actually had enough money to drop an AWP to Magic, and they've opted against it. And NAVI Jr. will be very happy with what's been achieved at the back end of that last round on the eco. Goku Shima didn't see the AWP in his hands all that frequently in the first half either.
In his hands for this one. Get himself out towards mid, damaged up heavy by the utility basis, but the AWP covered off by smokes and further utility coming in against him. Flashes will get sent over. Makazi ready to swing back, but Goku Shima just catches him. A little bit of vision's all you require.
That is wild. Flash, breakage of the smoke, and the AWP is trying to create an opening kill down there at elbow. That is a sick sequence from Forza. And now they're taking lane. They've got to be worried about this crossfire towards the cave and shelf position, because there is a lot of players that are doubled up.
Gamble from Na'Vi. Grebeni forced away from his window position. Demon's AK still holds his nerve. He's going to hear footsteps get checked. However, Magic with one responsive resole gets back. Grebeni is eventually finished off, and Forze is left alone towards the B bomb site that should also be taken by the T-side forces. Flash is sent in the cubby corner. He's going to wait for his contact. Didn't even see the player fading towards long. Does see the player on bomb site, but Tanir finds that kill anyway.
Oh man, they had them on the ropes. They really had them on the ropes. 8-4, 9-4, and then just an overextension in A main that's literally cost them everything. And that's where you've got to be critical on those key rounds. Those rounds you should not be losing. That anti-force spy, let's just go in theory land for a moment. If that gets won, that's 11-4. You're just done. That is just, there is no comeback available there. And now for Forze, they should be going 9 apiece. You have let the favorites come right the way back into Ancient.
And Salter's already struck onto Grebeni. The M4 in this round removed. AWP of Gokushima facing into the stacking players over on that B bomb site. And this Magazine does grab that M4 once again to fall away from the mid control. His teammates just working to try to get something out elsewhere. Forze been lights out on their entry since the half transition. Demon does find one good deagle shot on Gokushima, so that's one back at least.
Now this MP9 might be able to drop the AK. Very good. And sharp check there for Shalfie to double up as a multi.
Now Demon's the Eagle is all that's left on the defense, all the way in the back lines. Teammate going to try and join him, but Makazi has to consider whether he wants to hold on to that AM4 for the next round. Demon continuing to be suppressed further nades to his position, gets that kill on Tanir eventually. And Makazi, yeah, he knows he's got to just fall back. 9 apiece by Forze's part. Even up against NAVI Jr. and their lead. And you are right in terms of them and their lead position, right? 9-4 feels so tantalizing. An easy win on the CT basis, but since that victory, it's been all Forze all the way.
And just from an outsider point of view, it doesn't really matter what map we're talking about. It doesn't really matter what scoreline, or maybe not scoreline, but what half you're on, if you're on T or CT. If you are 9-9 from Forze's point of view against NAVI Jr, mate, we're going to give it to Forze every day of the week. We're going to give them the advantage just because they're one of those teams where you've let them back in. They're going to be able to try and close it down. I mean, now that you've got the AWP out, this would at least be a round to try and strike and get the lead back in your favor.
See what Magic can do with it. The Gokushima's got an AWP of his own, right? And Shelfie is again pressing on the nades down to the CT side. Unable to do all that much damage to Forze here at lane. Heavy presence in mid for the CT forces, and Forze and Magic indeed do get their kills. Forze with 3. They've walked past one T-side player over in Cheetah. Eventually he does get caught off as Gokushima is all that's left. All 5 alive for NAVI Jr. Not even any damage being done, which is the big shocker of the round in my eyes. Wow, complete contrast to the 5 in a row that Forze had gained with confidence. NAVI Jr. get back on the board.
It seems that it was a quicker B play out there from ramp. Obviously, we were kind of spectating the lane perspective and seeing a player up there at Shelf, on the other side of the smoke at Cheetah, but the rifler on the bomb site directly at Frosik, getting 2 kills on that initial defensive, on that first contact. Forze go in for a B play. It's very unsuccessful.
NAVI Jr. can reclaim control of the lead over Forze. Pick up from Grebeni in his AK behind the smoke. Needs to pop open a gap, and Stelter's going to catch Makazi in the backlines. Is he ready for the player close? Apparently not. Grebeni could be on for 2. No, Shelfie trades him back. Advantage reclaimed here by Forze.
I'm pretty sure that Demon's actually detected out there towards Shelf. They're trying to trade him, but it's actually just cost them so much damage. They can work back lane for free, and Resalt's taking this map and territory away.
Magic is the only holder of the B bomb site, though. His 2 teammates so focused in mid will fall away towards the A site defense via Donut to Magic. Holding against the defense, the smoke down over at ramp will clear up. These players start the walk contact, the AWP, so ready for someone to peek him aggressive. Instead, that's not to be the case. Reposition from Magic. It's all down to timing and how he plays out with the utility, the incendiary that will keep the likes of Result at bay. Has to be a commitment on B side. They've walked for information. Meanwhile, over on Demon's part, Magic wins out the fight. Gokushima down.
And now they could try and cross that bomb out to the bomb site directly. Magic cannot deny.
Barnaby secure. Meanwhile, they'll try and put some damage down against the planter, but it's not to be. The backstab continues to close in from Demon, and they're not ready for it. They're so focused on the back lines. Smoke's all clear. AK will engage, but Result is going down. Tanir, all that's left, still out towards Cave, and caught looking the wrong way, known towards the ramp player, known towards the backstab. Does isolate Magic, though. Get onto that kill on the defuse. They'll look to go with the smokes back, sees that second player. He's going to have to go for the whole stick with the kit and all. Tanir, looking for the backup. Spray through to do the damage, but not to get the kill. Frozik secures the round for NAVI Jr.
And that did not have a lot in it. 3v3, you're kind of working up B. A very impactful shot comes from the AWP that's transitioned out from long to short. Decent effort from Tanir. He's waiting for Frosik to reposition. He's waiting for him to show at least something. Doesn't commit to just the spam. And Forza have kind of been halted these last couple of rounds, even though that last one was fairly competitive. For NAVI Jr, they've ended the round streak and they've got a couple themselves now.
Try and shut down Forza and eventually claim control of this map. Just when Forza were on the run up to take it back of their own right and to really put the hurt up on NAVI Jr. You mentioned earlier that the key concerns for them were less in Ancient and more in Nuke and Mirage, the second and third maps, the pick of Forza and the closing one that's so confident for them as well. So obviously the challenge isn't over even if they do take Ancient. But it would be a start in the series for them. Forza have their rifle buys, though. They would love to take this map away. They were in prime position to do so only a couple of rounds ago. The AKs are AWP set into the mid defaults. Nades to open up the smokes. Grebeni in from red, hoping to watch mid, not seeing anything yet.
It's all about this first contact. And that AWP is pinned. The spam comes in close to those elbow players. Smoke off donut, and there it is. That's what Gokushima was waiting for.
Grebeni must have seen the heavier emphasis towards mid from Forza's part, so backup will try rotate into the back lanes at CT spawn, and obviously here from Demon at the B entrance. Smokes deep from the T side will cover him up. They've got to deal with these two players out here. The AWP in the open, dealt with. Makazi good for one. Demon faced upon, though, does grab Gokushima back to a 3v2, but stands in the fire of Result's Molly. Getting Demon and leaving it all on Frozik to try and clutch this to keep NAVI Jr. up to map point. He does isolate that first pick. That plant has been secured.
Oh, it's such a risk for him to go for this, especially when the money's not in a great state. Out to red. Result's already quite aggressive. Try and get that AWP from Gokushima and save that, I reckon.
Gonna prod around the corner, but loses life in an instant, so no saves for the CT side. 10 to the border. Forza within one of NAVI Jr. again.
And for Forza, they've kind of learnt their lesson. The last couple of rounds that they've lost have been B maneuvers, and they've been more aggressive. That time around, it was probably the slowest round that we'd seen in the last streak of rifles. They walk out from mid, they keep that AWP posted for so long out there to Red Room, and as soon as Grebeni comes up, that's it. He's just gone immediately.
And for Forza, this is a chance to really turn the hurt up against NAVI Jr. A win right here against this full buy, yes, but with broken elements in Makazi. No money in the savings, of course. Decimate them for round 23, leave a buy up for the last round of regulation, and from there, it could well be the 13-11 that Forza would like. It's Shelfie that's, I think he's DC'd or something. Magic gets another kill back on towards Tanir. Something's gone wrong here for the T side. Na'Vi may have maintained position as Grebeni gets one more. Magic does get responded towards, but Result and Gokushima. Result gets two lined up on the B bomb site, and just like that, it's back to evens again.
Why is there an info play? It's a 4v2 advantage right there. NAVI Jr. can just play defensive and deep on the bomb sites, and instead, two players have walked aggressively out to ramp, and this is a recovery. This is a very good situation.
Results aggressing, got a player over at elbow, adjustment to the spray's fantastic, and he gets away from Graveni's port of things. The M4 still holds his nerve, he knows that backs are turned. He looks back in, he could line them both up, he can still win this round, and that's exactly what he does. What an effort from Result to try and bail out Forze, but it's still unsuccessful. Map point for NAVI Jr.
Oh man, you feel for the DC. You really do. Great effort there from Result. I don't know, it's just a wild round. NAVI Jr have won it. Just everything about it. The DC, the overextension in the 4v2, the then 1v2 clutch that comes up from shelf. It's just a wild round. And for NAVI Jr.'s sake, look, at least they've won it. At least that's the bottom line.
Yeah, I think at this point you just take it. Map point on Ancient. And as well as I look at what that does to Forze here. Money is not great for the T's, so this could be closing time for NAVI. We talked about the break of the economy state for Forze earlier on when they had their chance to turn up against NAVI's brokenness investment, but this is going to look a lot more broken and with no real buffer room for Forze. They have to take it into OT with 2 on the trot.
Yeah, there's no denying that technical issue has cost them the map.
Yeah.
Just that is the situation for Forze, and they've just got to keep their mental strong to try and bring it back to overtime. I mean, most likely this goes the way of NAVI Jr. With the buy state where it is, with the 12-10, this is closing time. This is the perfect opportunity for NAVI Jr. to get the first map in the series.
Talked about the experience that Forze have on any capacity. The map pick of NAVI Jr. should never be considered as a walk in the park for them, and it hasn't been. Felt like it might have been, with the way that the first half had turned up. Forze, they're unable to get this one past the finish line despite how close they got. AK and Galil on Shelfie and Result, the 2 players that will have to make the difference if they make anything at all happen for Forze. Smoke sent into the execution. Molly's to the backside. Counter incendiary for Magic. The T's are going to storm ahead of it anyway. Into the smokes they'll go. Makazi damaged up so heavily, but Celta is the first casualty. Shelfie ahead of the curb. Caught off by Magic in his AWP. Swings in for the second. Result is down. Tanir and Goku Shima. 2 versus 5 scenario for them. As Magic will drop. That will be 1 player back. Rabeni trying to hold on to the next couple of trays. Damage up against the likes of Tinir. He'll grab that AWP, try plays close quarters as Gokushima is overwhelmed. It's all left to the Orpa. Overcooks that flick. And 13-10 for NAVI Jr. They take map 1.
It's an anticlimactic way to close out the map, isn't it? But for NAVI Jr., it's the result that they've come for. Krabeni played fantastic. Him and Makazi in that first half were the real differences. And you can quite easily look at this second half of Ancient and say that there were some struggles. Again, 8-4 half and winning pistol. It's just the scoreline perspective where you should be closing. Anytime you're up 9-4, you're in a position where you should be striving away for the victory.
I mean, look, at one point when they got to even standing, you said they basically bottled it off the back of an overextension, right? And that really was a case of how much the difference was made there. Again, Forze are utilizing their experience. They know that they can beat NAVI on the basis of their own style of game because they have so much more compared to the rest of the Tier 2 scene. And that almost did happen there in that second half. Hats off to them for going as far as they did. For NAVI Jr, obviously you can expect that there might be some key mistakes in that respect because they are an academy squad and they're still trying to work on that sort of consistent formation. I mean, obviously they have been together for a fair while, so you wonder when that will come through. But look, they are an academy team. Forze were able to exploit some of that over the course of that second half especially, but that opening advantage, that 9-4, was just enough to push it past the finish line with a little bit of technical help as well.
Yeah, for NAVI Jr, you'll take all the help you can because you know that this series isn't going to get any easier. Again, the map pick and the back end of the Veto is extremely solid for Forze, and I would almost expect, quite similar to the TSM conversation, Forze are strong enough of a team that they shouldn't be dropping a map to a team like NAVI Jr. So use that as fuel, use that as hunger to come into something that's more comfortable, not an Ancient where it doesn't really get played and won all that frequently. So go into something that's more comfortable, show the class and quality that we know a high-end Tier 2 team can do, and recover this series.
Yeah, I have to agree, right? I mean, the eye test for NAVI Jr. still doesn't make me very encouraged that they can win out a map like a Nuke and Mirage. So I still think that we stand here with a position where the ending stage of the best of 3 can still be very easily recovered by the Forze camp. But with the as you mentioned, the fire behind NAVI Jr as well. The idea that maybe on the opposite side, that they look at this series and they think, yeah, maybe Forze shouldn't have lost the map to us. Now we're in with the momentum. Now we've got a little bit more fire underneath us. And let's try to see how far we can take this first map victory in the best of 3.
Well, for Krebeni, I want to see how he utilizes some of his players. I mean, on T side, they actually looked very well drilled there on H, and they had some good dictations of pace. They had some quicker rounds. They had some slower sequences. But from an individual standpoint, the in-game leader had a mad game, had a really good, high-impact first half and second half. And if he can replicate that for at least map 2 or even map 3 in the best of 3, he will be a difference maker. He'll be an X-Factor kind of player.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, it's unusual to say that in the case of an IGL that he looks like a star player. I don't know what that says for the overarching form of the team going forward. But in terms of this matchup, certainly he was a difference maker and the guy that gave NAVI Jr the victory that they were able to achieve here. I mean, I would like to see a bit more support around him, obviously, because it's a team game in that respect. But I think that in terms of his own individual prowess, he's done a great sort of job. Now is the case of applying that IGL-manship to the next map. Because, look, you're right about the way that they played around this team side. It looked very structured. It looked very good on their map pick, though. Nuke is a very different story.
Yeah, honestly, it should be a pretty clean affair in map number 2 for me. Map 3 could have some surprises. Again, we see quite a bit of Mirage being played in the off of HLTV cups and events that NAVI Jr are playing in. Nuke is always the bread and butter. It's been a very strong map for Forza for the last 6 months or so, and is always their go-to in best of 3s.
Indeed, yes, the default map pick of the Forza camp should leave us a little bit more solidity for their own part of things. Again, we are still expecting this one to go 2-1 towards their favour. I know we both said 2-0 at the start of this series. It's great that NAVI Jr have once again proven us wrong, but it doesn't get any easier from here. We're going towards a short break, and it will be Nuke up next, our second map of this best of 3 when we return.
I just need to know what's on your mind.
I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I wanna dance all night. I wanna dance all night. I wanna dance all night.
I just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind.
I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night.
Well, now we move to comfortable territory for the Forza side. Yes, they were also close to trying to take away Ancient on the run up towards that streak, but weren't able to finish it by the end of things. NAVI Jr. indeed do take their map pick, but I have very high doubts that they're going to take out Nuke in this one, Dweg. Yes, we had some very impressive showings from some of the guys over on NAVI Jr. You mentioned the Kosovonians obviously being the ones to watch out for. Kribeni, 25 kills by the end of that map up, and certainly will be a guy to watch out for coming into map 2. I still don't think it will be enough against Forza.
The one caveat I will give them as a positive was they got off to a banging start, and they showed quite a lot on their T side as well. So coming into Nuke, I think that NAVI Jr. can keep it somewhat competitive. They've definitely given a lot in the series already, but to try and threaten a 2-0 is pretty much off of the cards. It's going to be down to maybe Kribeni again, calling a good game, having individual impacts, and for Forza, getting more out of Result. Again, quite underwhelming to only see him at 14 kills. Normally see him closing out the majority of best of threes, closing him out as being the most individual strong fragger on the team. So yeah, underperforming result there from Result in map number 1.
Oh, credit to Tanier, of course, for taking the top frag position for his team and of trying to fill in the shoes as best as he could for Forza. Maybe if it was a bit more of an impact player like a Result, then maybe it could have ended up turning over towards their favour. But that's by the by. That's put in the past now. Again, we focus over on Nuke. It is the map pick of the Forza side. Their most played map in the pool. Very proficient at it. They've beaten some very high-level opposition as of late for it. And as a result, as you mentioned, pressing a 2-0 for NAVI Jr. feels like very much an impossible situation to be at.
Yeah, they always go into Nuke, and looking at their recent results, they've got wins against high-end Tier 2 caliber teams, your Amcals, your 3D Maxes, your Auroras. They're very solid on this, and they don't often get upset on Nuke. Now, it is definitely noting that they do lose Nuke against high-end Tier 2 teams. They just don't often lose it against teams they should be beating. So I think for Forza, yeah, good performance here. Send it to that final map decider on Mirage.
Yeah, and again, we've talked about how that one could obviously work out to Forza's favour as well. We'll go into more detail on that when we get there if we do. Na'Vi, however, got to be posting up a hell of a performance if they want to try and hold this one again. We haven't seen much of them from HLTV on Nuke. There's only been 2 results, and one of them was a victory against the likes of Sashi, but it's always that case of, again, Sashi is not quite Forza. They're not at the same level that Forza is by comparison. So, yeah, tough task ahead of Na'Vi in the second map.
I mean, even that result against Sashi is literally on the borderline of last 3 months. One more day and it's gone. So that just shows you the last time that you've won it was so long ago that HLTV is going to disappear at tomorrow. For Forza, they need to come out on Nuke and they need to have a fresh mindset. They will also look at that Ancient and say, anytime NAVI Jr. give us some comfortability, anytime they maybe don't win a key round, let's pounce on that and let's try and really exploit them. And that's what they were able to do in the second half. Forza probably felt as if they should have came back there. Didn't happen. Now go and do it on your map pick.
Yeah, streak-heavy map hubs of what we've been seeing over the course of the day so far, and that actually could be a way in for either squad, right? Because equal applies towards NAVI Jr. You mentioned how banging the start was for them on the first half. They got to that 8-4. They had a number of rounds in a row, of course, off the back of the pistol. Only one an occasion for Forza that they couldn't quite break the NAVI Jr. side. So that could be something to watch out for if they can continue to connect momentum of their own right. But yeah, I do feel like Forza looked like the very comfortable unit when they got back in control. And on a map where they will be very comfortable with, it could be the reverse situation for them again on Nuke.
And it probably is just the correlation that it was a strong start because it's a comfortable map for the opposition in NAVI Jr. They play a lot of Ancient. Basically, all of their best threes go that direction. They don't play as much Nuke. It does get seen on occasion in the off-HLTV events, but it's just not the go-to. So for that reason, Forza are going to feel that they're in a position where they can exploit a lot of timings, that they can maybe over-rotate them, that they can panic the comms of their opposition. So for NAVI Jr., I just want to see more from Magic with the Orb. I want to see, obviously, Kribeni, what he's going to be like individually in terms of an impact fragger, and just get more of a gauge of where this team is. Again, when you're playing your 6th best of 3 on HLTV in the last 3 months, there's not enough that the wider audience can really pull from you guys. We don't really know what to expect from NAVI Jr.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously will be able to sort of verify from the basis of the tournaments they play in the lower levels, but that's always going to be a case of comparing and contrasting to the likes of Forza, as you mentioned before. So the idea that they're going to get this chance, of course, to play a map that they're not all that familiar with at the higher levels of Tier 2, that chance, of course, to try to see what you can do against a team that will be in a much more comfortable position, right? For NAVI Jr., it could be a very surprising affair. Maybe they've got some strategies behind them and a tactic opportunity, and a tactical opportunity, of course, to try to see where you can stress against the likes of Forza, again, on a bit of like a home territory map. But how far that will go will have to be decided. Unfortunately, we are facing some technical issues for one player and his internet, so we're going to take a very short break, and hopefully when we return, we'll be able to jump into our second map.
Últimamente nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso y si el juez está de paso a terminar examinando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable pues culpamos al destino con él. Antes de ayer lo dimos. Y si nos vamos, de nadie nos despedimos. Villa la vez, había un coche que lo limos. No lo saben, pero hace 5 dimos. Nena, por tu forma de hablar, intuyo que nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso y si el juez está de paso a terminar examinando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable pues culpamos al destino con él.
So get yourself to safety. Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the warning, pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is pouring. I'm a jet like a hurricane. Don't stay, away, 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 away.
need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind.
I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night.
I just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind.
I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. I just wanna dance all night.
Últimamente nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con él.
Antes de ayer lo dimos. Y si nos vamos, de nadie nos despedimos. Villa la vez, había un coche aquí lo limos. No lo saben, pero hace 5 dimos. Nena, por tu forma de hablar, intuyo que nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con él.
Well, looks like we're finally ready to jump into our second map of the series as Forze take on NAVI Jr. NAVI able again to get ahead in the series. Now they look to get ahead on Forze's map pick. Again, it will be Nuke. It will be their home territory. And Dwayne, just to recap what we were saying before the break, we do believe that Forze just have a lot of advantages.
Yeah, they do indeed. And this is where they need to show it. Again, they would have been disappointed in map number 1 to not show more, to not be able to take Ancient. Now you come into Nuke, now you can do it for Forze. Now you can take your map pick and send it to that final map of the series.
It will be NAVI Jr, of course, on the CT side. Start things as you would expect on a map like Nuke. Or some weak CT sides in our earlier best of 3. So let's see if NAVI Jr can go against the grain and be able to hold themselves a solid defensive line. Pistols going live and one important way for Forze to start things off. Set those smokes in for what looks to be a very early setup towards the upper bomb site. Crowden's going to be able to see at least the opening engagements. Not able to get the kills against them. Makazi does get a couple back of his own, though, alongside Demon. Blind shots of his P2K on Shelfie. Celta also gets overwhelmed by the site defensive as a NAVI Jr should lock in the pistol.
Krabeni was just scaling the edge of that main smoke to keep an eye on to door and just got obliterated. But from that point onwards, that's where Makazi from the top of hut just comes away with kill after kill. Demon out in heaven, completely blinded. Also gets one out from door. And Goku Shima has got pretty much no breathing room of what I would say is even another kill.
He'll prod out and hope for the best. But certainly not a round that should be viable for him. Now known well and truly to the CT side of things, facing against 2 players. Isolate Magic and get that pick back. The player up in the rafters as well, but Demon is going to lock onto that headshot. Very nicely done from him. And Makazi as well with a 3K pistol locked in by NAVI Jr. Last time you want to see them start things off as well. Again, it was that early advantages that set them up so well against Forze in the last map.
And they played it extremely well in that first half of Ancient. They allowed themselves to get some of their impact fraggers involved. They quiet the likes of Forze's gun rounds as well. Looked quite awkward for the favorites. So come here on Nuke, try and see if you can get off to that fiery start, put pressure on to see if you can try and close in 2. Because, I mean, realistically, if you are NAVI Jr, I think closing in 2, you'd prefer to do than go to that 3rd map. Because if you go into Mirage, it kind of allows Forze to take their map of the series. They then go into another comfortable map in the pool. If you can close in 2 rather than sending it to a 3rd, it would certainly help out the campaign.
Yeah, Forze have a very powerful end of the veto, though. Their pick plus Mirage coming up after this if they do push us all that distance. So, for NAVI Jr, the tantalizing prospect of taking a 2-0 might seem very unlikely and certainly not something that we expect or that they can count on. But it is the kind of thing where they look at it and say, if we do, then, well, hats off to us.
I do wonder how flustered both of these teams are going to be with this long and extended tech pause that we've had between map 1 and map 2. For Forze's perspective, they need to push by it and show us the result that we expect.
No, start's not working for them. Oh dear, Goku Shima hurt by the aim punch of the SMG. Assisted suicide. As Krabeni, Demon and Magic will convert upon all elements of the T-side line. All 5 alive for NAVI Jr. Now Forze will look towards the gun buy.
And for Forze, they're one of those teams on the T-side of Nuke that's got a lot of different pocket strats and some variations, but it's their defaults that are the strongest. We know that they're going to be exploiting some timings. It's going to be working outside with the diag smokes or the 1-2-3 to get down to secret. They're going to feel as if pace is in their hands to be able to work. NAVI Jr keeping it as a fairly heavy bonus round. Would love to go 3-0 and even 4-0 up if they can win this.
Forze. As AKs will be allowed access towards the outside position down into secret, they will look to go. Tanir leading that charge, 2 CTs trying to respond all the same towards it. Swing back at a flashbang forward. Riso has made his way down through vents, sneaking forward a squeaky door. Arnold counted for by the CT forces, so Krabeni gets caught off guard for it. Magic. Well, we'll see is even standing at the 4 versus 4 from his teammates up top, but the bomb site has been taken. It's a case of him to try and deny that plan.
Shalfie's in an unreal pause. He has been able to lurk his way all the way around. Resol's been able to clear off one. Frosic desperate for a trade with that MP9, but there's still that late lurk towards the top side.
especially as Gokushima continues to act out, but Shelfie does take Demon down, reclaim the man advantage only for a moment. Makazi keeping contention, caught off by Tanir in the end as Gokushima prioritizes that bomb plant. Frozik now, MP9 versus 2 on the clutch.
A very difficult round because now the T side have spread and they're just going to slow play this post plant, wait for the tap, try and see if they can draw in the time wasting.
The nades go down towards default, but nobody's there to receive them. Meanwhile, Gokushima slowly but surely makes his way into the backstab. Bomb plant will be open for one of these 2 T-side players, and Frozik has no idea that he's being flanked. Gokushima closes things out. Very nicely done from him, and Forze find their first.
And that round, Jay, speaks volumes to what we can expect on the T side. They've gone outside, they've taken secret, and yet somehow Resalt's able to walk outdoor, get into the vent drop undetected, and then they're working lower, and then Shelfie has a lurk in heaven at top site, and then the bomb can go back up. That is just the whole ideology of a lot of map presence, a lot of timings that can be worked on that T side. NAVI Jr were just completely red.
Forze will look to try follow up that round as well. Of course, they did take a lot of damage thanks to the trade game of NAVI Jr. Still holding as much presence as they can. For many, though, can't see anything ahead of these smokes. Up top at mini, diagonals to cross towards Secret for 4 individuals, plus that lurker still of Result. Worked well in at Squeaky Door in the last round. Magic's AWP, close quarters at window.
It's surprising to see how defensive he is, rather than jump spotting out from the doors or playing up onto the stairs. They're going to boost up to try and see if they can spot anyone on the stairs position. This is certainly an unorthodox angle that they might not expect Magic to be holding.
How much does he get out of it, though? 1 shot, plus a trade. Lateral kills, 2 shots on, well, 1 pick does go his way. Second player up close does find the responsive. So indeed, it is a 4 versus 4 with the bomb site taken. NAVI Jr do get that lurker upstairs, though, so advantage back for them.
Try and come in from Secret quickly. Astralis plant goes down, and Gokushima actually is pressing this ramp player.
Wary of the smoke contact that might come in from the man. The main CT4 Stow comes back as Secret. M4 start pressing. First contact to Shelfie. Lines them both up. Knocks them both down with Tanir swing on Demon. That's the round done.
A lovely sequence on that crossfire. Shelfie to take first contact, draw in that bait and switch. And Frozik just has to go on and save. This has been 2 very destructive rounds in a row from Forze.
This time without the damage against the majority of players. 3 remain alive for the T side. NAVI Jr. That 1 M4 for Frozik to save into the next. And no money back in for them. Lost bonus has only started to build, so even start to the scoreline should be a lead now for the Ts.
And for NAVI Jr, they have to contest these opening few rifle rounds. Otherwise, it's just done on Nuke. I mean, realistically, if we look at a scoreline differential of what could be enough to threaten this around an 8-4 on the CT line, just to be able to give yourself that extra leverage, that workability in the second half, and knowing that we've now just seen 2 rifle rounds back-to-back be very comfortable, probably aren't getting close to that 8-4.
Yeah, we saw how it was the exact scoreline at the turnover on the last map, and it almost fell apart for NAVI Jr. Now CT side of Nuke, infamously CT-sided. They'll know about that. Forze understanding if this first half goes swimmingly for them, then they'll once again be in prime position just to close this out, make it a comfortable second map, a comfortable pick for themselves, and re-establish off the back of that ancient concession to go into the rest of the series with the chance to return on NAVI Jr and get the expected victory. This round especially, again, only that 1 rifle for Frozik. That's all they'll have to play with.
For Magic on this team, every single HLTV map and series that he's played has been under the NAVI Jr banner. For someone to the degree of Demon, he played 5 maps with another team, and then every other map with NAVI Jr. And it comes to that conversation of trying to bring in the youth, trying to bring in these guys that do not have previous pro experience. Bring them in, see if you can get them up to that solid position that we know that NAVI Jr. has been able to provide in the past, and go a slightly new direction with the international project too.
We know that the Academy teams have produced some stellar talents, and obviously NAVI Jr is one of them.
Well, you have to expect now, just thinking about it, that the only reason that NAVI Jr have gone international is because the main team's gone international.
That's true, yeah.
That's probably the only reason why they've decided to go this new direction, because in case there ever needs to be a stand-in, I know that that the main rosters from the big side, from Mouse, can look at bringing someone over for just one tournament, whether it be visa issues or anything like that. Now, I would say that there are a couple of the Academy teams, VP Prodigy and NAVI Jr, where they would certainly be out of their depth with some of their players. But if you can get them to a higher caliber in competition, they'll be closer on that boundary to, rather than, I don't know, just having a stand-in from someone that's a free agent, to actually have someone for the Academy team come in.
It's been done in the past. Again, you look at some of the players that have come out of the Academy systems, and I know that obviously Academy League isn't something where you can use to train up players anymore, but qualifiers and Tier 2 Cups are perfect placements for teams like NAVI Jr to cut their teeth, if nothing else. Exploring who the best players on this team are over the coming few months. We have our establishment for this best-of-3 series against Forze. Nothing will be established into round 5 for NAVI Jr again. They just have the basics to work with. Forze should be able to take the lead. Got to walk up as well towards the upper bomb site. The Julie's set in from one player. Does face the firing squad. And McAfee does get away with a kill on Shelfie, so credit to him for finding that much. Alongside Magic on the Zeus. Celta is caught, but Resol respawns.
It comes into A fast. Now, there is a wraparound in from lobby. The two ramp players are getting to lobby fast.
Frozik engaging Tanir, takes a lot of damage. Resol takes damage back on Frozik's part of things, so that's one pick to return. The pistol players now trying to work inland as Grebeni does get caught off guard. Demon now versus 3. M4 swings, tries to take Resol, tries to get that one responsive, but not to be against him. He gets an ace in the round, and Forze maintain the lead.
Well, Forze, that actually looked very comfortable. You have a Julie's out there towards top hut that's trying to make it at least distracting. You've got a Zeus out there from hut that's also trying to make it distracting. That gets handled pretty easily. Didn't seem as if there was much of a threat in that round of a steal of an eco. 3 in a row, NAVI Jr to get back onto the rifles. No AWP to be in the hands of Magic, unfortunately. Might have to look to see if it will be the next rifle round where there's more funds available.
Nays to open up the smokes. Demon unawares of how close the T-side players are playing from over at that squeaky door. Also one aggressive player on outside of red, preventing getting naded down. Shelfie's giving chase towards Demon. Already gotten that kill back, and now look on towards Frozik or Co next. Grebeni's going to try and set himself into the backlines as Magic is also dealt with by Resol's part of things. 5 on 3, making it 2, making it 1. Dismantling from Forze.
Man, they're getting pumped. They are getting a really tough idea of this CT line. The vent drops, it's such a key position on Nuke, and it's one of those maps where, again, addressing it to the viewers is so tough, Jay, that Nuke is so difficult to play in the pool. If it's not a map that you're familiar with, if you're going up against a team that their insta-pick is always Nuke, it's the pure fundamentals that are going to outclass you. And looking at how many times we've seen vent drops come in completely undetected, it shows the lack of depth for NAVI Jr.
Yeah, I don't play this one all that often, especially at a HLTV level, and well, it is showing. Forze, the ones in full control of this situation. 4 on the trot, should try and gain a few more out of it as well, because it's only pistols again for NAVI Jr, not even any saved rifles available to put on some damage or any sort of return. Mentioned the idea of 8 rounds at the turn of the CT side to try and make it competitive for NAVI Jr, but they have to go flawless from here to try and achieve that. Already Demon's gone down, so the 5th certainly seems like it's viable for Forze. Seems like it's more than likely at this stage.
It seems quite likely we go 8-4 from Forze's perspective on T-side.
Yeah.
Frosik trying to see if there's just one kill out here from Lockers, but getting caught off from Shalfie. A lot of deep space outside being exploited.
Only 2 players left to defend here on NAVI Jr, both indoors, one of which on the bomb site, caught by Celta. Magic do a few magic tricks in order to hold this clutch. The Zeus might catch a player off guard, but you're not expecting anything more out of this round. This will be number 5 for Forze. Money to build, T-side on a roll.
And we were kind of talking about players we wanted to keep an eye on for. Can be difficult on the start here of Nuke if you're not getting many gun rounds, but the one guy that really impressed us out in that first map was Krebeni. He's yet to get a kill. And we are transitioning deeper and deeper into this first half. And that is the only winning condition to at least threatening this map. And if he's not creating opportunities, if he's not getting in with those kills that are going to make round-defining plays, well, then we probably won't see many rounds being won.
And no definitions for NAVI Jr. Forze will have to face them on the buy-ups, though, so returning chance those pistols do get thrown over the edge, and NAVI will once again try and contest, but the Forze are playing, they need an opening start, and they will get that on Krebeni's part. Spray through onto Shelby, through to Smoke and a wallbang over at Squeak Dawn, nades and Molotovs back into the Secret Crosser, who does take a lot of damage on Tanir, face against the AWP next up. A fight that neither player wins.
And the AWP just retreats and plays more defensively out to the single door. Working up on the stairs, there should be a jiggle or even a boost to look down to that angle for Forze. It has been a while since they've given up an opening man advantage to the opposition.
Can they convert it? Magic will have to convert a follow-up, and indeed the flick towards Result is good, but he sees what's really going on here. Two more players looking to make their way into the execution, but are they going to rotate towards the bomb site? Will they go back up or through the vents? The AWP is wary of that being an option. No more noise made by Forze. The third player is going to try and join as they pull attention over towards the window. A re-smoke on from the AWP. 45 seconds for Forze to act.
And Magic has gotten on the front side of the door, wants to make sure that he's on the site directly. He needs to try and get some help from his teammate at Frosec.
The tag's up, the doors will open up as well. Krebeni closing in the pincers, no one's checking this. Magic does get Gokushima, the AK can strike, leave it onto one more of Tanir. Called by Frosec all the same, and that's a lot more confident of a return from NAVI Jr.
Well, there we go. Krebeni gets kills, and a round gets won. He started off in from main, and then even to that lower bomb site. That's a difficult shot to hit. It's a fast swing to come out from all three players down there in the secret corridors, and Magic does everything that's required. Get that first kill, stay alive, and that's it. Third round game for NAVI Jr.
Nice way to confidently start off your rifle basis. Forze try on to back, of course, they've got plenty of cash to reinvest into this one with. Needs to see where the one T-side player is of Result, caught by Makazi first and foremost, an advantage taken again early by NAVI Jr, but Tanir does answer back. Krebeni is caught. Makazi now going to get left alone towards the bomb site. Seltzer takes him and Demon down. Player up at Heaven also caught off guard. Magic will be forced to hold full back position. Can't even get past Tanir. Frosec, all that remains, 11 points of health versus 3.
This is the Forze I actually thought I would see on Ancient. The one where they are just all over them. Just consistently making it super uncomfortable for the opposition. For NAVI Jr, I mean, there's an opening pick being granted. The breakage of the smoke out there from the Squeak door allows Makazi to get the opener. And then instantly, the util's just too strong. They're coming out from Heart. There's a flank being attempted. Tanir in through main is also getting success. And that hurts if you're NAVI Jr when you get the opener like they did.
Forze. Minimums hit. They are looking for more. I guess you could say map advantage because of their pick, but the depth of this team that should be displayed. We are right about hoping to see this kind of Forze out on the first map, but it does come in over on this one at least. Demon, it does find Shelfie. Again, an opening frag. I think with the assistance of Makazi and his spray, the Molotov gets credited with the kill. Forze, how many times have they responded to these opening man advantages?
It's been quite consistent, that's for sure. Demon out here from the door, looking to try and get into an advanced position to the open vent corner. Forze have got a lot of time to reset. They can start working some outside smokes. They can walk in on a contact to door or out to ramp. Smoke clears, and this contact could be everything.
Re-smoke on, Result gets dinked, but the AK dink is better for the kill count. Demon down at a 4-on-4.
That's a lovely connection. And now it seems like it should be an upper take with a late lurk outside the space that's currently being taken from Tanir.
Walking his way into Mini. Ready to split in with his teammates, ready for the utility to come down from the T-side line, flash in to check it. Molotov's out of hut, and Makazi swings for the kills back. Only one game, but Krebeni keeps the man advantage in with the HP over all the T-side players, and Nade will finish off Result. Gokushima will sneak his way downstairs through the vent diaper. Frozig is so ready for this back at dark to deny this plant. Known about, forced to fight, and Gokushima doesn't actually get that kill back, but now needs to plant to get the bomb plant bonus, or to bait in the CTs even more so. Now he's known about. Try his hand back at upper here.
Yeah, Krebeni's going to rotate in from the vent, but Gokushima is going to be ready for this fight instantly in the vent rotation.
He better be. Needs that perfect headshot, not going to happen. Krebeni keeps it all together for NAVI Jr. A fourth on their board, slow to start. Forze still looking confident in their formation, but a little bit back and forth in these last couple of rounds to make the scoreline look a little bit more competitive.
Yeah, for NAVI Jr., this is where you've got to maximize potential in this first half. You've got to go 6-6. That's the bottom line. Just get that round streak, put pressure on your opposition, look to try and take a lead when it comes to the pistol round in the next half. Forze, unfortunately, losing quite a lot in that initial sequence in lobby.
Oh, Goosh down on Magic with the Molotov burning. Blind sprays of Forze through Squeak Door. Krebeni, however, outside plays in, catching one. Tanir trades him back. Again, the outside responsive. The AWP might be a little bit weak, and as Tanir looks into that bomb site first and foremost. Smokes come down to continue playing outer, because now they've got vent control. B is an option.
A lot of options here from Forze, scaling these smokes on the outside. That slight jiggle in there from Magic has got to be so careful with the low HP. Celta is waiting for that rotation, and Frosik actually falls to Result that's working out in ramp.
Lurks are wonderful. Advantage now for Forze as the plant will be secured. Na'Vi can hear all those footsteps and deciding, you know what? Let's just call it in. Let's hold on to these weapons. Going to that last round of the half with at least a semi-confident buy, because money's still very shaky for the CT forces, as it has been pretty much the entire half. It does mean that Forze will be able to win said half at 7-4 minimum. Na'Vi, I get that worst case situation.
And you know that Nuke is being played when Forze are up 7-4 on the T side, and the actual numbers are quite low individually. It shows that there's always these save calls coming through for NAVI Jr, not attempting the retakes. Forze in that round just work once more. Excellent timings. Just those individual lurks creating not only space, but just always picks. Just always keeping NAVI Jr on their toes.
For must be the weakened element for the last round bye for NAVI Jr. Forze. Automatics as standard across the entire T board. A wonderful showing so far. Press it a little bit further onwards here. And Makazi looking down. Top of the hut alongside Demon support, actually through the smoke. They get the tags, they get the info, they get the kill. The AWP of Magic! How did he miss that?
I don't know. That looked on for me. And now the strike down there from Secret tries to come in with some pace. Krebeni does get one spam kill there onto Gokushima. There is still a top site lurk, and now a double up with the bomb in from Secret.
I'm so confused. I think Magic just got CS2'd. At least NAVI Jr have responded to it with a trade. Celta low HP, Shelfie trying to make moves upstairs. Tanir leading the charge down in the corridors. Bomb is right behind him. As soon as Makazi sees what's going on, he's going to put utility down. Fall back out towards the decon door. Watch the double doors as Tanir leads the charge in. 3 players total to hold their presence. Molotov and HG combination. Backstabs can also close in as they do catch Demon off out towards the vent, so now upper can be taken.
That's a risky rotation to come in for the vent. Well rotched out there towards Garage. Krebeni's going to get overexposed through main.
Spray through, doing tons of damage, but not getting the kill on Shelfie. He's low, as is Celta. 5 HP and 23 HP, but a 2 versus 2, and AK's on both. They need the perfect headshots and the perfect timings. Flashes will come up over the vents. They were aware of what's going on. Frosy gets tagged up on his engagement, and Makazi has no info as to where Shelfie's going to be holding from. Bomb is in the open. And known about, based upon, sprays very awkward. And that disallows any casualties for Shelfie's part of things. The defuse will come through and Na'Vi will hold a fifth to close the half.
It's a very good effort there for the NAVI Jr side. I mean, it's always incredibly difficult to fire when you're up on the ladder. The accuracy is just thrown off completely. Nice dictation of the fate there from Forze. Just opening up the double doors, putting some util down there on B and trying to come back up on the vent rotation quickly. Both teams... There's positives to be made. For Forza, I thought they played very well in the first half. For NAVI Jr, they probably got away with more rounds than I thought. So there are positives to lean into the second, but now we get on the City side of the nuke. Realistically, this is where Forza should close without too much of a challenge.
Yeah, good efforts from Na'Vi, but I think you're right. Home territory map, home half advantage. CT side favoured on nuke, and the reason why NAVI Jr picked it into this opening half. Now they've got to have to deal with Forza and their solid holds of their own right. Result, Gokushima, Shelfie, easy picks towards outside. A whole stack of CT players that NAVI Jr just can't seem to deal with. Bomb dropped in the open. Magic trying to fight to get it back. Frozik's trying to try and play indoors over on the A-bomb site, but known about to the CT side now. Can't even get the trade back on the Rafters player. Again, peeking into mass numbers of defenders. And the pistol is taken by Forza.
And just one bullet was connected there for NAVI Jr to damage. 19 points of health that Result took. Other than that, that was basically it. And NAVI Jr just get ripped, and they lose the first 3 players at T-Red within less than 20 seconds. It was so quickly into the round with the aggressive outside play with the Fountain main smoke. NAVI Jr force buying here in the second round. That is very surprising.
Mac-10s and Tech-9's going to try and play it quick, try to get back into this map up as half a much earlier position. Tanir has caught Demon with a Molotov kill. The Makazi trying to press on ahead of this smoke. He just beats it to the bloom. But tagged to 10 points of health. Can't progress any further onto that B bomb site. Gokushima, meanwhile, on outside. Going to cut them off from hell. Deal with players as they come. Grimeni caught next. Magic tagged alongside Makazi. Frozik, the only player on 100 points of health, now known towards the glass being broken. He does catch off Gokushima. But 4-on-2 still for Forza.
This is just impossible because they know that you're outside and they've got tiny crossfires being locked at Heaven, in through main and down at ramp at the lower bomb site. For NAVI Jr, you are going to have to hit some unreasonable duels to be able to at least get a bomb plant at a minimum.
Well, Frozik wary of that ramp position, unsure of how extended the CTs are here. They've got to go back and grab it to get the bomb. 40 seconds on the clock. Na'Vi still going to play slowly, still going to try and creep their way into around here. M4 of Stelter has seen what's going on, takes a little bit of dink damage and is very light on the dink damage despite it being a dink itself. The kill comes in against Result. Stelter going to try and plant closed off from the back site. Should be able to secure this cash bonus, but still a force buy involved here. Making their way forward, caught in the end by Stelter's part. And that'll be 9 for Forza.
I actually think they need to force buy again. And the reason for that is the scoreline differential. Getting 2 kills and a bomb plant, I don't know how many real chances you're going to have to be able to respond and put economical territory in an uncomfortable situation for your opposition. I think buy again.
Quite possibly, yeah. Seem to agree on the T side line. Galil's out. AK and Mac-10 not ideal. Be their chance, of course. And stop Forza in their tracks if they're successful in this regard, but to lose it, lose all sorts of momentum, it's a risk you have to take. Outside press from NAVI Jr. Forza. Got Seltzer ready to receive it. Nades crack open the smokes. Damage has been done towards one, and Seltzer just lines up the kill.
Yeah, start getting down to that lower bomb site quickly. Vent player can rotate down from Tanir, and it could be Gokushima to take ramp. Now, Seltzer is just keeping eyes outside in case it's a fake. And they just try to draw our attention down in secret.
CT's not as adamant to go in for the B rotation as initially felt like. No vent dives coming out from them. Decon door will open, however, and they should start to realize what's going on. Tanir is in the perfect position to anchor up this bomb site, especially as OBS gets popped open. Smokes are in the way. Tanir seeing those flashbangs coming out. Bomb plant can't be denied by the CT forces. They have those smokes in the way as Tanir does get overwhelmed in the end. Gokushima with a responsive keeps the advantage in for Forze, but needs that backup around him. They're coming in relatively slowly as Magic and Makazi do get it back to a 2 versus 2. Na'Vi still trying to force the situation out here. Flashes are sent and Makazi is hidden. Magic has got to be the full frontal defender and he finds Result for it. Shelfie checking dark, sees that gun barrel, gets his man, and the last is known about as well. Decon can be closed up, but he hears those footsteps. He knows that player is making moves, but he's drawing them away from the bomb site, and that'll be enough for NAVI Jr. Forze no longer have time. Shelfie no longer has time. He can get the kill, but it's a 6th round for the T side.
It's an excellent force buy, which, in all honesty, didn't look like it had a lot of threat to it. It didn't look like it had a lot of guts. Down to that lower bomb site, Magic and Makazi are not at the advantage whatsoever. That is a serious hold out there from the observation window for Magic. NAVI Jr., they've at least held themselves in this map, because the way that I look at that force buy is that if you're not winning that round, map's just done. Map's just over. Now you put an awful economical position for Forze up. 3 rounds of the difference. They're surviving for at least a little bit longer.
To convert on those streaks. Heavier pressure on the CT basis could seriously lead to NAVI Jr. contesting once again. Heavy investment round here from the CT side. They're going to bring a couple of M4s to the fold. Try and stop this potential resurgence before it really gets going. NAVI, a key swing round that will be beneficial to them here on Nuke. Forze onto the defensive, they'll look. NAVI Jr. very careful about their default approach.
They've got a lot of players inside and just that lurk outside. Krebeni working with those diag smokes to get out to the T-Red cross. The ramp players are actually pressing the issue into lobby.
Rifles to move on. Will they catch any T-side presence, particularly on Tanir's part? Selters SMG instead he gets involved out towards Squeaky. Kill found. Magic responds. Frozik does follow suit, and Makazi does indeed get Tanir. So 4 versus 2 situation for NAVI Jr. Gokushima, the only A-side defender, falling off for damage. Does take a kill back with him, but doesn't last long at all. Results 5-7, only good for 1 pick. Responded to quickly by NAVI. And that is the back-breaking round they're looking for.
Okay, so we might have a bit of a contest here in the second half. And NAVI Jr. working with that anti-force buy effectively. And 2 rounds in a row should be 3. I wonder how quickly we're going to get up to a tied-up scoreline, if we do at all.
Have the eco in this round, the rifles after that. At that point, NAVI would stand squared up against Forze. Once again, they're going to press on from Trophy, try to see if they can catch a player off. Doubtful here on the T-side basis. Their rifles are just that much more powerful. The numbers game has to favour the bodies more than anything else, and they will catch off some damage. Shelfie with 1 pick, but Demon and Krebeni hold it all together. No danger by Forze.
No danger whatsoever. NAVI Jr. dealing with these eco pistols effectively. Even Celta trying that backstab to get him for lobby, just to keep it somewhat expensive.
Get a little something out of this. And Forze's attention will be looking towards the guns in the next. AK would be a lovely thing to hold on to if you can get it. A little bit extra buy-up will be received regardless by them. And no one goes down anyway, so Celta. Nice try not to be 8 to the board of NAVI Jr. Forze. Now with their rifle investment, including an auto shotgun on Result.
The auto shotgun in the A-bomb site can be quite effective. NAVI Jr. need to claw their way back into these next few rifle rounds, because we can look at the scoreline quite obviously, Jay, and say, oh, 8-9, there's not much in it. But it's always the rifle rounds, which is the proving ground here, especially on a map like Nuke.
Yeah. Forze especially And the streak get out of control for NAVI Jr. We're letting them get into the lead here on this map, on the Forza map pick. At this late stage of the game, that's not what you want to be seeing out of them. Auto shotty of Result ready to receive the hut position. You have got T-side players that are in lobby, but they're not looking to this specific angle. Eventually one might do so. So Result, one good burst, one good shot. That's going to be an AK in his hands alongside Scholfi and his kill on Graveni. 5-on-3 gain, no responsives. Hell Demons are going to try look for one. Scholfi protects back as his Demon is only so good in his own trading game. Magic versus Forza should maintain the 10th.
Well, you mentioned the XM. We see it in prime position. Just the impact of the swarm out there into lobby. And NAVI Jr. just get caught off. Magic's had some great rounds in the past, but when you've lost so much in from lobby, you're not expecting much more to continue off of the back of that. That's a very strong response. That's an immediate strong round from Forza.
At least NAVI Jr. built up their funds. They'll buy back again. But once again, they are pushed onto the back foot. An opportunity for Forza to take control of this map up and send it to a third. There won't be a buy for round 20 if NAVI Jr. lead it. And that could lead to a 12-8 score map point on Forza's part if they go that far. XM once again on Result, set into the hut position. Let's burst back of the M4s. The Celta will catch on the Demon. There is one frag available for the Forza camp. CT side still working against this NAVI Jr. squad. Burst through on the Galila Makazi, hoping he can catch something out the outside, but for the case of that opening start, nothing more being gained here. Slow approach. Frozik hoping he catches an overextension, hoping that someone from the Forza side give up the ghost. Flash sent, Gokushima swings for a casualty, a 3K on the lineup! Oh my goodness! All been decimated on NAVI Jr. in the blink of an eye. And surely that should seal it. Surely that should send us all the way to map 3. How decimating that was. Graveni to fall back, all the same to Gokushima. A quadra for him in this round. A stellar spray down out of the trophy room. Absolutely sick stuff. Yeah. Four AKs to play with on Forza and everything. Guns for days. NAVI, hero AK for Demon. To become the hero of his team. They'd set his standards. The M4 Scholfi sees one, already takes Magic back, trying to wear down the HP bars of the CT, forces the PT50 unable to do much as Demon is also caught by Gokushima, continuing to post up frags for days. 18 deep in this map. Graveni's caught off next. Frozik try look for an exit. Doesn't mean much though. All 5 alive for the CT side. It's map point on Forza. But both apply in my eyes, certainly more so in the last couple of rounds for Gokushima's part of things. Don't doubt that they'll be able to do so. 5 AKs for the CT side. NAVI. Last chance to hold prominence here on this map. 4 to make up to get to overtime. Forza know that it may well be closing time for them. Makazi extending out already. What an adjustment that is. Ready and raring to receive. Spray does come up good with Shelfie's earlier kill today with a follow-up as well. It's instant opening advantage negated by the CT forces. Frozik frozen with no opportunities available to him. Versus 4 cannot hold the clutch. 13-8. Forze will take map 2 and send us all the way in our second series of the day. Indeed it was, and that's kind of what we expected to see, right? We thought a little bit of the of them on that first map was going to be a bit more confident. We saw that confidence eventually when they got going on T side here on their own map pick, and everything just looked like it was hunky-dory from there. There was that slight return. You're right about how NAVI Jr contested those 3 rounds on that T side. Very similar to how things went down on map 1. In fact, you had that key advantage, a little bit of equalization, and then the team in the lead was eventually able to push up so far as to get the map under their belt.
For NAVI Jr, they have to look and reflect on map 2 and say, look, we were outclassed, okay? At least Mirage, it's a map that we're more familiar with. We've kind of spoken that the back end of the Veto looks solid. They just need to mentally be prepared for Mirage, because this was obviously a very good showing and what we expect from Forze.
Indeed, yeah, like this is the kind of series that I thought they'd be playing from the word go on map 1, right? I think you mentioned it at one point during that first half rather, that yeah, this is the Forze that looks confident. This is the team that looks lights out, and we should be seeing that over the course of our third map as well, right? Again, we mentioned how the Veto does favor Forze at the very tail end of things, and that's before we get into the fact that they are the much more experienced squad on the server. So now that they've recovered from the awkward stance in the series, I feel like from here is the point where they can really drive it home.
I agree, and for NAVI Jr, it's a taste to know what it's like to be up against opposition that can really fight back. They would have looked at Ancient and thought, okay, Forze weren't really playing the best, there's our avenue. When they are at their best, it's a lot more difficult, and for NAVI Jr, there were some bright sparks. I actually think that that Demon had some really good rounds. Magic with the AWP had some pretty good sequences in the late section of the first half, and moving into the second, I know that he was I think with one of those duels out in secret towards T-Red, but across the board, Demon and Magic kind of caught my eye in that series.
Yeah, Makazi did end up actually top fragging towards the tail end of that map as well. I don't think that he necessarily had the most amount of impact, but it's good, of course, to see one of the Kosovonians doing as well as he did on that first map up. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for Krebeni, who, individually speaking, wasn't quite with it on the second map by comparison to the first.
No, and that may come down to where you have to shift I was going to say more resources, right? You're an in-game leader, everyone's really drilled, so you maybe don't need to focus up as much on the calling, you can focus up on the individual aspect. When you come into Nuke, when your team isn't familiar with the map, when you're trying to dictate everything, when you're trying to get players into position, you're focusing a lot more on the micro, and that means that the in-game leader can't frag out to the same level.
Yeah, that certainly is one explanation for it. I mean, it certainly makes sense with what we said about Nuke and the idea you need to have some decent sort of strategies down if you want to make it successful. For NAVI Jr, maybe that is the reason why he wasn't able to do as well as he did. Unfortunately for him and unfortunately for his team, even though that micro was shifted, it's not enough, right? It's not enough to take this map, even though they had that resurgence, even though they had that chance in the second half. Forze still come out on top in their expected map pick, and the end result, of course, is the fact that we go towards our third of this series, our 6th map of the day, Mirage, to come up next, which, you know, everyone knows roughly how to play Mirage on the basics, but it's always that experience that you have at the higher levels, which is given so much more towards the likes of, again, Forze. And
Forze have always been one of those teams where if maybe an insta-ban of Nuke is their opposition and it gets banned straight away, they go into Mirage. It's Nuke as their number 1, it's Mirage as their number 2. They've felt a lot of consistency on this map for the last sort of 6-7 months or so, and it's a great way to develop it and show it in this best of 3.
And now we're seeing them on their comfortability. It might be looking very comfortable again to close out our day. As we head towards our break, it will be our final map of this series to see who is moving forward to the quarterfinals. Looking likely to be Forze, but can NAVI Jr contest? We'll find out after the break.
only so much I'm taking. So get yourself to safety. Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the warning, pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is falling. I'll let you like a hurricane. Don't stay, run away, 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 away.
Now it's do or die for NAVI Jr. Underdogs in this series. Posted up a good fight on map number 1, but however, when it comes to map number 2, still a great effort from Forze on their home territory. They do take control. They move over to Mirage, which would also be considered home territory. You mentioned that 1-2 combination of maps that they often go to, one being Nuke, the other being Mirage. We just saw Nuke. Now we're going to see Mirage.
And you may look at it from the perspective here of the Forza side and say, there's 3 losses in a row. That was to Aurora, Bet Boom, and 9 Pandas. And before that, they had a 6-map winning streak. And then even before that, they had won, I think, 10 out of their past 11. Mirage has always been pretty sweet in the map pool from Forza.
Yeah, only momentum is something you can really say against them, and I don't even think that applies in the case of NAVI Jr. The difference in level is just so staunch for the likes of Forza. So the fact that we're walking into this one, obviously coming off the back of how well Nuke had gone, how proficient they were playing against the likes of NAVI. You had guys like Shalfie and Gokushima really getting involved in this. There's 4 players actually that had a single kill between their spread, and obviously for NAVI, like there were some guys that we, obviously we could make the reasons as to why like the likes of Krabini didn't frag out in the way that he did. Makazi at least held his own, but it wasn't a map that we're going to be comfortable on. We knew that going into it. That's what we saw coming out of it, and now it's got to be another turnaround if they want to stay alive here in the qualifier.
And for NAVI Jr, they've certainly thrown in some surprises over the course of this best of 3 to even hold your weight against a team at this kind of caliber. But it's very similar with that whole conversation with these underdog teams, is that you need to come out here and take as much out of the result as possible. You need to come into Mirage and try and send it to that 2-1. Try and see if you can send it to get into the next round of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult to speak of, though. Like, again, we haven't seen much of NAVI play this map at this kind of level, and that's always going to be the concern that you have to deal with, right? Like, yeah, you have some HLTV matchups in the past that has given us a little bit of an indication as to sort of where their general sort of gameplay and protocols will lie, but losses against Eklot, the Chosen Few, wins against Nom, that's not going to be enough to say that they're going to have a stance against a team like a Forza here. It is going to be tough from the word go for NAVI Jr. That is saying the absolute least. They at least do get towards the CT start of things, so let's see whether they can contest against Forza. Any particular win conditions, Dwight?
I actually want to say that the Kosovo players are going to be key. Looking at what both of them have been able to attribute in map 1 and map 2, they're going to be key.
Rennie and Makazi to have all the pressure against them as Forza take to the pistol with a straight-up rush out of the apartments. All players full send, but the bomb is not with them. It's actually a complete fake-out. Gokushima is going to get caught first and foremost. That's the man advantage taken by the likes of NAVI Jr, but now they fight onto that real bomb carrier. That lurker all the way out on the EA bomb site. His teammates coming in to try and provide support in from mid. They still need to get a trade, and finally Tanir will grab one of those, but he's responded to very quickly by Magic. Result now out into the AB bomb site. Transfer the headshot. Oh, what a shot in a second as well, and he's forced it out finally. That bomb still up there in Palace, but the CTs are getting picked apart. It might not matter. Grabeni 1-on-3 for him, faced upon by Resell, takes the pistol for Forza.
Well, just when I thought Forza had completely trolled the pistol round, Resell recovers it. That is, I don't even know what to say there. First off, they haven't been able to force out the over-rotations. They lose the first entry out there in the apartments, and it just gets stagnant. There's not really any success being landed. Finally, there's some shift and distraction out to A, and then Result just hits 2 insanely quick shots with a Glock.
Wonderful scenes, the heads gained and everything. Force back, and NAVI Jr has to follow suit here as well. Forza. Guns will be received as you would expect out of them. NAVI got to contest with the wildness that they just received and continue to face against. Damage will be done towards a couple of players. A TK, in fact, for Tanir. But advantage still for Forza.
Rotations are coming in slowly from CT, and this is where for Demon, he needs to come through with pure impact. MP9 in from window, try and look out to mid, but players are already into ladder and looking quite quickly to split onto B.
60 seconds remaining. See whether these CT players can actually catch players off. Indeed, Demon does take 2 with him. Magic goes down. Selta with 2 to respond. Makazi is all that's left. Bomb is at least out towards his B bomb site, so it can get picked up and planted. Wary of the player on short, though. No one to cover him. Open plant might even be denied by the SMG. He's focusing on a backup instead. Kill found. Turn back for a quick double. And he holds the round itself for NAVI Jr.
And Makazi's played that excellently. In a position where you want to try and work the trigger discipline, you want to try and deal with that mid player before focusing the attention back into the bomb site. If that bomb plant went down to default, right, or for market, you'd say that he's not going to win the round. But when you know there's a player top mid, of course that bomb's going to be planted for short. They're going to work together in the 2v1. NAVI Jr. coming through with Makazi. And again, Jay, this is what I want to see, right? Guys like Makazi, Krebeni just giving us that raw impact. Fantastic recovery there in the second round.
Responsive available. Forza fall victim to it, but they buy in as much as they can to respond all the same. The AK on Result, the upgrade pistols, the Scout on Gokushima. Much firepower as they can break out against NAVI Jr, hoping to return back momentum towards their T-side start. Pistol win may have been negated, but economical win can still be on the table for them.
Oh, good opening to come through Result. Oh my goodness. He's just got 2 kills. And look at the damage they put onto Magic in window.
Yeah, he's a dead man walking. 4 HP to contest against the rest of the T side, who have taken some damage on Result especially, but think about what he's done with it. Sick stuff from Forza, once again answering back.
MP9 down towards Underpass, might just be able to catch off the pistol. No! Oh, this is getting so out of hand. Yes, Frostic can at least strike with 1, but he's just going to get overwhelmed.
Drop that bomb at least. Trying to hold on to it, though, might be pretty much pivotal to the round. And no, not against Shalfie. Scout finally caught back by Result, who finishes off the job that he started. And what a job he did in this round. Unreal stuff from that hero AK. NAVI Jr. back to basics.
And I think I said it quite early on in the series. I expect a lot from Result, and the reason is he's the best player here on Forza. He's an unbelievable rifler. And out here on Mirage, he's been able to get a multi-frag to win the pistol. He's then been able, on the real only strong weapon that you're bringing on the anti-force buy with that hero AK, making a triple kill happen.
Prozik trying to engage once again for the CT side. Does get that opening start, but Tanir very fast to respond all the same. Forza coming out of the gates with a lot of aggression. NAVI Jr. trying to get back into their own right, trying to use some forward stances. Still unable to connect it all against the likes of Forza. Advantage taken by the T's. Bomb should get planted soon.
A lot of space being created out here to top con and jungle. Krebeni just would like one opener with a spam. But for NAVI Jr, it could just be another save call.
Yeah, hold these upgrades into what will otherwise be a harsher eco basis. The Eagles and 5-7 will be better than just straight USPs, so makes sense when you think about it. 3 to the board of Forza, however. Their advantages will just continue to grow.
And it's similar to Ancient in the second half, where NAVI Jr really hurt themselves with the anti-force buy round when they won the pistol, when they couldn't quite follow up into that second. And now that it's a similar pathway that we're going back and forth, both teams trying to reset one another. For Forza, you're up 3-1, should be 4-1. There won't be a huge amount being invested up and around the saved-in pistols from the last. For Forza, this is where you can start running away with the game. This is where you can build a very strong scoreline to move into that second half.
Just like they did over on the second map. T-side stance looking solid. Forza facing only the upgrade of the NAVI Jr. Dooley's have been brought in by a secondary player. Celtic's ready to deal with him. Magic, one responsive to Near again, holds his trades. Demon also known about here in Dark. Krebeni's Deagle may look to strike, and indeed does catch Shalfie off guard. Oh, what a shot on Result. Demon follows up with Tanir, and just like that, the upgrade pistols have done it again. Gokushima almost held it with a couple of trades, but unable to transfer onto the Kosovonian captain. NAVI Jr. Another steal round again.
What was that second shot for Krebeni? Out there to the Palace. That was nuts. Oh, man. Sometimes you need a highlight to go make a round work, and he's done exactly that. The transition from fighting top con to them being able to have the immediate adjustment in there for Palace, that set up the rounds.
Forza flashed forward, but mowed down by Makazi already. Shelfie again answers back by Demons. Part Tanir will follow suit. And a follow-up, Makazi, such low HP, but still, he gets so much out at 19 points of health. I don't know how he's doing this. And now Forze even caught, back's turn of the Quadra. It falls apart so quickly for Forze again.
I actually don't know how NAVI Jr have come out on top there. With the positional advantage that Forze had, with the HP bars being low, with some of those spams into con, this should have been an easy round for Forze to work in mid. Makazi has just had a brilliant sequence.
This is starting to shape up to be just as wild as the first map was, Dweg.
And I'm down for it. If I'm getting these individual high-impact moments, keep them coming.
Single moments may make the difference in this entire matchup. 3 apiece. In the first quarter of the game, no one stands ahead. Forze may look to concede the lead going into round 7, though. NAVI have the better buy. It's upgrade pistols alone for the T side, and NAVI have done great things with that. We just seen it a couple rounds ago. As Goku Shima indeed will deagle down, but the M4s will strike back in mid and on the site. Plant should be secured. Frozik will try to deny it. Is a little bit late to the party, so cash bonus available for Forze as they go in the next gun by.
Pretty much everything that Forze want is to do some economical damage and get the extra cash injection. So for NAVI, take the lead, try and work with it. For Forze, I wonder how hurt they're going to be off of the back of losing to that eco, and it's always going to be pinpointing certain rounds. You might look at it from NAVI Jr.'s perspective and say, oh, that second round that reset us, that we weren't able to follow up onto the third. Also say the same for Forze when you're up against the lightened buy, you're up against Krebeni's deagle and you lose that one. That will be on the mind of the players as this rolls on. In terms of a CT buy, though, money's looking in a pretty solid state. You've got an AWP and a couple of AKs. That's a lot to work with come round number 8.
Big green held on Magic. Mid control established, or trying to be by Shelfie. That incendiary lands a little bit short. Getting behind the stack, not forcing that player to take damage to near. Also working at underpass. The player is there to receive, and Magic will go dropping. Second man does take face and fight, and Tanir wins that as well. Frozik extends out towards mid, cut down by Shelfie. Krebeni with one responsive alongside Makazi, seeing the second player. Oh my god, they're turning it back again. This was a 5 versus 2 at one point, and now the CTs have bomb control.
Somehow these two just are making magic moments happen. Celta can come back into T-spawn, but they're grouped up together, and the Ts are separated with time on the clock.
AK on one, M4 on the other of NAVI Jr. Forze don't know where they might press towards. Aware that the bomb is under CT control in some capacity, but pressed up and over towards spawn, backed up towards the apartments. Slow walk contact, 40 seconds on the clock.
It's all about timings, because now the CTs have got themselves in positions where they're almost defending A and B directly, that they're trying to give that freedom of the bomb to get recovered.
Krebeni holds the bomb site, as does Makazi, the other. Forze, time has been wasted, 20 seconds on the clock. They have to form up and go for the hit right now, and one kill from the AK could be good enough to hold the round itself. No real util to flush him out. The HT might do some damage, but Krebeni just knows what to do. Check position, get the casualty he needs, hold his lifeline, stall for time against Celta. 5 seconds, he goes down, and they have stolen another round.
Well, for NAVI Jr, Jay, it's quite obvious that if they're going to take Mirage, it's going to be because of Makazi and Krebeni. These two guys are just, they're making rounds happen that shouldn't be workable. Right there for Tanir, he gets 2 kills at underpass. He basically cleans up everything in mid with that opening couple. They're literally walking out A. They have the A site for free. All they need to do is bring that bomb, bring it out from top mid into spawn or out to connector. And instead, Makazi and Krebeni have another very impactful round.
I remind everyone that was a 5 versus 2. And Forze still lost it. Broken pistols on the rebuy. Of course, no bomb plant bonus. AK is brought in by Reese, so I think passed off by Tanir. Money should stack up towards a gun buy in the next. It will be weakened thanks to his own part. Shelfie's already caught off by Kriveni first and foremost. Makazi waiting back at Dark, does get caught. Celta and his Deagle again. Individual moment from an upgrade pistol. Man advantage for Forza in the post plant.
And they're taking CT spawn. They're trying to get aggressive off of the back of it, trying to play anti-flash. They're looking for more.
Blind shots and Magic suppressed by that smoke. Couldn't connect onto the player that was planting. Now focused on the CT cross, which they have extended towards. You've also got Kriveni moving in with his AK, trying to spot players around the corner itself. It's a very wide face he's got to go for here. Take some damage, dishes out some more, but unable to connect the kills against either of those two players. Celta will also drop Demon, and Magic has got no tricks up his sleeve on this round. Fourth of the ball to Forza, finally answering back.
This may be the most raw and wild map that we're going to get all close qualified bracket. We've seen a lot of scrappy rounds, ecos being successful, individuals having just insane multi-frags. And that round for Forza, there really isn't a lot of investment, but those pistols strike almost instantly when they come out of Palace.
Deagle's doing damage. Decimating NAVI Jr. once again. Forza need to follow it up with the gun buys here. Of course, these CTs are lacking in the cash. Smoke sold. Near sees what's going on there towards the jump phase. They're not sure if they're aware of Demon, but either way, they're going to catch off one of Celta. Diving straight in. They aren't ready for Demon. His double up is held alongside the AWP Magic, and it's a slaughter fest from Na'Vi again.
Forza go in for a slightly quicker round. They work in heavy from the apartments. They've got a lean in from short quickly. And while they do catch the CT sleeping on the repositions out there from Van, it's a very good hold from under window. One of those positions where it's pivotal if they come out from the window, if they come out from the apartment's balcony, depending on the position, you could just get overwhelmed. A distraction on the bomb site directly for Kriveni, and then under window for Demon, get in for a pretty easy multi-frag.
Minimum 6 hit by NAVI Jr. on CT side. Forza. They have tested and been tested. Result leaning forward of his AK. Trying to find an opening pick. Has he seen the man? No, not yet. Walk contact out onto that A-bomb site, but attention been drawn out towards mid, and Forza has caught Result in the end. Demon does drop in turn.
Result had some very impressive first few rounds of the game, but he's been silent since then. Smoke off top con, try and work into ladder perhaps.
Galil continuing to face. Swings forward, sees one of the jump up and somehow connects that casualty as he drops down, stabilizes his spray. Shelby's caught Makazi as well. Magic and Frozik. 2 versus 4 once again for the NAVI Jr. side. Not to happen for Celta's part. Swing out for the kill. AWP locked out of the bomb site and should be locked out of the round.
The issue that I'm kind of noting, it might not even be an issue. It might just be a foresight to how this first half is going, Jay. There has been some extremely one-sided rounds, which is just even more just question marks. We've had some great recoveries from NAVI Jr. We've also had, I would say, quite frequently rifle rounds in which there's 3, 4, 5 alive, just decimating rounds.
Think about the last round before this. B-side fast play, ripped apart in an instant. NAVI Jr. responded to in semi-similar confidence on Forza's part. They're hunting for this AWP. They will have 3 players, or should have 3 players alive, assuming the AWP doesn't catch any more on the exits. Building into this state of a bye for the next round here, the last of the half. CT side will at least be able to connect all the key weapons together, except for Kriveni. MP9 on him.
Yeah, looking back at the last official that we saw for NAVI Jr. against Eklot just last month, I saw them start on the city side, manage just 4 rounds and move into the second half and show a little bit more competitiveness. They'll have more of a scapegoat, more security this time around. Aggressive approach from Shalfie at top mid. Everyone else is outside A.
Upset. Flashes forward. Celta does go 1 for 1 with Gokashima's casualty. You can see in that AWP that they will recover very quickly. 4 on 4 found. Forza stacking up to try and press on towards that A-bomb site, split in with Shelby in position. Try and look for the CT forces as the AKs try and find all these corners, try and flush out all these angles. These smokes in the way of the short presence will disallow Demon any chance to strike back. Low HP on Celta might become a concern. Molotovs will keep the CTs at bay for now.
Shalfie's in a really good pose to try and fight against some of these window rotations to come in quickly. NAVI Jr might try and deny the bomb from going down. They've even got a backstab presenting through main or for Palace.
Plant secured. Retake on the table. NAVI Jr closing in from pretty much every angle here. Batlines are not being watched out for on the part of Palace, so chance for Krebeni to really apply. Someone has just turned their head in the bomb side. That's Tanir. AK at range. SMG needs to close again. Not discovered. He's seen his man. No! And Tanir still wins that fight alongside Shalfie following suit. Result will get traded back, but Tanir is on a complete roll. The Orpa now play a backup alongside Shelfie towards the center of the bomb site. Magic has got to go in with an absolutely sick clutch. First shot connects, second one less so, and knows that he's out of time, out of breathing room, even going for knife shots, and the wallbanger Celta connects it in the end. 6 apiece for Forze to close out the T-side.
Tanir's played very well on Mirage and was actually a key defining factor to how they got 6 rounds. And when we look at the Belarusian scene, there's always one name that's going to strike out to everybody, and that being Lollipop 21K, the GOAT of the scene, right? But now, in the current day, we're seeing more from the Belarusians. You've obviously got Webster's, you've got a Betra as well, where we're kind of getting more of these names, and Tanir was one of those guys that did play out on Webster's.
Now transitioning over to Forze to do work for his team. And into the CT side, they'll look to go. This has been such a back-and-forth affair. NAVI press on with their pistol basis. Celta catches that first kill and that second swing back for the third, but Gokushima and Tanir have his back marked up. Demon overwhelmed. It's demonic from Forza instead. All 5 alive. Another confident pistol to gain.
And that adds more to the conversation of some of these rounds just being completely one-sided. That pistol round didn't even seem that there was a look in. Forza made that look comfortable. The back spot there from Triple, from Celta to take first contact, for Gokushima to peek in, and then once they get the first 2 kills, it just collapses completely. And NAVI Jr even have to take a tactical after that last round.
Now they're on the back foot, but they were able to respond in the first half. Remember, it was a pistol win and a force by follow-up. Can they do the same here in the second? Setting the war of attrition, the back and forth affairs in play off the back of that. If they do so once again, and Forza will be pressured all the way until the end. They have the better buy for now. NAVI, no bomb plant, so no automatics, no SMGs. Straight pistols ready for the hit.
They're getting that boost out to the apartments late, and they actually cancel off of the back of it. Shalfie and Result. This is a deadly duo out on the B site, and if they're not clinical with that first entry frag, this could be tough to break.
Kill for Shalfie to start things off. Makazi down and out. Advantage altogether by Forza, and no further action from NAVI, hoping that there's more of an extension out the apartments, that Eagle in particular. Waiting at a crack angle as Shalfie peeks in. Sees one out of the sniper's nest, spots a second down in bottom of mid. Damage done to Frozik, 5 on 3 regardless, making it 2 as Frozik is caught off by Gokushima in the end. Demon and Magic. Not a lot of workability now.
Yeah, this is giving the vibe of just a Glock round. There has been very little impact being offered up. Overextensions out to the apartments, players getting desperate, individual fights all being won out from Forza. And for NAVI Jr, even getting 1 kill in this scenario is going to be difficult.
Certainly not for Demon. Magic.
Jeez, that hurts though, doesn't it? I mean, we just described that they take a tactical after a pistol, they get no kills, they come into a force buy and they get away with what? 1, 2? Look, it's decent impact at the end there from Magic, but that round was never going to be won after the first couple of deaths that we saw. And
that was a full-blown force-up. You mentioned the vibe of a Glock round when you put so much money behind it. That's not a very good sign for NAVI Jr. The half transition. Is it just going to be straight CT dominance from Forze? It would line up to a confident map for their own part of things, but for NAVI Jr. a deflating way to end this series. How much they held on that first map, how much they tested Forze, and even their small successes, as small as they might have been on the second one. Now just the basic pistols mowed through by SMGs and M4s, all 5 down to the T side. Barely anything done with the actual Glocks as well. 3 to the good on Forze. NAVI have their weapons once again.
So 5 alive, 3 alive, 5 alive. It does make you question how many is consistently going to be alive over these next couple of gun rounds. For NAVI Jr, that makes it more uncomfortable for them to try and get that economical reset. NAVI Jr are desperate, and it's probably going to be down to Krebeni or Makazi to make something happen.
Early damage on Krebeni, and Demon took a nade straight to the face elsewhere on the ramp lurk. NAVI Jr. mapping their way away from the common aggressive angles, trying to find a mistake on Forze's set of defensive, but there's no mistakes being made. Maybe you could isolate someone like Shelfie up to aggressive and top mid. It's actually Demon that gets Resell aggressing down over at ramp, so there's an advantage for NAVI Jr to play with. How do they work with it?
Well, it's a lot of readability, and they want to put emphasis on retaking ramp, and they can have Shelfie to cut rotations in through mid. Celta is seeing nothing on the close right-hand side.
Minute on the clock. Celta held back, push comes in from Shelfie, the utility be counteracted by the forward man of the CT Forces, and Tanir is actually the man that engages all the way back at the stairs. They might not have a clue about the forward player of Celta, and indeed he strikes on Makazi, now down to the man advantage for the CT side. Sprays through against that AWP contact. He's not aware of the backstab also coming in for him. Knife pulled out. Shelfie mows right through the man, gets the bomb, and that should get the round as well. Krebeni and Frozik, 2 versus 4. On their nerve of their positions, trying to spot individuals, but unable to find anything of any worth against Forza. With time low, they have to fall back and hold their weapons.
I don't know if the con player will stay alive, though. I mean, Frosik is very uncomfortable, and yeah, just gets forced out. So Karibi is at least trying to stay alive. This is awful. This is a terrible start for NAVI Jr. This has just been back-to-back rounds here on the CT line when they're up against a Forza side that are just keeping mass players alive. They're strengthening the economy. Look at what they're saving. Double AWPs, double AKs. I mean, man, this is just so rough to see right now.
Swapped out that second AWP for a third AK in the end of it.
Even better. Even more tiny of an upgrade.
Yeah, exactly. Seen double AWPs out once today. Also know they do not need it, but AKs would be wonderful to clap some heads, and easy pickings against the NAVI Jr side, who can only afford, well, I say afford, they had to save in that one AK from the previous round of Krebeni Magic. Bragged up first and foremost, pistols out in play, have already lost one man. Tech-9's of course revealed towards mid. Incendiary's thrown down. Krebeni does turn that AK into success against Tanir ahead of that smoke, so that's one pick back to return. But no man advantage.
They try and recover that rifle out there in COD and try and put it to some good use. Result, though, good timing out there from short just to be able to peer around, and when this smoke clears, Shalfie should be able to get quite a lot of info towards mid.
Doesn't see anything of the players that press. They make their way back down underpass and into the apartments. Result. Defender of the site and of the back lines. Ready for them to make their way out here. The footsteps engage one, but only get damage on Krebeni. He is low HP, but this is a 3-on-3.
This is very workable. They've got Incendiary to work with on the retake. Goku Shima with the AWP has not seen anyone move around on the bomb site.
Smoke for Shelfie. Flash coming over. I don't know if he spotted that player out towards the corner, which is the reason why he was firing. Flashes for Goku Shima, going to try and provide an angle of attack for his teammates. Celta particularly. Backline held. Goku Shima. Or smoke's going to clear the Incendiary to C1 of Krebeni. Caught easy. Demon forced to fight back. Celta deals with him. Double up. It's secured to the spray. And the defuse on his part. Defuse kit rather on his pouch. able to get on the defuse very quickly himself. 11 on for Forze. Flawless in the CT side thus far. NAVI losing their grip.
And that was well played from Forze, because we've got to be real with ourselves. That was actually quite an awkward round. I mean, 3v3 in a post-plant when you're only coming in with a hero AK and you end up getting everyone on AKs, even with the HP differential. That looks quite solid there for NAVI Jr. And that timing and the utility usage from Celta was everything. You put the incendiary down to bench, it forces that player out in the open, an easy shot for Gokushima, and then Celta just comes away with the last couple of kills. So good work from the big man.
Look at this BM, auto snipers from Result. Forza know that they're in control. Oh, buddy.
I don't know if I'm a massive fan of it. Double AWPs and an auto shotgun, an auto sniper. I mean, it sends a statement. I've also seen it happen way too many times where it backfires and it comes back to hurt you.
Well, maybe a blessing in disguise for NAVI Jr. as soon as they hear that dak. See where Result places himself when it comes time to get to the round. Unfortunately, Magic has DC'd, and NAVI are going to need him to try and bring a comeback if it's at all possible. He's going to have to start here in this round because I do not see them going a 6-12 comeback.
At least Nuke. I mean, I know I was critical for NAVI Jr. in the first half of them kind of showing that they were out of their depth, but I actually do think the rounds were a little bit more competitive on Nuke than they were on Mirage. Looking at how the first half's kind of gone down, the second half especially, it just hasn't felt as if NAVI Jr. has had much of a crack at this. Haven't threatened the likes of the favourites all that much.
Now 5 to good on Forza. NAVI, their contention of the early game is not replicated in the second half. Tanir strikes already on Makazi, caught first and foremost at that M4. Gokushima hoping to set himself in with a peek out towards mid. Can you catch that AWP? No, the AWP fires away and doesn't connect his own kill of his own right. Shelfie. Close quarters around the corner with that AWP. Looking down connector, but hasn't seen anything yet.
Now, off angle from the stairs perspective and get some distraction from Gokushima as well, who does get smoked off and try and get on the front side of it.
Smokes deep, nade sent. Sniper's nest and connector covered off, but there's a gap above that smoke to try and look onto the bomb site. Gokushima will not be revealed by it in his position as of right now. Still going to check for him. Krebeni away from the flashbang, looking in towards the sniper's nest. Gokushima is caught by Demon, and he doubles up onto Shelfie. Advantage taken by NAVI Jr. It rests mostly on Celta and his AK. Tanir trying to provide support from outside of that bomb site. In at the Tetris position, though, that AK has a lot of work to do now that Tanir has gone down. His support has been removed. Bomb to try and cross back. Krebeni's trying to cut rotations, but again, emphasis of Magic is AWP on Celta. 1 on 4 now for Result. The auto sniper, not a factor in this round, and has to save.
Yeah, the A site just collapses. I mean, again, that AWP is in a really odd position. You do not see it being held at the stairs all that frequently. You normally have it roaming around a lot more, maybe playing jungle or moving into con or out to window. I mean, why Shelfie's got the AWP over the likes of Gokushima, I don't know. There's a lot of question marks with how that round was actually played out there from Forza, not only from the buy state, but also with what they tried to achieve with it.
At long last, NAVI Jr. will have their first in the half. Forza still have cash to buy in, as you would expect, so you will see the guns return from the CT forces, and they have a bit of a buffer to play with. But now's when you start looking at this and say, right, okay, lads, let's close it down. We've got 2 more to go. It's been a long enough day already for us. We've been pressured a lot more than we would have hoped to have been. It's our opportunity here at the end of this series, at the 3rd map in our final best of 3 of round 1 of the playoffs. Gokushima's AWP set for the shot. Krebeni dealt with immediately. The execution sprung into action on the T side.
Oh, the pummeling of the util trying to come out. The A players are already through. Resort does get away with 1. Demon keeps getting these entries on A, though.
Low HP, how much more can he get? Well, Makazi gets much more out of it. Gokushima with a HE AWP, no scope combination. Now it's all on Magic versus 2. try and keep this together. Smoke's in the way of some of the entry positions. The bomb's been dropped as well towards CT territory. The AWP shot connects on Tanir, and now it's all Gokushima to clutch this.
A wonderful shot to come in from Magic. Needs to try and work that timing. There is still so much time left on the clock. It comes down to patience of both of these individuals.
He's got his pistol pulled out, hoping that Gokushima extends. That's not going to happen, though. That's a basic mistake that he will not make. AK's at Magic's feet. Grabs one of them. Bursting an M4 of Gokushima, who has his cross locked. He is so ready for this over at Jungle. Swing of the AK spray, the headshot game, but a CT player instead. And that is map and match point now for Forza.
And you do feel for NAVI Jr. They just come in with a good round. Demons had a very good sequence. You think, okay, there's room for survival for a minute, and then look at what happens in the next round. You just get slaughtered. There's just so much util going down towards Rab. Demon gets a double entry towards Tetris, and it's still not enough. It's not enough to tie that round up. Forza. This is closing time right here. Even Gokushima's got the auto sniper now.
Picked up in the previous round and now just firing away down mid. Actually rather effective at trying to find information there with the smoke being opened up. No more mid presence to support it on the CT side though. They just fired away. Have the M4s on everybody else to try hold the defensive line for realsies. Brozik flashes sent out of the apartment. Smokes coming up to position, providing covering fire continuously as Tanir does catch Krebeni. There's your starting advantage for Forza. Trade back at Demon's good for the one, and there's too much fire to block off the players over in the sniper's nest. Demon does burn the 10 points of health though.
Yeah, they're trying to work a play out from mid of distraction and probably regroup, and look at this backstab from Celta all the way in T-spawn.
Caught one. Second player does return back on Magic to keep control. A 3-on-3 found by him, passing these weapons back and forth. Demon will grab the AWP because he is such low HP. But Gokushima, this auto sniper, 3 players to make their way into his position.
Oh, the read is everything. Even see a little bit of the shoulder out there to the apartments. He's got a teammate on the contact from Result too.
And there goes Frozik. 2 left standing. AWP of Demon. Gokushima catches the shot. One last player left. He knows he's there. Wall bangs and everything. And there's your auto sniper sequence for Forza. A 13-7, pressed a bit further, but in a 2-1 fashion, they take their spot in the quarterfinals.
And from Forza, we saw a very good showing from them on Nuke and Mirage back-to-back. Yeah, they were tested on the first map of Ancient. Yeah, there was a moment where NAVI Jr. could look to try and at least spice up the series, but as an overall picture, this was a very clean performance from Forza today.
I have to agree, yeah, it was the enemy's map pick where things really got out of hand for the likes of Forza, and even that probably was contested at several points, right? We saw the 9-5 advantage that did get turned back over from Forza in the end to an even start. You could have seen a world in which one good rifle could have turned momentum truly towards their favor. They could have closed out that map. We could have seen a 2-0. In fact, it was down to a DC as part of the reason as maybe why we didn't see it go down there on that Ancient. So a few more things to think about in terms of this series and how it worked out there for the Forza camp, because I do think you're right. I think that when they got comfortable, they were just looking lights out, and that's what we expected from them in this best of 3.
Yeah, we did see some really good stuff, though, from NAVI Jr. This is the first time that I've personally casted this new iteration of the team, and knowing that you're working with guys that don't have a lot of previous pro experience, you're working with a lot of youth, you're working with guys on an international team. I mean, that's going to test some of the communications as well for Magic and Demon, who previously would have always called in Ukrainian to kind of come out here and be speaking in English. There's players to watch for, and knowing that they don't even currently have a 5th right now, to at least show that you can contest against a team like Forza is a positive in my mind.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, you mentioned Krebeni and Makazi being the guys that really stood out at the Kosovonian squad, the Kosovonian players, rather. Like, it felt like they were the guys that had a lot of impact over the course of the successful moments there for the NAVI Jr. side. And the fact that they had that much going for them, and even towards the end, Demon really tried to get involved in that second half of Mirage, trying to give an opportunity for NAVI Jr. to return something of their own, right? It wasn't to be in the end, but you're right, they have some bright sparks about this. And look, it is an academy team, so you're looking for that. You're looking to see where that potential lies and then develop it as time goes on.
I think the unfortunate nature for NAVI Jr. was while they contested the first half and gave us a lot of good showings, they were just outclassed in the second. There were some really strong rounds from Forza. Mass players staying alive, felt as if they couldn't even fight against it. And when that does happen, when your backs are up against the wall and it sort of looks is if you can't contest, well, you're going to struggle to put rounds up.
Yeah, it's unfortunate the way it ended because look, NAVI Jr were doing good stuff. It was a 6-6 opening half, several points where Forze couldn't quite maintain against the pacing in which NAVI Jr were bringing to the fold, how much they were dealing with Forze's T-side line. So they've shown that they've got a lot behind them. Again, I am very enthralled about this NAVI Jr side. It's not a victory today. It shouldn't have been a victory anyway. So I think they can hold their heads up high with what they've done.
And I actually do want to say that Forze should be one of the teams in the conversation that could make it to the LAN event. I actually think they'll probably be one of the dark horses. Again, they've beaten 9 Pandas online. They've beaten Aurora. They've beaten Koi. They've beaten BetBoom. They've beaten some very well-established teams in the Tier 2 landscape in the last handful of weeks. So just knowing that that has happened for Forze, they won't be the #1 team, but they'll be a team in the conversation that could go all the way.
We know that they can get some deep runs in qualifiers because that's mostly what they've been playing so far this year. I think the concern is obviously the finishing element to get through those qualifiers and actually qualify for the LAN itself. So in terms of where they stand right now, it's only the first step out of at least 4 they need to get towards the Skyesports Masters. I mean, they've got some tough competition ahead of them. Obviously, Preezy is coming up next for the Forza side, and then considering how the semi-finals could go down, I mean, I can see a world in which they can make it to the grand finals in some capacity. Obviously, it will have to go from there, whether they make it in against the likes of a Fnatic, a BetBoom, a 3D Max, again, all those teams in the other side of the bracket in the other 2 branches. So there's still some question marks about it. But yeah, I agree. Like, there's a good chance that Forze could make a very deep run at the very least.
You mentioned Preezy. I mean, Preezy knocked Forze out of the RMR Closed Qualifiers, so they'll be really angry about that one. They'll be looking for the revenge. And that best of 3 featured an overtime in Map 1, a 13-11 in Map 2, and a 13-11 in Map 3. It was an insanely competitive series. So looking at the way that Preezy is with all these talks right now, that Dupree's going to be gone and that they have to be kind of playing in with Christo as well, that might be more to the fire here from Forze to say, hey, they beat us last time, they eliminated us, we're going to do the exact same to you.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're shaping up some very key quarterfinals that could be very interesting to watch out for because, like, we've obviously mentioned the CIS derbies and such, but even just the history of that last head-to-head, the idea that revenge could get returned and the idea that, you know, we are looking at a situation where obviously Preezy themselves not making it to the Danish major, like that whole situation, again, you have to consider where they stand in that respect and trying to get the consolation and making it to the Skyesports Masters. But, you know, we can focus on all that during the quarterfinals. For now, let's wrap up our thoughts on NAVI Jr as we take a look at the scoreboard. Tanir, top fragger of the Forza board. Is he a contender for the MVP?
Probably was. He played really well in that first half. He was contesting a lot of mid-fights and winning out a lot of them. Something that we were talking about a lot at the end of Nuke was the kill distribution, especially from Forza. I mean, look at that. Tanir, Celta, and Goku Shima all putting up consistent impact, all putting up defining rounds. And for Forza, again, clinical series, clinical last map decider for them.
And a clinical execution of the best of 3, 13-7 on map number 3. 2-1 in the scoreline. They will move forward to face on Preezy. We can take a look at exactly how that bracket now shapes up as we move forward into the quarterfinal matches. We did see our round 1 teams. We saw the lesser of the seedings basically try and contest and move forward into these next sort of like key entities. And again, a lot of names that people will recognize. BetBoom, obviously, Fnatic, Guild, Preezy, all in the invitation positions. They'll be taking on Bait, 3D Max, VP Prodigy, and of course Forza respectively. And again, a lot of excitement around these quarterfinals now.
And for Fnatic and 3D Max, they've got some history. They've played each other recently and it was quite close. BetBoom and Bait, you're looking at a CIS derby. The Guild Eagles are going up against a team that upset TSM, a team of VP Prodigy where they can't underestimate them. And for Preezy and Forza, we've just been talking about the history there. So a lot on the line in those next rounds of the tournament.
And again, single in bracket, so 1 loss and you're done, like NAVI Jr are done, like TSM are done, like Gun5 are done, like Sprout are done at this moment in time. Those are the teams that have been eliminated so far, and any one best of 3 loss will mean the end of the run here in the Skyesports Masters European Qualifier. So cutthroat as you like it. Dwayne, I'm looking forward to the quarterfinals. A lot of interesting things to break down here, and those are coming up over the course of the rest of the week. But for today, that's all we have for you. So Dwayne, I want to get some final thoughts off the back of today and round 1 in general.
I think, realistically, obviously the invited teams going into the next round, they're going to be looked at as the favourites, but don't underestimate some of these teams coming through from the first round. We've seen some clinical showings. We're going to see a lot of competitive showings as well. These next couple of days are going to have a lot of 3-mappers, a lot of close affairs, because this LAN spot could be pivotal to the entire success of this year, to at least getting that taste of LAN, because there's a lot of these Tier 2 squads involved that are looking for that one tournament run on LAN.
Now, well, as I said before, we are playing out the rest of the week worth of qualifiers, so we're back tomorrow right up and through until Sunday. We'll be starting off with Bet Boom and Bait tomorrow at 12 p.m. CET, so make sure you're joining us back here in the Skyesports Masters European Qualifier. For today, we bid you all adieu. Make sure you're tuning back in. However, there's so much more CS action to come up until the rest of the week. Ta-da for now. We'll see you tomorrow.
I just need to know what's on your mind.